Okay, super. Can I teach you different sounds, or do you want me to just beatbox for you all? Your call. Would you like? So I'll teach you all some. Yes. Okay. When you hear sounds on a mic from a beatboxer, it sounds very out of the box, very mind-blowing. So sometimes when you hear something like, you think something like that is very, very difficult to execute, but it's actually not. So when you hear a sound like this, ladies and gentlemen, all I'm doing is, it's as simple as that. So can you all give it a shot? Just go, yeah. And I'm not using my voice, so it's just, and on the mic it sounds so cool. Yeah, and you can use it and you can say things with it. For example, you can go, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Cypher Day 2. Thank you. So that second sound that I did, the now that's an interesting sound. I call it the techno bass. And what I'm doing is I'm hitting the lowest note I can. I'm going, come on, kids, do it with me. Okay, now when you do that, you're hitting the lowest note you can. And then you close your mouth. So you go, So everyone's become very soft. Okay. Yeah? Now when you do that sound, you're squishing your throat together. You're squishing your vocal cords together and you're going, Give it a shot. Some of you all sound like you're struggling. I will not say with what. But yeah, so that's the sound. And then the sound is coming out through your nose. So you keep practicing that over and over again. By the way, when you practice, if your throat starts to hurt, just take sips of water, you'll be fine. Okay? When you're doing that sound, you go, practice, and it starts sounding like this. And it comes out through your nose. And then you take that sound and you put it in a beatbox. You go, yeah. Thank you all very much. Okay, since most of you all are awake now, it's time for us to introduce the first speaker of the day. The first session of the day would dive into how organizations can rewire themselves for AI, how organizations must look behind the early wins, and focus on scale. To deliver this talk, we have with us the inspiring change agent from Genpact, who will share key learnings from Genpact's very own transformational journey. If you were here on day one, you know this is the time where we take the lights down, and I ask you to focus on the screen, please. Please welcome to the stage Richa Sayani, Global Transformation Leader at Genpact, with a big round of applause.
Hi everyone, good morning. That was some fun act. I wanted to do something fun, but I don't think I need it anymore. But let's get some energy flowing in the room. At the count of 3, I want you all to stand up, raise your hands, and clap to match the energy you bring to the work every day. Here we go. 1, 2, and 3. Take a seat. Thank you. That was awesome. Fantastic. And that's a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for all of us. Actually, for all of you, for showing up, for making time away from your personal life, professional life, investing in your learning. I'm super delighted that we are all here to exchange ideas, learn from each other. We don't have to make the mistakes to learn from them, learn from ours. I'm going to come from a place of extreme humility on this stage today. I will give you a front seat view into how we went about rewiring ourselves with advent of AI. So how can we talk of AI and not talk of LLMs, right? I was in various sessions yesterday, and the word came up some 20 times, and then I stopped registering it. I'm going to quote something which I read somewhere. It stayed with me for its sharpness. It's brutal. The quote was, LLM is like a powerful car engine, absolutely necessary. You need it. But you know what? It's useless if there is no car built around it. Customers do not desire a powerful car engine alone. What they desire for is a car with a powerful car engine. Even in the most automated self-driven cars, you will not see people sitting on top of the engine. They sit in the car. Trust me, I'm going somewhere with this. Stay with me. The point I'm making is, for any AI system, tool, product, any implementation, to get pervasive and to deliver on its intended value, there are 3 aspects which are super essential. Number 1, product design. It has to solve for something. And if not solving for, it has to fulfill a customer's desire. And if not that, some bright mind has to just get up and seize an opportunity in the market with that product design. But it has to be there. The second one is business value. We keep hearing tangible, intangible. My friends, whatever it is, we have to put a number to it. And we have to be able to measure it. And last one is user experience. We cannot have long SOPs, hard trainings for users to navigate and maneuver the system. It has to be intuitive. Connected to these 3 aspects, I will talk to you about my experiences, my learnings in our journey to rewire ourselves with the advent of AI. Now, let's start at the very beginning. I'm going to tell this to you in a timeline view. So earlier this year, as the New Year hangover or buzz, whatever you may call it, was fading off, we supercharged our transformation journey, which we were on for some time, with a singular goal to set ourselves as a beacon of AI-led transformation. Our objective was to set some lighthouse examples of AI-led transformation. Our bold stance at that time was, and still is, that we have no right to walk our customers down the path of AI-led transformation if we cannot walk that path, rather run that path ourselves. Reflect on it for a few seconds. It's a very, very powerful, bold stance. I'm just lucky, and I guess was ready to take on this opportunity to lead that transformation program office. Now, when we started that journey, we started with all the enterprise functions in Genpact. Name it, finance, HR, sales, marketing, IT, infra. We started AI use case identification exercise with all the functional leaders and their subject matter experts who know the area really well. The response was super overwhelming. We got thousands of ideas. When we sat down, analyzed them, reflected on them, and categorized them, it turned out to be super exciting 100+ AI use cases. We were excited. We thought our bank is full. When we started to prioritize those ideas, because I'm sure you realize we won't be able to execute all 100 at one go, we used a simple feasibility and impact metrics. Feasibility because wherever technology lends itself beautifully to straightaway jump into execution, yes, put that on the top. Wherever technology is still premature or not there, we'll go with technology. We'll follow it whenever it's there. The second one was impact, tangible, intangible. And guess what? There was no impact articulated. There was no value. How did that happen? With 100 fantastic ideas, how come there was no impact? When we dug deeper, we found out all the experts had not dug deeper to see what that AI use case will do to the process end to end. What will it do to the process? What change is required in the policy? Eventually, what will it do to the people who practice that process and who are consumers of that process? And hence, what it does to the business. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is our first big learning. Set a clear North Star on the business value. We have to be able to toss out the baggage of current ways of working and be bold enough to start with a clean slate. When we started to think that way and opine that way on everything that was coming our way, we got each function to paint a picture of the function of the future on 3 big outcomes: experience, effectiveness, and efficiency. It was almost a war cry to each function to say, you know what, prioritize what is it that you will solve for, why you will solve for it, for whom you will be solving for it, and what will it do to the business. Functions jumped in. Everybody likes to paint a picture of the future. As those pictures and vision documents started to reach us, we managed to go through all of them. These were like some 50-page documents. People had poured their heart out on why they want to make that change. It was amazing to read them all. When we were reading them, some intricate interdependencies across all functions started to emerge. As you would all know, what we sell defines what we will deliver. What we hire will define how we will upskill people. What we sell also defines how do we contract. And in between all of this, finance has to do their job, IT has to enable everything, and yes, there is infra. Without that, there is no business. When all of these interdependencies were becoming visible to us, it was absolutely clear. We must have a super connected AI and data interplay across the entire value chain of the business. If we will not do that, we will have patchwork of AI solutions sitting in isolated pockets across different functions. And guess what this isolated network of solutions will do to us? The more patchy AI solutions get, lesser is the value. Broken is the user experience, and more expensive those solutions are for maintaining. With these interdependencies, we started to look for problems upstream rather than having them manifest themselves in various forms and shapes in different processes across functions downstream. And that brings me to our second learning, which is long-term fixes are mostly upstream. Scope it right. And when we talk of scope, how can we not talk of a project charter? That's my favorite document from my Lean Six Sigma days, guys. A project charter document is something that we held in highest regard. We treated it like a prize document. Every function was now thinking of the AI use case as a full-blown project. It's a documented piece which will articulate what is the business case, why do we need it? If we were not to do this project, what will happen? And if we were to do this, what's the value we will get? What's the flying formation we need to make it happen? With all of these project charters coming our way, again, it was super clear. We as an organization have to take a super bold stance once again and be ready for a much deeper organizational surgery across process, policy, people, and operating model. It's no longer just an AI use case which someone in AI COE should develop, give it to the business, business should force people to use it, publish dashboards saying A is using it, B is not, and hence B is out, kind of a thing. With that learning, We made it very clear, its technology is not going to solve for everything. Each AI solution has to sit in the right ecosystem of process, policy, governance, and operating model. This was such a big revelation. The kind of talent, hence, we need to drive this AI transformation is very different. It's not just the tech aspect. Functions have to put in their effort, energy, and they have to act very, very closely with the business or the operating leaders. Transformation team then became a conduit between the functions and the delivery teams to ensure everybody is on the same page and that AI use case is turned into a full-blown enterprise project which everybody believes in, and it is not something we do to the business, rather business is doing it to themselves. That brings me to my next learning, which is all about get close to the business to unlock value. And this is, again, a very, very powerful thing because when you get close to the business, you start to unravel the problem in a completely different way. You start to see value in a completely different way. You are no longer solving for a global process owner in a function. You're not solving for that person's frustration with how slow the work is, or how broken the process is, or how bad the data is. You start to think very differently that, you know what, if we were to do this, this is what it will do to the business. This entire mindset shift of people acknowledging and recognizing that it is no longer an AI solution in isolation. It is an interplay of process, policy, governance, operating model, and our teams have to become AI fluent to be able to use the tools. This was very, very, very hard. We had to be very persistent. We had to be very thick-skinned. We had to keep asking people the same question over and over again, like a broken record. But you know what? The impact was great. That brings me to my last learning for the day. Put in the effort. Ultimately, be pushy for the quantum of change you want to see in the system. And I will say this again with a lot of humility, but with bravery. Eventually, ends will justify the means. It is important we take that bold stance. It is important we ask all the right questions. It is important before we start executing, we reflect for a moment, what will it do to the business? And then have the right stakeholders jump in with all of their skills and their influence to make it pervasive in the system. Again, I don't want all of you to think, you know what, they made a lot of mistakes, hence they have a lot of learnings. I also want to talk to you about our progress trajectory. With all of this, guess where we have landed for this year? We are 20% over the value target that we set for ourselves. We were fast to respond to the mistakes. We were fast to respond to the learning. We were fast to kind of make it top-down at the same time bottoms up. The second big thing, we have 6 AI implementations done in the organization in this year, out of which 4 are for all 120K employees in Genpact. And that's a very, very powerful thing to do. When you put AI in hands of all employees, that's when the real magic starts to happen. When people use the tools, they think very differently on what more they can innovate in the process that they do day in and day out. And last one, all the naysayers, people who were sitting on the fence, you know, oh, this is an AI-led transformation program. You should build tools and deploy them. You should drive adoption. Why are you asking us to change our policy? Why are you asking us for a shift in governance? Why should I relook at my operating model? All of those people are now showing up, leaning on us for coaching and guidance. I would call that as a very big win in terms of changing the culture of the organization. Let me now take a moment to share 3 examples of projects. And now that you have heard the learnings, I'm sure you will be able to put the projects in context of the learning. The first one I'll talk about is the service desk automation we took up in IT. When we started, somehow the main focus was how do we solve the tickets faster? How do we solve them first time right? But you know what? With all the upstream thinking, the focus shifted. How do we reduce the number of tickets? Can we have a solution which will detect a problem before the user even gets to know about it? Can we ensure auto-healing of the problems? Even if auto-healing is not possible, can we empower the user for self-healing of the problem? And you know what? Can we ensure nobody ever has to call the IT help desk? We set up a chatbot plus an action bot. So if auto-healing isn't happening, self-healing isn't happening, then people will come to that bot will log a ticket on their behalf, and in most cases, that bot will also solve that ticket with hyper-automation. This kind of thinking, this kind of solutioning would not have been possible had we not started thinking more and more upstream, had we not started thinking more and more from user standpoint on what it does to a business. The second example I'll quote here is on the entire bill-to-cash optimization we took up in the organization. Let me tell you how many interventions were there in that project. 80 interventions, which were covering process change, operating model change, technology change, AI, data, and governance. With this entire project, we are looking at almost 100 million cash flow improvement. We would never hit this kind of an impact with just 2 GenAI use cases in a cash application process, which is a small step in the entire bill-to-cash value chain. See the power of building an interconnected ecosystem of the process, and see what it will do to the users of that process and the consumers of that process. Better process, better policy, better governance, all insights at your fingertips with some dashboards. You can chat with data as well. Yes, that's the third project I will talk to you about. We develop data products for each function, be it HR, be it finance, be it sales, be it infra. And these data products are sitting on top of our data lake. What these data products have is a very unique feature of a conversational layer on top. So instead of me having to go to a Power BI, which is amazing, by the way, of attrition dashboard, I can just log into the chat interface and ask, what is the attrition looking like for last month? How many people of the following skill set have left? Or other questions like that. And it will answer those questions to me in simple English. This is powerful. This is amazing. And guess how we started this entire project? The core premise was how do we reduce the number of dashboards in the company? It was all about, oh, we have 1,000 reports, how can we make it 500? Had we stuck to that, we would have never landed here. So what changed? What changed here was our partnership with the business. When we started to talk to the business, we realized reducing number of dashboards is not what they are looking for. They are not worried about it, but they will be happier, rather elated, if we could give them one solution that they can just type and ask and get that information, precise information, without having to click multiple dashboards, apply a lot of filters, and get lost in all that information. I hope you're able to put these projects in perspective of the learnings. I do want to take a moment to talk about how the next year is looking like for us. With this proven, tested transformation playbook that now we have curated for ourselves, we have picked up 4x the target for next year. Yes, it's 4x. We are not settling for anything, 2x or 3x kind of a thing. We want to go all guns blazing. With all the project documentation that we started and all the culture of workshop, collaborative solutioning, et cetera, we already have visibility sitting in September to 30% of their target, where it will come from, what actions we need to take next year. We have people excited to work on them. The second big thing is a very systematic shift and a culture shift in people making time to invest in learning to become AI fluent in the organization. You heard Shalvi talk about it yesterday. I'll just build up a little on it. We have a learning platform called Genome, which has a whole lot of learning materials, including ones on AI. What we have built as a top-up to Genome is an AI-enabled solution called AI Guru. You can chat with it. It will nudge you based on your skill profile you have, between the job role you play, and what aspirations you have. It will make suggestions to you what trainings you should go through. People love that experience. They don't want to go to a marketplace of trainings and go through some 50 catalogs and find out. Yes, it is always doable with a simple search feature, but you know what? With AI, the suggestions, the nudges are far more intelligent. They are far more pointed. And the more people use AI solutions in the flow of work, more AI savvy they get. The third piece is a team of super users that we have put together. And don't think of it as a very typical user group community. What we are trying to do over here is set up this core group from business who will not just act as a change agent for what we develop, but also act as our cruel critiques. So whatever we develop first goes in the hands of this super user community. They will beat hell out of it, test it, and be brutally honest with us that it sucks or it works. This is something which is gimmicky, cool to have, but you know what, serves no purpose. This is something useful, build further on it. And again, that's a cool, awesome way to get people to lean in. We had so many people putting in their applications for becoming part of this super user community that we had to do waitlisting. The way we are planning to use this super user platform to drive the culture in the organization is by having people in the group for maybe 6 months, and then they go out and new people join in. You see how some of these nano efforts can lead to a cultural shift in the organization. Last message I want to leave you with. Everybody says future is very uncertain. And I tend to agree, yes, it is uncertain. But you know what? A large part of it is a consequence of the present day choices that we make. I hope with some of these learnings, you all will make better choices. And we are super excited to have shared these learnings with you. Thank you for being such a great audience.
Thank you very much. At this point in time, if you have questions, we will have someone come up to you with a microphone. Just put your hand up in the air, and we will have some up. There's one gentleman in the front. Anyone else with questions? Just put your hand up. Can we move quickly, please? Thank you.
Hi, thank you for the session. This is one of the common challenges we face in all the initiatives, but particularly in Gen AI initiatives, we are facing it more. Can you please give a few tips and tricks? How can we quantify the benefits?
Oh, tips and tricks. You know what? There are no tips and tricks to that, but I'll share what we did. And I tend to wear my Lean Six Sigma hat very often when we tend to talk about business value. We curated a playbook for value measurement in the organization. First and foremost, how do you define value? What is it? Is it something you are contractually committed to? Is it the basic performance level your process should any which way be at? Or is it something beyond that? I would suggest we put pen to the paper on what is the operational definition of the value in your organization. We went a step further and educated people on what do we lose when we do not articulate value. The more people realized it, better it became for them. And last bit was a very, very detailed value playbook which says, you know what, there are overall just 3 categories of value. You can either improve the revenue, or you can reduce the cost, or you can improve the metrics to improve employee experience. And if there are others, we will discuss, debate them. Against each one of these, then we had subcategories, and then we put down a logical formula to calculate. We created samples of hypothetical projects to say, you know what, for revenue increase versus revenue assurance, this is how you go about calculating. We rolled out this playbook across the enterprise. We had a group of black belts and master black belts who acted as champions to support the functions and kind of handhold them on the value calculation. And once the value was calculated, put in the project charter, guess who signs it off? It's the functional leader who signs up, yes, this project is critical, we should do it for this value. Finance team will sign it off so that we are not cooking up some illogical, fictitious numbers. And only then we will approve investment to go ahead and do that project. So it is about calculation of value and educating people. It is also about using value in the process of transformation as something which will drive people forward. I hope I answered your question. Do we have more?
Can we have the mic move towards the right, please?
Hi, good morning.
It's on, it's on.
Yeah. So you have mentioned that you...
Can
I
we
can't
push the
hear
volume
you.
up on that mic? Just check your mic, please.
Hello? Hello? Hello?
Yes.
Yeah. So you have mentioned that you changed or implemented AI in your finance modules, right, in financial process. Actually, what has changed and how was value shown? Like, is it time changed or any, the way you do the work has changed? Where is this AI really implemented?
So, 2 things. You know, one, in terms of the operating model of the finance team itself, we were organized by 4 or 5 different sub-towers. We invested time and energy to change that, to reduce the handovers or the handoffs that happen between the teams. The second was an upstream contracting, and I will answer your question on AI, but I want you to understand the entire ecosystem as well. Upstream contracting. What kind of billing terms and conditions are we putting in our contract? Are there way too many for the same customer? Is it confusing? What is the process for us to kind of have a PO from the customer, raise an invoice, get it billed? Where does it all sit? Do we have nudges in the system to say, you know what, milestone X is met, utilization is this much, now is the time to raise a bill? Can we forecast that based on the past data with the customer, what will our billing TAT look like in future? And hence, if there are alarm bells ringing, that the global process owner and the customer representative plus the sales leader should have a conversation on how to ensure no collection delays in future. How can we ensure that we have all the analytics at one place to, you know what, this is how our DSO is looking like for next year, sitting in September. If we wanted to make a change to that, these are the 5 areas where we should make improvements. It could be either on insisting there has to be a PO, otherwise there is no payment. Insisting there has to be a standard timeline by which the billing should happen, and if the customers want to contest it later, they can contest it, we will make adjustments. Unnecessary approvals which were there in the workflow were completely taken off, and with the help of AI, we were able to create prediction models to say, how will the health of our collections and the billing process look like in future? And then there are some very specific, I would say, Gen AI use cases as well. All the banking details from the customer at times which are very, very clunky. same bank, same account, different information, mistakes here and there. We were able to course correct all of that. We used to have a team who would do all of that manually, and now it's all kind of automated. Extracting information from the purchase orders, from the invoices, all of that became super easy. Less data entry, more and more focus on how to have the outcomes of the process versus the data accuracy of the process.
We have the gentleman at the back there.
Hi, Richa.
I will need to do this.
Hi, Richa. Good morning. Oishik from Maruti Suzuki. Thanks for the
Okay,
wonderful session.
we'll come back to you in a bit. Yes, please go ahead. All the way at the back, yeah?
Yeah. So, if I understood correctly, you were saying something like you have a Power BI dashboard and you have a chatbot integration with it, where in chatbot you can make a query and then it returns a result from the dashboard. So, was the chatbot a Genpact in-house development, or you were using some existing chatbot to integrate with Power BI?
See, Power BI already has a capability, right? It has a co-pilot inbuilt, which scrapes the information off the face of the dashboard. What we have developed, very proudly I will say, is an in-house tool which chats with the underlying data. There is no need to create a dashboard to be able to chat with data, because that conversational layer sits directly on top of the data product that we have built. Think of it like a table.
Got it. Thank you.
Yeah. I don't know how much of Genpact IP I'm giving away. If someone is here from Genpact, stop me.
Hi,
Yes,
Richa.
please, go ahead.
Yeah, hi Richard, this is Ashish. I work at iQuantai, and we are also going through something a very similar journey. So I wanted to know, the kind of solutions that you are saying, these are more kind of, some internal products that you are building for the organization, and these will have their own journey to, any other product that goes into either for B2C, B2B, anything of sort. So what kind of, efforts and investments and resources that you have to put together, to bring this change?
So, okay, I will not give specific numbers. I'll give you directional stuff, okay? See, the entire premise of setting this transformation program was to set our own best credentials in the market. Like I said in the beginning, right? If we are not able to do this to ourselves, with what confidence will we ask our customers to embrace AI? And with that intent, our objective has been, whatever we develop in-house, we should be able to take it to the market as our best credential in AI-led transformation. And eventually, our customers should be interested and should have a lot more confidence in our capability and the product's capability, because we use it ourselves as well. And hence, our investments in this area look very different. We are not treating it as something, oh, we are doing it for internal finance. Oh, this is something for internal HR. Hence, it's of lesser value. No, whatever we are doing for ourselves is actually to showcase to our customers, existing and the potential ones. So our investments looks quite different. I'll tell you the two groups that we have set together for this. Our entire transformation program office is a program management team, which we call as transformation management office, which is super savvy with numbers, super savvy with program management, gets the SDLC, software development lifecycle, understands what it takes to bring technology, data, process, operating model, governance together. And that's one group. The second group is an AI COE, whose day job is just to evaluate all the ideas, kill the ones that don't make sense, ensure no 2-3 pockets in the organization are working on duplicate projects, because that's wastage of everybody's time, effort, money, doesn't yield to any benefit, and do a solutioning at an enterprise architecture level, so that eventually whatever we develop fits together, and it is aligned with our go-to-market strategy. These two groups actually hold the entire AI-led transformation agenda together. And yes, then there are functional transformation teams that we have kind of set up as flying formation. So there is a transformation team for sales. There is a team for HR. The skills they bring to the table are very, very different. They are not as tech savvy, but they are not required to be. They are not as savvy on some of the other program management pieces, but they are not required to be because TMO will take care of it. What they bring to the table is the domain expertise in their area. They understand HR very well. They understand finance really well. And they know what they need to bring to the table for their customers, which is A, Genpact customers, and B, it is also the Genpact delivery leadership. Ultimately, they are serving them. This is, in a way, 3-in-a-box kind of a model, which is building the momentum and taking this journey forward.
Thank you.
I hope I've given you more than what you were looking for.
Yes, yes. This is really helpful, yeah. Thank you.
The gentleman in the middle with the glasses.
Oh, hi, Richa. Thank you so much for the insights. Can you maybe go a little deep on the governance aspect of this program that you just discussed?
So I'll cover this in 2 parts. Okay, one is the governance that should happen for any process in the organization. And second is the governance of this transformation agenda. For the first one, which is governance for any process, for any account in the organization, we are increasingly moving away from a post-mortem syndrome. These are the 5 metrics. For the past month, 2 look green, 3 look red, let's have an action plan. We are increasingly shifting focus from that. Our entire governance focus has now pivoted on lead indicators. What are those early signs which will tell us something will go wrong in the future? And hence, for every account, for every process, whether it's internal or customer-facing, there is a big shift happening towards, this is the North Star we have signed up for, and you know what, against this North Star, here are the 5 lead indicators which tell us whether we are moving towards that North Star or not. How are we doing on those North Stars is important. And if we are not moving at the right pace, or we are moving in the wrong direction, that's when the governance becomes all about removing the roadblocks, helping the teams, and kind of thinking of new ways. The second piece is the governance on this entire transformation program office. You know what? Every project goes through weekly reviews, which I'm sure everybody does. Every function has like a fortnightly review, which I'm sure everybody does. The thing which is different about the governance we run on this transformation program management is a monthly steer co right with the CEO of our organization and with the top 2 business leaders of the company and the growth leader of the company. They take out time every month to sit with us, review our progress, and guide us. Take a look at the solutions we are developing, critique that, and give us an external view of the market. I think that's a hand on my heart. I think that's a very big differentiator because we feel that the leadership, A, is not kind of distanced from it and only looking to reap benefits. We feel they are with us in this transformation journey, and the guidance is invaluable. I hope I answered your question.
We have time for a few more questions. Yes. Go ahead,
You are
please.
really using me.
Hey, hi, this is Suresh. My question is, see, there are 2 things, right? One is Center of Excellence team, and there are business teams. So, generally, typically, we have Java developers who does the work, and we have business team who give the requirements, right? When it comes to Gen AI, how these things can be connected is itself a problem because, as you said, the problem statement is the core for any development, right? Like, how can we connect both peoples, like Center of Excellence and business?
How can they work together is your question?
Yeah.
They should work together always, whether we are doing transformation or not. But yeah, I think one shift that we made for business requirements, we kind of shifted a little from functions having to put together long, lengthy business requirement document. We applied an AI solution to automate that part, at least to an extent. So we have built a product which automates the entire SDLC cycle. So right now I'm giving you examples of how we have leveraged AI to automate the transformation process as well. So we have built an in-house product where all the business requirements by solution, by categories, et cetera, are there. The model is trained. I'm able to get a first draft of the business requirement with certain prompts. Think of it as like 40–50% ready document. And that's a great start, by the way, for anybody in business, because the hardest part of writing business requirement is where to start. And the second thing that we have done is we have converted it to a user story format. So you can no longer write detailed paragraphs about the whole thing. It's a very simple thing from a user story standpoint. How would it impact the user? As a user, I want this feature to do what? Which will give me X, the benefit. This user story format, A, keeps the business requirement super simple. B, it attaches every requirement to the value and the scope of the project. The whole thing then gets repeated in terms of automation lifecycle for testing. All the test scenarios and everything are there in the system. User stories are there in the system, the past ones, the new ones. You can create first draft of all the test scripts at the click of a button, which is not some generic tool. These are all Genpact applications. These are all Genpact user stories. These are all the Genpact project charters. And hence, the kind of response you get is very, very contextual, and accuracy level is higher on the test scripts creation, etc. But yes, the COE, the AI COE or the tech team and the business, despite all of this automation, if they choose not to have a good working relationship, nothing can save you. You have to have a level of trust between the two teams. AI will not solve for it. So we have started to move to, I would say, a kind of a mix of a waterfall and agile kind of a methodology, where the teams are self-driven, there are MVPs defined, there are Scrum Masters, there is a whole lot of trust that the functional leadership and the transformation leadership puts in the team. Most of the time, they are able to solve for their issues on their own, and when they don't, we step in. But yes, that level of trust between the business and the tech team is supremely important. If you are not able to generate that in them, then automation won't help.
The last question to the gentleman in the glasses.
Hello, I have a question regarding the whole scenario we spoke about AI and how you implemented AI. I want to ask one question about in your whole playbook and whole your experience, what you have developed. How is the human resistance or the human, say, resistant to the change? Because they are going to get a new system, and some maybe say their ways of working or the day of a person would change. How would that resistance is handled by you or your organization as to help them, or to say they may feel that it is not good for them, some feel it's good for them. So how do you, when you are going to sell this as a playbook in the market to the customers, so the human factor, what consideration you have taken, and how it can be beneficial or not beneficial, and how that can be tackled in an organization when AI comes into picture?
I'm trying to think of the best way to answer this question. Okay, see, I think ultimately, my belief is ultimately every person who comes to work, right, when people show up, they have the right intent. Everybody wants to do good work. I'm sure none of you walk into your office, whether at home or or the real office, none of you walk into it thinking, today I will not learn any new thing. Today I will make 3 mistakes. Today I will say this to this person. Does anybody walk in with that thinking? Anybody? Say yes, no? Yes, no? I'm very persistent. I will stand here unless I hear a loud no. Does anybody think like that? No. And you know what? Since people don't think like that, if you talk to them the right way, with the right messaging, when the messaging is coming from a place of inspiration, rather than arm twisting them into, you know what, you have to use this system. Why? Because I have to publish a report on adoption. It won't work. When you come from a place of inspiration, when you show them what's in it for them, it's more organic. Would you still have some people who will have problems using a new system? The answer is yes. And to show you why that problem happens, why you should have appreciation for that resistance to change, I want you all to cross your arms. Don't think, just do it. Everybody, don't think, just do it. Now just flip it. You see how big a change that feels? Your natural tendency is maybe to do this. All I'm asking you to do is, from tomorrow, start doing this. Will that happen automatically? Even this is a big change. I think somewhere we, as people who are trying to drive change, have to factor in the human psychology a bit. People are not resisting to change because they want to. These are habits. They take some time. You have to chip away at people's defenses one by one. The more you educate them, the more you make them aware, the more you try to understand where they are coming from and educate them on what's in it for me, take them down the road of learning new things. Better is the response. I hope I answered your question. If I got a little too philosophical,
Thank you, Richa. Can we hear a big round of applause for the lady on stage?
thank you. Thank you for being such a great audience. I learned about what kind of questions people have after this session. This was great. Thank you.
And thank you very much. Just a few announcements before we go on to the introduction of the next speaker. I have the prizes that are going to be given out for the AIQ. The first prize will be at 20,000 Indian rupees. The second prize will be at 10,000 Indian rupees. The third prize is at 5,000 rupees. For AI Amigos, which is already closed, the first prize winner walks away with the JBL Waveflex earbuds. Second prize walks away with a Noise Buds N1 Pro. For the treasure hunt that's happening later today, I will give you the exact timing. The first prize is a JBL Go 3 portable speaker, and the second prize is a AIM goodie bag. For the Neural Buzz, the first prize is an Apple AirPods 4. The second prize is an Amazon Echo Dot. Also, the winners of day one of Raga AI's Gen AI quiz, these are the actual names. I just got them a while ago. We have Shubhrabharta Chatterjee, Society Generale. Are you here? You're not here? Okay. The second prize is Sakshi Agarwal. Are you here? Not? All right. So the winners have to visit the Raga AI booth, just in case your colleagues or friends are here. The Raga AI booth on floor 1 to collect your gift hampers. And to the audience, the Gen AI quiz from Raga AI will continue today as well. So please visit the booth to test your Gen AI skills. Also, the speed networking, which we had yesterday, was quite a bit of a success. It will be happening at 3:30 once again on the terrace. So 3:30 on the terrace, just in case you have any other communication, please change that to 3:30 to the terrace. The treasure hunt is happening at 3:30. All right, so both will be happening at 3:30. These are the new timings, and the hands-on workshop will be happening at Hall 3. This workshop is by Intel, so make sure you head over there. For more information, you can ask the help desk or check the app. Once again, the hands-on workshop conducted by Intel is happening at Hall number 3. Alrighty, thank you very much. We're going to move on to the introduction of the next speaker coming onto the stage. The second session of the day is talking about supercharging Gen AI applications from edge to cloud using hybrid search. This session covers how to enhance Gen AI applications beyond just vector search on cloud. To deliver this talk, we have with us a seasoned technology leader with a passion for driving innovation in the realm of database systems and disrupting computing. Eyes to the screen, please. Please welcome the Senior Director of Engineering at Couchbase, Mr. Santosh Hegde, with a big round of applause to the stage.
Mic check. Okay. Hello, everyone. Good morning. Like my introduction, so my name is Santosh. I lead engineering at Couchbase Bangalore. Today, I'll be talking about how you can enhance your GenAI applications using something called hybrid search, right? GenAI applications are a commonplace everywhere now, but typically, they've been using something called vector search. How many of you are familiar with vector search? Okay, that's a good number. So today I'm going to talk about how you can enhance your application beyond just vector search and how you can do it in topologies which are much more advanced than just doing it on the cloud. Let's get started. So before we delve into the session, we have a QR code here which you can scan. We have some Couchbase goodies to give away at the end of the session. I'll just leave it on for a minute for people to scan. Just leave it on for a few more seconds. Okay. Let's get started. So the agenda for today's session is, before we delve into how you can enhance GenAI application using hybrid search, I'd like to talk about key concepts in search so that we are all on the same page. Once we do that, let's understand what is hybrid search, right? After that, let's look at what are the various search topologies that are available and how you can do hybrid search across each of these topologies. And finally, let's look at a few examples of how you can enhance a GenAI application using hybrid search. So let's start with the basics. Okay. Okay, so the most fundamental form of search, right, which has existed for maybe 4 decades now, is exact and range search, right? Most of our grandfathers' databases also had this. And let's take an example to make this very clear for everybody. I've just taken a screenshot from one of the popular e-commerce sites in India, where let's say you go look for a shirt or a different kind of any sort of clothing item, right? You'll typically get a search bar on the left which talks about what type of or what properties you can select for the item you're buying on the e-commerce site, right? Now let's say you pick a particular brand, right? And you select the price range. Typically what happens in the backend, this is an exact and a range search, right? A search where you match the product combination you've selected and the price range you've selected. And a search like this is powered by something called secondary indexing, which you probably would have studied in your computer science classes, right? The search is on a very large space. The goal is to constrain the space into a smaller set of result items. In a search like this, the most important factor is performance, right? So when you search for a product like this, the search result should come back in an instant. And the goal is always to get an exact match or a range match, right? You are not looking for approximate matches. So this is the concept of exact and range search. I'll move quickly from here because most of you know about this. Let's look at a few examples, right? Product category, price less than, right? Like, all these are examples of exact or range search. I'll move on from this because most of you know about this. Let's look at something more complex, which is text search, right? Instead of selecting the brand, if you type the brand name in your search, right, That translates into text search. The reason it is a text search because you could do possibly things like fuzzy matches. Somebody could do a spelling mistake, right? I'm selecting for Tommy where I do triple M double Y, right? Or I could do single M and double Y. Now, you still want to identify the right product for that, right? So searches like this are handled by text searches, which let you match phrases. It need not be a single word. It could be a phrase. It could be wildcards. It could be fuzzy as well, in the sense that even if the search is not exact, it varies in some form, you can still find the object. It is important to know the type of index that is used for text search, right? Your secondary indexes that you build on databases don't work for text search. Text search is through something called inverted index. And one other concept that is very important for text search is result boosting. Result boosting is something like enhancing the search on certain attributes, right? For example, you have Bangalore in the name of the city, you have Bangalore in the description. You want to boost the search if you find it in the description, right? So such capabilities are there in text search, which are not there in secondary search. So anything to do with user-entered content that needs to be searched usually falls under text search. Now let's look at a few examples. So if you want to do a match phrase search, right, you could search for this phrase in all your document content. If you want to do a wildcard search like data star, you could continue to do that as well. If you want to do a fuzzy search, like let's say I want to search for analytics, but you see there I've done a spelling mistake and I've given a fuzziness of 2, right? So the search would still find this. And finally, when I talk about boosting, let's say I have a field city and I'm trying to match for Bangalore, which I'm boosting by 5, or I could do a field description and I'm matching by Bangalore, right? So the searches for field city is given a higher ranking, right? Now let's look at semantic or vector search. So semantic or vector search is essentially searching based on understanding behind the meaning of the query, right? It is not comparing the content of the text, or it is not trying to do a range, but it is trying to find items which have similar meaning. And how do you define meaning? How many of you are aware of the concept of embedding here? Okay, quite a few. So embedding is essentially translating any entity into a mathematical representation in simple words, right? So you take a content, you give it to an embedding model, the embedding model gives you back a mathematical representation of it. And then you can do various operations like search on that mathematical representation, right? And in contextual search, precision and recall are very important. So when you do a search, in an exact search, so if you're searching for name is Santosh, yeah, you just want to find that, right? Or if you want to find a particular price range, you just want to find that. But in a semantic search, it is more nuanced in the sense that you want to get results which are nearer to the concept you are searching for, but you also want to see how good the results are, right? And what is the volume of the results? The quality of the result is measured by precision. The volume of the result is measured by recall in some sense. I won't delve too much into precision and recall because it's a concept in itself. It will take some time. And the type of indexes that you use for vector search are very, very different than what you use for secondary search or text search, right? Now let's take an example here, which is again from your e-commerce, right? Let's go pick up, let's say somebody was looking for a blue color t-shirt, right? A blue color t-shirt is fine, but you could semantically match or contextually match blue to turquoise and cyan as well, right? A turquoise or a cyan t-shirt is very similar to blue too. So you would want to return items which are tagged as cyan or turquoise as well. And if you try to do a text search or if you try to do a secondary search, you would never get something like cyan or turquoise because there is no text match, there is no direct match, right? It is a semantic match. It is logically equivalent, right? And a search like this needs vector search. And let's look at some examples. How do you do vector search, right? Let's say you have a field of product embedding. So I talked about embeddings, right? So let's say in the previous example, you would embed the colors, right? So you would get a 3-dimensional embedding for colors like this, right? And you could try to find another color which is close to that in the embedding space, right? And with k is equal to 3, I'm saying find 3 nearest colors to this given color, right? So you can use concepts like this to constrain the search space based on semantic meaning. Now that we understand what is exact search, what is range search, and what is semantic search, let's look at what is hybrid search. Hybrid search is exact, text, and semantic in a single query and a single system. Why do I emphasize single query and single system? You would all be thinking that, hey, this guy didn't talk anything new now, right? Our text search, our range search, exact search, vector search all existed. And we all do it today, right? So what I showed on an e-commerce example happens today, right? But it happens on multiple systems. Your e-commerce product catalog is typically on some sort of a database, right? Commonly a NoSQL database or a relational database. You have your text search on a text search engine, right? Where you move that data to usually do a text search. You have your data moved into some other form of vector search engine, like in case of open source as Fast, there are many proprietary technologies as well, to find the semantic meaning, right? So the data is getting into multiple systems to achieve this use case. But what I'm talking about in hybrid search is bringing all of that together into a single system and a single query. Real-world applications are hybrid, right? Very rarely they are vector only. In many cases, they could be range or text only, right? But it is very rare they are vector only. A single query, a single system simplify a lot of things for doing hybrid search, right? You essentially keep your data in one place. You avoid data sprawl. Simplifies data governance. You don't have to govern multiple copies of the data. Simplifies app development, right? In today's world, a search like this is typically done by the application across multiple systems and stitched back together. When you do hybrid search, that is not needed. Let's take a more concrete example to show this. Now, I combined the screenshot which I shared previously into one entity, right? So if you look at this, if you go to any e-commerce website, you will find an example like this, right? Now, let's look at what is happening here. The first search, what you have, where you have users entering the item they're searching for, is actually a text search. The users, when they pick items using checkboxes, typically it's an exact search. When users are sliding the price range, it is a range search. When users are picking the color of the t-shirt they need, it's a vector search. And finally, when they're looking for something like discount, it's a range search because 10 and above, it's a range, right? So as you see, the full use case is actually not any of these individual searches. It's a combination. It's a hybrid search, right? Now, what are the challenges with hybrid search? Why people are not doing it that commonly today, right? Indexing technology needed for each type of search is very, very different. Let's look at what you need for secondary indexing. All of you would have studied this back in college, right? This is how our traditional indexing look like, where you have indexes, items, pointers to them. But your text search index looks something like this, actually. I simplified it for the discussion, but it looks something like this, where you have your search items and the content where it is present, right? Very, very different. Now, how does your vector index look like? Vector index looks like basically you have partitions and you have objects in those partitions, because typically vector search is based on some form of nearest neighbor search, right? So the indexing is very different. To achieve hybrid search, what you need is a technology which can have all three types of indexes within the same system and have the capability to run queries on those indexes on a single query, right? So that's essentially what you need for hybrid search, and given these are so varied, it has been not a common thing in the market. Now let's look at, if you had to use Couchbase and do hybrid search, how would it look like? Just to make it real, right? Now, for the same use case, now I'm creating a text index for the brand, right? I'm saying on the brand field, build a text index. And analyzer standard is, let's leave it for now, just to not digress from the discussion. The second one is, if you want to create an index on the checkbox field for brand, you could create something like a secondary index on the product catalog, right? Next, you could look at a range index, which is again a secondary index on the product catalog. You could do a vector index on the color field with a L2 norm, which is, think of it as a Euclidean distance search with a 3-dimensional color vector, right? RGB. And finally, you could do a range search on discount range with a discount index, again a secondary index. So using these 5 indexes on a single system, you could essentially solve the whole use case, right? You could run a query which would constrain and return products which matched all their criteria without moving some of the data to a separate text search engine, without moving some of the data to a separate vector search engine, where you have to then stitch that result back in the application. Now let's look at search topologies, right? So we looked at what are the different types of search and how hybrid search combines different types of search. Now, while doing hybrid search, historically, hybrid search has been done by stitching multiple searches together, but it has also been done mostly on the cloud, right? Because most of the products which are in the market which let you do a search like this are cloud offerings. But with modern technologies, we can do a search like this in more complicated architecture. Let me describe an architecture like that. Let us say you want to do a search, which is a hybrid search, at the edge. Let's take an example before we delve into this, right? Let us say you have a utility company which provides devices to their field workers, and the field workers have the manual for the work they do loaded on the device, right? To make it more concrete, let us say the field workers are related to electric utility companies, right? And they go work in areas where there may or may not be network. For example, let's say there is a disaster, there is a hurricane in some area, right? Typically, your internet communications are down. So now a utility worker is there trying to fix something using the manual, right? Historically, the manuals were not very advanced, and people had a struggle trying to search through the manual, and they would do text search only. Now with modern architectures, you could combine regular search, what I showed, the exact search, the text search, and the vector search on the device. For example, in the electric utility industry, a cable, a wire, a line, all of these mean the same thing, right? Now, when a utility worker searches for how do I fix something on a cable, you want to semantically search for line. You want to search for wire, all of that, right? They wouldn't be possible with a text search or an exact search. So you need a semantic search for that. But to constrain the search space, right? The manuals could have multiple topics. The manuals could have multiple headings, right? Now you want to constrain based on they are doing some repair related to an electric line, right? You further want to constrain that with text search and exact search before you apply a semantic search, right? Now all that is possible at the edge with an architecture like this. So let's look at the most fundamental thing in this architecture, which is an embedding model, right? An embedding model is, like I said earlier, converts your content into a mathematical semantic representation called embeddings, right? In more recent times, embedding models, just like LLMs, have been becoming smaller and smaller with quantization, right? Quantization is a technique where you can compress the models. So there are smaller embedding models in the market now, which can be loaded onto mobile devices, right? And Couchbase has an offering called Couchbase Lite, which is a lightweight database which can be run on the mobile device. Combining both of these, right, you could do a hybrid search on the device, right? So when a request comes in, as you see on the search query, right, the application which is running on the device could send the request to the database, do a text search, do a vector search, do an exact search on the device, and return the data back without any connectivity to the external world. That is possible today. Now let's look at the traditional architecture, right? In this traditional architecture, you have an application which is running, it could be running anywhere, but your database is running on the cloud or on-premise, right? In this architecture, you have to send the request to the database and get the result back. But in places where network connectivity is weak or there is no network connectivity, the search request and the response cannot go through, right? Now we're solving that problem by moving the search itself back into the application within the device. Let's take another example, right? How can hybrid search improve customer support, right? If you look at customer support, it's probably one of the places where Gen AI is being used very, very commonly, right? The first use case people go for is, how do I simplify my customer support? Either it's a chatbot, root cause analysis, anything else, right? Again, even a customer support use case is not only a vector search use case, right? You can enhance it significantly by doing a hybrid search. Let's take a look at some of the context, right? Let's say you're searching for ticket search, right? You want to find similar semantically meaning tickets, right? Which is a vector search. But you just don't want to do that. Of course, you want to constrain the tickets by product category, when it was created, who's the customer. You want to constrain by keywords and things like that, right? Otherwise, doing a semantic search on your entire ticket corpus is non-viable. Similarly, if you're searching through knowledge bases, right, which is again a common thing for customer support, vector search helps you find semantically similar concept to when you're compared to the topic you're searching for, but you can combine that with phrase search with boosting, right? If you're searching for something in the knowledge base where there are multiple topics, and if a word arrives in a particular topic, you want to boost that, right? That is possible with text search, but that's not possible with vector search. Similarly, again, you want to, of course, condense the results using product category or relevance ranks. Let's look at RCA, right? RCA is, again, one of the common things that is being done in customer support, where we are trying to find the root cause using AI. Right? Semantically similar log messages can be found using vector search, but we also want to, again, constrain the search space and not search through the entire logs, right? We want to find the logs based on log messages based on severity, based on when they were created, based on which system, look for errors, keywords again. So, like I showed the e-commerce example earlier, right? Where hybrid search is definitely a very useful pattern. So similarly, in customer support as well, hybrid search can really, I would say, enhance the experience than just limiting it to vector search. And the story continues for every aspect of Gen AI. Like you could look at multiple areas, right? You could look at fraud detection. You could look at any other area in Gen AI. Hybrid search, I would say, is very fundamental. In some sense, it is happening today, but I think the key challenge for adoption of hybrid search is the desperate set of technologies that are needed, which make it very difficult. So finally, a recap. So we have different types of search types, we have different topologies, right? Combining them, right? Mixing and matching them is essentially what is going to allow users to build, I would say, more sophisticated GenAI applications than what are being built today. I'll stop here and take questions.
Can we have the audience lights on, please? Thank you. We will move forward there with the lady here. Can we also have, can you keep your hands up so we can get the mics to you? The gentleman in the front and then the gentleman at the back.
This is Manjula here, and I'm working in Commonwealth Bank, Australia. You just mentioned about the hybrid search for fraud detection. Can you please elaborate a bit on that?
Yeah. So typically in fraud detection, you are looking for bad actors, and bad actors have patterns, right? The patterns in some cases are semantic, in some cases are exact, right? For example, if you are looking for IP address ranges, if you are looking for specific attributes like telephone numbers, like card patterns, right? So these are exact and ranges typically, right? But bad actors also have similar semantic characteristics in many aspects, right? So semantic characteristic could be they are employed in certain type of industry, but the type of industry is you cannot be compared directly. They are semantically related in some way, right? For example, I don't know, some of you may take offense to this, but there are companies which essentially allow gambling with gaming, right? So you don't associate gaming and gambling with text search or exact search or something in similar ways, right? But LLMs can identify gaming can be gambling in use cases, right? So you can combine semantic meaning to boost your fraud detection, right? And of course, already today, we know, right? There are large customers, fraud detection companies who are using Couchbase, where they do exact matches, range matches to typically do your traditional fraud detection.
Hello. Yeah, this is Aaron.
Hi.
Yeah, hi. This is Raj, and I'm from Niti AI. I want to understand your thoughts on, applying this kind of hybrid search on a RAG application, where consider I have folders.
Yeah.
Okay. And I have a front decision-making LLM, which decide which folder to go. And then, I use this technology to, further clarify which document to search. So, is that
so
possible?
One of the things we have done within Couchbase itself, right, is RAG on our internal content, right? So Couchbase has a lot of its own knowledge base, our design documents, our requirement documents, our marketing content, all of that, right? So what we built is an internal RAG-based search tool which allows users to search this, and that uses hybrid search, right? So typically when a user is searching for some content, they have context of what they want to search in, right? For example, me as an engineering lead, when I'm searching for something, I'm not really looking for it in a marketing material, right? I'm looking for it in my requirement documents or my design documents. So I can actually constrain my search space by, I can constrain my search space by essentially applying hybrid search on top of it. So the typical pattern I would take, what we have done is you apply your text and exact searches before you actually go to the semantic search for the RAG. We can talk. If you have follow-up questions, we can talk. Yeah.
Want to announce these and then we go to
Sure, yeah.
one more question after.
Okay. Okay, the lucky draw winners are Dennis from AstraZeneca.
If you all are here, do you want to step up on stage to receive the goodie boxes? Yes.
And the second winner is Yadunandan from, is that Relx India? And finally, Samarth from Ingersoll Rand.
Can we have you all on stage? Are you all here? Samarth, is that you? Yeah, okay. Would you do the honors of giving away the goodie boxes as well? Can we hear a big round of applause to the winners on stage? Thank you very much. Congratulations. Very quickly, we'll just do one question at the back. So if you can be very accurate and just to the point, if you don't mind.
A very great session, Santosh. This is Priyesh from American Express. So I have a question regarding like the context search that we were talking about. So consider a scenario where, you know, a user is asking for a platinum ring he needs to buy. And in the context of Amex, platinum mostly refers to a keyword which is related to cards, right?
Yeah.
So how we are handling such scenarios? Because say for example, we are using some OpenAI embeddings there. The platinum will be referred to as more of an ornament or a metal. So how are you handling such scenarios?
Yeah, so the problem with words like this, which have varied semantic meanings, is you cannot rely on only that word, right? So when you're generating your embeddings itself, you need to associate more context to it. For example, this problem is common even in RAG applications. Let's say you're searching about, let's say, Couchbase, right? And there is a document which talks about Couchbase benchmark. Now, there could be multiple lines in the document which says Couchbase costs X in benchmark Y, Couchbase costs Y in benchmark Z, and things like this, right? Now, unless you associate the topic with the content before you embed, your searches will always come out false, right? So I think there is, with the existing embedding concept, we haven't solved how you can semantically differentiate multiple items which essentially lead to the same embedding. So you need to, before you embed your content, you need to provide that additional information to the embedding model that, hey, these two are different.
So maybe like the n-grams or the related words associated with, you know, your specific context will help there.
Yeah, typically some sort of related context has to be attached, right? I mean, and that varies from use case to use case. What is the relevant content?
Okay, thanks a lot.
Thank you.
Thank you for that. Santosh, it seems like we have a lot more questions in the audience. Unfortunately, we have run out of time. Could you take some of these questions offline, if you don't mind?
Yeah.
Where would you be available?
Just outside the room.
Just outside the room. Could we, for the people I could not accommodate, could we please do these questions outside? And can we hear a massive round of applause for the gentleman on stage?
Thank you.
Thank you very much. We're going to move on to the next talk of the day. This is an interesting keynote. This is about how the data at AI Cloud delivers, how the AI Data Cloud delivers enterprise AI. And to present this talk, we have a seasoned leader who comes with expertise on modern data architectures for data warehousing, data lakes, and data science. We're going to take the lights down once again, and in the audience as well. Please, your attention to the screen. Please welcome to the stage Head of Sales Engineering at Snowflake, Sumit Tandure.
Thank you so much for being here. I promise not to hallucinate much. I've been trained in fine-tuned to speak the truth as much as possible, right? But you never know. Yeah, and it's going to be natural language conversation as well. So not a long time ago, ML and data science was the hottest topic, right? And AI just meant a superset of all of this. Today, AI just means Gen AI by default, unless you specify what we mean by that. I think somewhere from the time ChatGPT caught our fancy to now enterprises really thinking about where can we make use of Gen AI, I think we have come a long way. what we are seeing is the enterprises becoming little more stable about where they want to use it. The use cases and applications are becoming little clearer. And it's not either a doomsday scenario of Gen AI trying to replace everything, including all the people out here, nor a gloomy scenario of does Gen AI really mean anything for us or not, right? So we are seeming to settle somewhere in between, finding the right use cases and applications. And that's what we call as the era of enterprise AI, where enterprises, businesses are becoming more clear about where to deploy Gen AI and so on. But they also have different type of concerns. When enterprise businesses deploy Gen AI, they think about reliability, trust, the quality of responses. For example, if ChatGPT gives the wrong answer to a consumer, to me as a user, it may not harm me much. You know, the responsibility is on me. But if the same answer comes from a company about, say, medical insurance policy of the company to a customer, or a travel itinerary of a traveler, the consequences can be a lot more heavy, right? So that's why enterprises have to be a lot more conscious about implementing Gen AI. So we'll talk about some of those concerns and where Snowflake can really help with that, right? So some data points before that. You can clearly see that Gen AI is getting adopted at a breakneck speed. It took just 2 years to reach the same levels where traditional ML reached in almost 10 years. About 65% of enterprises are adopting Gen AI in some form and shape, right, based on the research we got conducted. Still, traditional ML is not dead. Traditional ML is still growing, a lot more use cases, very specific use cases, and which has to be more precise, right? So those are still continuing, but Gen AI has been growing at a much, much rapid pace. The problem is this. While the adoption has been great, there is a lot of pressure from the board and from the top to adopt Gen AI in whatever form and fashion, right? The question is not, should we adopt Gen AI? The question is, what have we done to adopt it? So there is a lot of pressure from the top. The problem is moving these from pilots and experimentation stage to productionization. How do we move these huge number of experiments which are happening in different pockets of the enterprise and moving them to high quality, high fidelity production use cases? And what really deters enterprises is few things, like the quality of responses we talked about, the hallucinations, the cost of deploying these systems. While the cost of tokens seem to come down, you know, the tokens cost keep going down, but building these systems require integrating multiple components together, you know, getting the data in place, building the applications on top, and so on, and the skill sets of the people, right? So there is still a lot of complexity and effort and cost involved in building this at production scale. We can quickly whip up a code asking questions from ChatGPT, but really making it production grade takes time, effort, and cost. So these are some of the issues which we see in enterprise AI today, right? So when Snowflake started to adopt these and built it into the platform, Snowflake is known for the data platform. And how many of you are familiar with Snowflake here in the audience? Oh, quite a bit. Oh, wow. Wow, I'm in great company. Thank you so much. So home to almost 10,000 customers' data. When we started building this about 2 years ago, integrating all of this, we tried to extend the same principles which we applied to the data to the Gen AI as well. For example, wanted to make it as easy as possible. Any technology which sees mass adoption has to be very easy to use. Otherwise, it remains a very niche technology in the hands of rocket scientists, people we aspire to become so that we become indispensable, right? But it doesn't see mass adoption that way. So we have to make it really, really easy so that anybody in the organization can make use of that. And that's what we did with data, made data really, really very simple to use. So what we did is make it fully managed. You don't have to worry about managing underlying models, infrastructure, and the governance. Make it really easy. The second part is the efficiency. Whatever models you bring for production has to be really state-of-the-art, give you the best bang for the buck, so lowest cost and the best results there, right? So provide a home for state-of-the-art models, providing the best efficiency, lowest inferencing cost, so on and so forth. The third one being trusted, and this is the biggest concern for enterprises, right? Like I mentioned, the responses have to be high quality, highly accurate, and so on. At the same time, You need to make sure that these models are explainable. There is good amount of observability built in. And this is grounded in the truth of your enterprise data. It's OK to train a model on internet data and then ask questions to it. But for enterprises, it has to be grounded in real enterprise data, which is the truth, the single source of truth, right? And then when we build the whole platform or the capabilities around Gen AI, firstly, you have to have a very strong data strategy, right? As you could see, the best way to address the quality of responses is have the right level of data. So collect data from all the different enterprises sources, be it my Salesforce, HubSpot, Jira, or whatnot. Get all of this data in a single place in what you call data lake, data warehouse, data lakehouse, data mesh, or whatever, and provide all the quality metrics around that. Make sure this data is really high quality, high fidelity. So that's what we do with the data foundation. So a solid data strategy is a foundation for a solid enterprise AI strategy. So that's the first thing you address. Once you have the data in place, it's really taken care of. You can quickly build AI applications and use cases on top of that. And how do we make it really simple to accelerate the AI projects? But the work is not done here, because AI is rarely consumed as models, right? AI is most commonly used in form of an application. It's an external user or a consumer which talks to my application. There are businesses who have to interact and iterate on that application, do a prototyping, deploy in production, and so on. How do we make this mass-scale consumption and distribution in place? So that's the third layer of application. So all the way from setting up a right foundation to productionizing via application use case, there is a complete spectrum of the Gen AI lifecycle, right? And what we feel is, as the natural place for all the data, this platform should also be the natural place to implement Gen AI from development all the way to productionization via applications, right? So a few components of the platform. I think some of you who are already familiar might have seen the architecture, but I'll just quickly iterate on it. So firstly, bring all data in one place. So if you look at the innermost, sorry, I've been blocking the view all this while, is it? If you look at the innermost circle, the interoperable storage layer, that's where you bring all the data in. First-party data, second-party data, third-party data as well. Snowflake makes it really easy to get data from external sources. This could be your ecosystem partners. This could be third-party marketplace data providers. So you get all of the data in one place within the interoperable storage. Now, this could be Snowflake's proprietary format, which is very optimized. Or this could be open table formats like Apache Iceberg. There's a huge community evolution towards Apache Iceberg, and you can bring data in that format. The second thing being the built-in governance. So there are things to manage data and models, things like Horizon, model lineage, data lineage, role-based access control. So whatever governance we are extending to the data, we are extending the same governance to the models as well. Once that is done, now going anti-clockwise, the third thing being bring AI to your data. Now, more often than not, we are taking data to the AI model. Yeah? So when we ask a question to OpenAI or ChatGPT, the data goes there, and then we get the response back. Now, many enterprises are not OK with that. They would like to keep the data, the models, the prompts, the responses within the security perimeter which they have defined, right? So we bring AI to the data rather than taking data to the AI. That also makes the process more efficient, less egress, less network traffic, so on and so forth. And finally, once we have productionized the application, once we productionize the AI model, develop an application around it, use components like Streamlit, for example. So anybody familiar with Streamlit here in the audience? Oh, wow, great. It has been an open source framework available inside Snowflake as well, or you can continue to use it outside Snowflake. Build applications, or you can also have containers where you deploy these applications and then productionize them. Now, one step further, once this application has been built, you can also monetize this via the marketplace. So if we are a product development company and we want to monetize this application, we can offer it on the Snowflake marketplace. Actually, met a couple of folks outside the room, and they are doing exactly that. They built applications on data, and they are now productionizing it and monetizing it via Snowflake marketplace. All right? And as a consumer, you can consume those applications immediately alongside your data in the same platform. When we look at the platform components, I talked about few of them already. I talked about the data and model governance piece, role-based controls. So the thing about generative AI is this, right? How do I make sure that the model is providing response only to authorized people? Because when it is about data platform, we can provide access controls. But when it comes to LLM models, the model does not know who is authorized to ask what kind of questions, right? So how do we stitch the access control layer, which is on data, and extend that to the models as well? Yeah? So that's what we ensure by being that single platform. All the infrastructure which is required to bring these models in place, be it GPUs, CPUs, containers, providing that as part of the platform. Then making it simpler for people to either bring open source LLM models, for example, Llama 2, Llama 3, or providing easy to consume LLM models out of the box. So what Cortex AI does is makes all of these LLM models available as a serverless function. So all I need to do is go and invoke something like sentiment analysis. And in the backend, Snowflake is running an LLM model, doing the exact thing for me, without me having to bother about, hey, which model should I use? Which will be the most efficient one? So Snowflake takes care of all of that. All I do is go and invoke that function. So that's what Cortex AI does, provides serverless LLM functions available to you with best of state-of-the-art models behind the scenes. In case you want to build traditional ML use cases, there is a component to do ML development, all the way from model building, fine-tuning, and then deploying it in production. And then for the developer, if I want to use a no-code, low-code tool bench, we have Studio. There are notebooks. We just talked about Streamlit. And basically all of these to let developers build the applications of their choice. So we talked about three things, right? Easy, efficient, and trusted. That's what enterprises are most concerned about. To take the easy piece, what we do to make it easy is, firstly, you have the foundation models, right? This could be from NVIDIA. This could be from Mixtral Large, Mistral, Gamma models, Reka, and all of these. So we make these models available as part of the Snowflake platform itself. You can also deploy these from, say, Hugging Face, bring these models into the Snowflake platform through containers, or as a readily available, ready-to-consume models via Cortex functions. So models is the first layer. We make it really easy for you to deploy those models and make use of those models. Secondly, once you have the models, how do I create this interactive chat experiences, which could be on unstructured data or could be on structured data? I think Santosh did a great job just before me talking about the search on unstructured data or plus structured data as well. Now, I think that works great for applications for OLTP type use cases. But when I have a data warehouse or data lake in place, and I want to power that or extend that for providing search to my end users. For example, one of the customers called Siemens Energy, what they did is they brought all their research documents into Snowflake and letting their scientists search for specific things from those research documents. So rather than they reading those reams of documents, which is millions of PDFs, what they do is just ask questions to that chatbot and get responses from those documents. Or if it is my finance analyst, sales analyst who want to ask questions on my data in natural language, they can use something called as Cortex Analyst. Again, out of the box, issue a query and get the response back. And then productionizing these applications as a ready-made products. For example, Document AI. A lot of OCR type use cases, right? So you want to extract certain text from images, from PDFs, things like invoices, bills, contract documents, inspection documents in manufacturing, and populate tables so that you can ask questions to that. So what Document AI does is it has an inbuilt OCR engine. So as the images are coming in, scanning that, and then writing that into the tables of data so that you can run queries or build dashboards on top of that. Or text to SQL via Snowflake Copilot. So these are ready-to-use applications on top of Snowflake platform. So really making it easy to consume end-to-end. Second thing I talked about was efficiency. How do we make it really efficient? So we have state-of-the-art models. Like I talked about Reka, Llama from Meta, Gamma from Google, and so on. So there are a bunch of models which are available as what we call model garden in Cortex. So you can choose which model I want to call for which particular function. You can also see their performance side by side. So there is a playground. So let's say you build a search using Mixtral versus something else, and then you compare the responses of those chatbots side by side. The playground actually lets you do that. So bring those best of the state-of-the-art models, and then Snowflake's AI research team has its own LLM models called Arctic. So there is Arctic LLM model, which is good for instruction following, SQL generation, and so on. There is Arctic Embed, which is very good for search type use cases. So what we are using in Cortex Search is basically Arctic Embed, one of the best models when it comes to retrieval performance on top of unstructured data. So the embeddings go into Snowflake tables, and then using those embeddings, build an index to provide responses back. And then Arctic TILT is what powers Document AI. So TILT means text, image, layout, and table. So any form of unstructured document, scanning images, table layouts, infographics, and so on, populate that in tables to really work on top of their data. And finally, trusted. So the data and model governance through Horizon, registering these custom models as a model registry. So you can only invoke if you have the right level of permissions and authorizations, right? So not everybody can invoke those models. And finally, implementing guardrails. So if I ask any harmful questions, for example, how to build guns, the guard should actually stop me, or rather not provide those responses that, hey, this is a harmful content. I'm not supposed to display answers to this particular thing. The one thing enterprises are most cautious about is how do I not let my data be used by the LLM providers for training, right? Because ultimately, these models get trained on the enterprise data. So there is a trust and safety commitment that the data never is used for training our models. If you fine-tune the models on your data, they remain particular to you. They are not used for the broader customer base, right? So your data does not leave your Snowflake account. The prompts do not leave that. And then we do not use them for training our models. Few examples of customers making use of GenAI applications on Snowflake. For example, Bayer, they have their finance teams and sales teams asking questions of their enterprise data via chatbot using Cortex Analyst, right? So basically making them more productive rather than using dashboards and reports. Zoom is basically using this for their customer success teams. So they get data from Salesforce and HubSpot, and then as they're interfacing with their customers, they get this data, get the answers before they talk to their customers. Sigma trying to find the propensity to buy, which customers are more likely to buy by scrapping the web indicators, combining them with their internal data, and then enriching the leads, scoring the leads, and prioritizing them via this use case. So these are the three broad categories of use cases we see: automated BI, conversational assistants, and then text processing and summarizations, right? These are the most common use cases we are seeing. Of course, content generation is also there, but when it comes to enterprise data, how do I make use of it and put this into the hands of more people? Typically, it is into one of these categories, right? So giving my analyst more power through natural language, build assistants for my frontline people, and then a huge amount of text data, the documents, the images we are getting, how do we process text on that? Of course, we are becoming more multi-modal now, so instead of just text processing, people are also interested in images, videos, audios, and so on. So what we also do is provide best of these models via marketplace. For example, there is a company called Landing.ai, founded by the renowned professor Andrew Yang. What they do is they are very good in computer vision. They'll take very less amount of data to train their model, and Landing.ai is available on Snowflake Marketplace. So if you have use cases around videos, images, and for example, quality inspection, or finding something in the food item through the images, you can use Landing AI, which is available on Snowflake Marketplace. So there are more computer vision and audio type of use cases also coming in now, getting more mature there. On the other side, if you are building traditional ML, predictive ML or discriminative ML, there are enough use cases around that. For example, financial planning, market basket analysis, CRM, so on and so forth. So like I said, traditional ML is not dead. There are a huge number of use cases around traditional ML as well. And again, all the way from feature engineering for these traditional ML models to training the model and then deploying the model you can do that end-to-end ML lifecycle and ML ops process inside Snowflake. Bunch of use cases around traditional ML as well. I talked about few of them: sales, marketing, security risk, forecasting, pricing and ads, and supply chain and manufacturing, right? So these are some of the traditional ML use cases we see out there. Finally, I think skilling and enablement is one of the big areas for generative AI, because no matter how much we do, there is a huge demand for this. So there is a number of resources available on generative AI from Snowflake side. You can actually read up about these. There are quick start guides, so you can start following. I think most of the topics I touched upon: Cortex Search, Cortex Analysis, Document AI. You can start following these quick starts and building on your own to learn more about it. Right, that was pretty much it from my side. Implementing enterprise AI, and how does Snowflake help you over there? Can we open it up for questions now? Right, cool.
Can we have the audience lights on, please? And if you have questions, put your hand up in the air. Yeah, we have the gentleman up front.
Hi, as like you have, myself Chinmay, I enjoyed your session a lot. Here it is.
So where are you, sir?
Here I am.
Hi, yes.
Hi.
Yeah.
So now I can see you have incorporated AI and classical ML, modern ML, and then you have a data warehouse technology as well with you. So you must have a different type of cost models, I think. So where I can read about them, how you are doing a costing for that. Because AI ML is something which is working on a token basis, and your data warehousing is working on a compute basis. So you must have a different type of a models for costing. So would like to understand high level from you, and then I also want to know like where I can read more about them.
Absolutely. No, thanks for that question. Great one. You are right. The pricing models are actually different. For the Cortex AI I talked about, these are mostly run in a serverless fashion. So you don't pay for warehouse compute. You actually pay for a serverless service, and you only pay for the duration for which the serverless function runs. That's what makes it more efficient. Again, different models. So some are based on tokens. So based on the tokens used. Some are based on documents. So for example, Document AI is based on that. Cortex Analyst is based on messages, how many messages we send to the analyst. But it's all serverless, so you will not pay for a continuous running compute. You will only pay for the exact amount of, say, compute resources being used to process those or run those LLM models. So you're right, it is different. If you want to learn more about it, there is a pricing table. You can just search for Snowflake pricing table. It will give you details of different Cortex functions and container pricing, warehouse compute pricing, and so on. And happy to talk offline as well. Thank you.
There was a gentleman up front. Can we have a mic move there, please? Quickly. And we'll start with the gentleman at the back who already has the mic. Please, go ahead. You already have the mic. So you have to speak in the mic. Yeah.
Hi, this is Pankaj from MetLife. And my question is, does Snowflake have pre-built Gen AI models as per domains as well?
Sorry, can you repeat? It was not very clear.
So does Snowflake have pre-built Gen AI models for different domains like insurance or travel industries?
Very good question, actually. I don't think we have models categorized by domains as such, but we have use cases on domains. So what we have done is we call them industry data clouds. Like there is a financial services data cloud, and there are specific use cases and applications on financial services. For example, asset management, or in insurance, claim detections, right? How do you find the claim is fraudulent or not by some things? So over a period of time, we have those experiences fine-tuned for those domains. So we will have know-how of them. So models are either Snowflake's own models, like I talked about Arctic family, or the available on state-of-the-art models from other companies, which are available on the marketplace. So we have domain-specific, I would say, know-how and use cases, but these models are not domain-specific. So let's say Bloomberg has created a industry-specific data model. They can offer it on the marketplace. But we are not creating the domain-specific models yet. Maybe one day. But we have specific partners and use cases around them.
And one more questions on that part.
So, apologies, we have a lot of other people. We'll do one question per person.
We can talk
Thank you.
offline as well.
Yeah, we'll do a lot of conversations on the outside. The gentleman up front, please.
One quick question. So we also have one of the use cases the way you explained. We have millions of literature search. So do you also give and enable the deep search in the images? So for example, if I say this is the structure of benzene, and then I want to search into all the literatures having benzene in chemical reactions. Some kind of deep search.
I will have to take that question back and come back to you, whether the either the document AI or Cortex search can address that or not. Generally, we have seen document AI being very good at like detecting the images, and even if something is not human readable, it does a good job at that. What you're really talking about is like the semantic meaning from the image and then like finding the associated content with that, right?
I'm saying image-based search. So I take an image,
yeah,
put it in the chat window, and then it search all the
right,
other images. Right.
So could you hold the mic closer to
Got it, got it. So image-based search basically where you scan the image and based on that retrieve the associated content with that, yeah. I think that's where the computer vision type use cases will come into the picture. The landing AI application I was talking about, I think that should really help there. But let me find the answer and come back to you, yeah?
We'll come to the gentleman in the middle. Please go ahead.
Yes, please.
Yeah. So myself, Gunasegaran from AstraZeneca.
Yeah.
Okay. So we have been doing some implementation with Snowflake Cortex. Like we have implemented some RAG-based applications. So in the previous session also, we have been hearing about some hybrid search.
Yeah.
Like with the RAG-based application, like we have implemented like semantic search, like vector search we have implemented.
Yeah.
So just want to understand, like with the Snowflake, right? So how this semantic search as well as this hybrid search works? Because we have some use cases. That is, like we have some structured data as well as unstructured data available in the Snowflakes.
Right,
like
right.
where we have an ability to query the data, which might be in the RAG-based application, like that will be having the text, images, or whatever the file formats, like which will be applicable in the Snowflake warehouse.
Yeah, yeah.
So just want to understand, like how we can perform this in a single query, either this hybrid search as well as the semantic search with a large data set.
Yeah, yeah. No, that's a great question. So basically, the first step would be the embeddings out of that. So whether it is unstructured data or structured data. The good thing with structured data is it is already in tables. So it is in some form which is queryable and searchable. With unstructured data, there is an additional step involved. So we have models to embed this into vector space, right? So the first step will be something like embedding, and then that goes into the table on which we build the search index. And then when a question comes in, there is a bit of maybe something you do in the application. Like in Streamlit, we can say, hey, looking at the query, go to the Cortex search or go to the Cortex analyst. So we have customers who implemented this kind of, let me call it agentic workflows, and deciding where to take this query, to the unstructured data index or to the structured data index, and then give the response back. So there are use cases. We can talk more offline. But essentially, there is, you build this framework. There are underlying services like the unstructured data search and structured data search, and then you lay out the application on top of it to go here or there. Yeah? Thanks.
Go ahead, the gentleman in the middle.
Yeah.
Yeah.
My question is actually a follow-up question on the gentleman, from the gentleman who asked.
Sure.
So is the Gen AI with Snowflake, is it multimodal or unimodal at this point?
Right, right. No, great question. The multimodal, so right now, we don't have multimodal LLMs. The LLMs I talked about Arctic are mostly doing text, instruction following, or code generation. For the multimodal ones, we have either models available in the marketplace, like the lending.ai I talked about, or from other providers, which can be brought in and deployed. So like you don't have to restrict only to Snowflake provided models. You can choose the model which is fitting best your requirement and deploy them in Snowflake containers via the marketplace. So we definitely have, for example, OpenAI Whisper. For audio transcription to the text, there is OpenAI Whisper model, which is available, that can be deployed in containers. We have a use case and reference architecture documenting that. Similarly, on the images, for example, looking at the telecom tower and then saying, hey, where should I really place it, for example, or is it in the right vicinity or not? You can do that image analysis. So there are models which can be deployed from the marketplace on Snowflake. we don't have to necessarily make all the models ourselves because we are, like, we're not saying we are the LLM company, but we have the platform and infrastructure to deploy all these LLM models. So today you have the multi-models which can be deployed in Snowflake.
So primarily the studio, which is like a pre-built from Snowflake, that does not support multi-model. Can we say that? And a notebook where you can call the models, maybe from Hugging Face or wherever.
Yeah,
that's where you can go the multi-model.
That's right. So the studio is getting expanded. I would say right now Studio supports few things like Cortex Search, the built-in ML models and so on. But this, basically the Studio will get expanded to support more and more things in future, where you can do more things from the low-code, no-code interface. But you are right. You can do this from the
What
notebook.
is the model behind Studio?
So if you don't mind, can we take these questions offline?
We can talk, yeah.
And that is unfortunately our time, so can we hear a big round of applause to the gentleman on stage?
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you very much for this conversation. And as you can see, a lot more people with a lot more questions. So hopefully we shall take that offline. We're going to go on to the introduction for the next session very quickly because we would like to stick to our schedule. We're going to talk about growth and innovation powered by state-of-the-art technology, data, and analytics. This talk describes how American Express uses technology, data, and analytics to deliver industry-best credit and fraud metrics. And to deliver this talk, we have with us a leader who has 15+ years of experience in risk management across US and international portfolios. Once again, we're going to take the lights down, and I'm requesting your focus to the screen, please. Please welcome to the stage Vice President Credit and Fraud Risk at American Express, Richa Ashwathi. With a big round of applause. Thank you.
Hi everyone, you can hear me well? Yes? Okay. So I just wanted to start by saying a big thanks to all of you for coming for our talk. A leader once said that, Richa, whenever somebody agrees to give you their time, the very first thing you should do is thank them for their time. And you can use that advice in every single setting, be it a one-on-one, be it an interview, right? So thank you so much for coming and listening to us. What I intend to do today is cover with you how we are driving growth and innovation at American Express. I represent perhaps one of the strongest brands in the world, right? We are American Express. I've got a bunch of stats here on the slide, which you can see. I'm not going to read through them. One of the largest companies in financial services. Perhaps when you think about American Express, the very first thing which comes to your mind is our brand, right? We have one of the most valuable brands in the world. The company was founded in 1850. 173, 174 odd years since it has existed, has stayed relevant, has innovated, moved on with time. And anybody who works for us, right, with the pace of growth that we have seen in the last few years, and I will come to that in a bit, would actually ask, what exactly helps us, right? 100% it's our brand. If you are associated with us in any capacity, you will know that we have your back, right? If you are our colleague, somebody who works with us, we are known to be the best employer in US in financial and insurance services, right? If you are our card member, you know that we are going to deliver a lot of value for you. Perhaps customer service is one of the most common things that we are very famous for in the industry. And lastly, if you are our shareholder, right? We take how we service and how we provide value to our shareholders and value creation for them very seriously. What you will see on the screen here on the left-hand side is how company has grown in the last few years. You will see our EPS at the bottom of the screen. It's grown more than 3 times. And more interestingly, and I think it's a fascinating stat, that about 23, 24 years back in 2010, we were a company which was a scale of $28 billion in revenue, right? And since then, our revenue has more than doubled. it's amazing, right? And what's even more fascinating is the fact that how fast we have grown out of the pandemic, right? We've actually gone from a growth rate of 6% per year to right now about like 19% per year. Right? And what I wanted to give you an idea was that the business unit that I represent, which is credit and fraud risk at American Express, what is the role that we guys are playing in driving that growth? And what are some of the use cases for Gen AI that we are involved in implementing for our company, right? I actually also, I primarily work on our international markets. I manage new accounts underwriting for 22 of our international markets. And I've been with the company for 15 plus years. So I'm going to give you a flavor of what are the dynamics of when you actually work in international markets, what are the challenges that you have, and how we are trying to overcome some of those challenges through innovations that we are driving, right? But now back to the story of where I started, right? So the company is growing really fast, and the question really is, how has American Express managed to grow this fast in the last 6 years, right? And how we've managed to grow this fast in the last 6 years is primarily through the 7 things which we have listed here for you, right? Again, I'm not going to go through all of these 7 things. It needs its own space and time. But I wanted to focus on was what you see here as disciplined credit risk capabilities, which are widening the gap versus our competitors. Now, we are actually known to have the industry best credit and fraud risk performance, right? How do we deliver that? We deliver that with our very unique business model, right? If I can give you a sneak peek, and if you've actually heard American Express talks in the past, it's something called as a closed loop, right? What that simply means is that we issue our own cards. We also acquire the merchants where the transactions happen. And the network which is being used for our card members to spend at those merchants is also ours, right? So we've got complete control over the data and any transaction which is happening, right? So we know who we want to approve or who we don't want to approve when somebody comes and asks us for a credit card. We know, once we have approved you, which transaction we want to approve and which transaction we are going to decline, whether it is the fact that we are not going to make money on that transaction or the fact that it looks like it's likely a fraud risk, right? And lastly, we also ensure that while we do this, we give the best customer experience, right? How do we do that, right? It basically has 3 pillars. So how we are using the closed loop to deliver value in credit and fraud risk results, it's primarily through 3 pillars. We have data, technology, and analytics, right? And what I'm going to do through the course of this presentation is talk to you about how we are driving innovation for all of these 3 pillars in the space that we work in for international markets, right? Let me start with technology. Now, in terms of technology, I will say that whenever we are thinking of building our technology and product infrastructure, whether you're dealing with like a US-type portfolio or you're dealing with a relatively smaller portfolio which has a relatively larger remit, but it's very fragmented, there are 3 things, 3 pillars, or 3 principles, I will say, that you always have to take into account. Number 1. If you deliver a product infrastructure, if you deliver a technology infrastructure, you should aim to make it at scale, right? Try to not build it as a bespoke solution for a specific problem. So for example, when in 2014, when we had rolled out our first machine learning models in our company, and I think it's very well-known knowledge that we use GBM as one of the key algorithms for credit and fraud prediction, we had rolled it out at scale, right? Although we started with US, now we are actually rolling out global models, which are a single model which is running for all of the countries that we operate in, and that single model is actually, when it's rolled out at scale, right? The second piece that the technology needs to enable for us is that it needs to make sure that we are keeping up with innovation, right? Keeping up with innovation in terms of how fast we are adopting to the data landscape that we are looking in the industry. And I'll give you a glimpse of what data landscape looked like when 15 years back when I started working in the company versus what it looks like now. Right? And second piece is that when you end up, again, working on relatively smaller problems, you have a lot of issues of data disparity. How do you solve for those problems of data disparity? What are the tools that you should have in your toolkit which will help you create better models, stronger models, more stable models, more efficient models? Right? And lastly, I'm not going to touch upon this a lot, but needless to say, you only have a license to operate if you can manage the regulations well. We take this very, very seriously. And I think everybody knows how well we took when RBI had come and told us that we needed to localize our payments in India. Right? So let me start by give you an example of how we are delivering innovation on technology. Now, look at this slide, right? Anybody who has built models for the last 20, 25 years would probably resonate very well with this, right? When I was looking back in 2008, when I started working as an analyst, in the last few years, what I understood was that people were primarily just working with credit bureau data. It was Consumer Bureau, it was Experian and TransUnions of the world. We were dealing with our commercial portfolio, we were looking for commercial bureaus, we were also looking for financial statements. And if you end up working on, say, an onboarding problem, then you primarily just look at also the new accounts data that you collect from the customer, right? Somewhere in the middle, somewhere from 2011 to 2020, the conversation shifted a little bit more towards the metadata that we are collecting from in our conversations with our card member. So, for example, how it manifested for us was that, oh, hey, now I'm collecting an email from this customer. What does this email tell me about this card member? I have this phone number. What does this phone number tell me for this card member? And we were buying a lot of data from third parties that were giving a lot of information about all of this metadata that we were collecting. And think about device, think about phone, think about email, think about cookies, many, many, many things, right? But, however, back in 2020, and we all know what happened in 2020, things got tough. And I'll tell you why things got tough. Suddenly, we were dealing with businesses, we were dealing with card members, and we could no longer use all the data that we had in terms of their past performance with us, right? Why? Imagine in 2020, a business comes and asks me, please give me a limit increase. How can I use their financial, which I collected back in 2019, to give them a limit increase? Right? For all I know, that business is no longer working, right? We are sitting in COVID, right? So what we realized was that all the intelligence that we may have collected in the last few years and which are becoming our pillars of underwriting no longer work, right? So what did we do? We actually pivoted to starting to use more real-time assessment of a card member performance and understanding their cash flows, the business's cash flows better. And we started looking at banking data. One of the newer things that we're starting to look at is invoice data. When you think about invoice, think of data sources like GST. A lot of companies are starting to assimilate that data and give it to us for businesses, right? So when the banking data started coming to us, right, we said that, hey, you know what, you need a limit increase along with me understanding your financials. Now I need to know how much money you have in your bank. And I need to know how consistently you have that money in that bank, right? What that did was that I was trying to turn a maybe into a yes, right? Imagine somebody who's X% of risk, and I don't think I can approve them because I'm not sure whether I'm going to make money on this person or not, right? So I'm going to ask this person, give me your bank statement, give them to me for X number of months, and I'm going to go back and I'm going to see whether I can approve you or not. It basically needed us to do 3 things. Number 1, and if you're actually into risk management, the very first thing you will realize when you start dealing with any sort of statement is that people will start faking it very, very soon, right? So you have to determine the authenticity. Once you know this person is not faking it, you have to extract the information out of it. In technical terms, it's called as spreading. And once you've got the information with you, you also then need to use it to derive intelligence, right? When we started this journey 3 years back, the authenticity was primarily rule-based. There was always a human in the loop. In case we were finding issues with the documents that we were receiving. We are right now on the path to transform the whole authenticity part of using bank statements to making it completely automated using Gen AI algorithms. Right? When I think about extraction, the problems with extractions that we were facing was, and you're going to face it with any sort of document that you work with, right? Like, be it like a bank statement, be it like any sort of other statement that you have collected which needs to be spreaded. The problem is that it may not be very accurate. It may take very long to get it done. It may also be very expensive, depending on who you use to get the extraction, right? Again, even for extraction, what we are trying to do is that build an in-house almost real-time solution which can extract the information out using AI tools with which we can completely and fully automate the process, right? The last thing that we want to do is go back to this individual who came and asked us for a credit on, say, Monday, go back to them on Wednesday and tell them that, you know what, I actually don't like the document you gave me because it was 1 year old. Right? You want to tell them when they are with you in the conversation, sitting on their laptop, and they've given you that document, you want to tell them in near real time that this document will not work, you have to give us something else, right? And that's the experience that we want to deploy. And lastly, I will say in terms of deriving intelligence, I think this was an area where we did fairly well. We started with using average balances, max balances, no-good checks, bounce checks, those kind of things that you end up seeing in bank statement. A lot of analyst-driven intelligence. But right now, we are again we want to go to a more mature estimation of, say, could we predict a revenue out of that bank statement? Could I predict an income? Could I have an automated way of understanding the risky signals which are coming out of that statement? And all of that is being created through the AI algorithms, right? Now let me move on to the second pillar, right? So I just spoke about technology and how we are using technology to change the way we do our banking solutions. When you think about data, right? And especially when I think about data in international markets, one of the biggest problems, ever pervasive problem, is that data is very, very disparate. The form factor of data is different for every single market that you deal with. The same GST data which comes in Mexico versus the same GST data which comes in India is completely different, right? So I literally cannot use the same solution that I deploy in one market and then just assume that it works for another market. Similarly, what does a bank statement look like in this market versus in Japan versus Australia versus UK? Completely different, right? In Japan, apparently, you cannot download a native PDF from your bank. Can you imagine, right? Like, you go to a bank website, but it doesn't let you download your bank statements. It's that strange. So you just have to ensure that how are you going to create a solution which can be built at scale across all markets, especially when you deal with solutions when the data is in very different form factors across markets, right? So one of the techniques, I will say, which has worked very well for us in the last few years, and this is something that we are constantly innovating and trying to understand how we will be able to maximize the intelligence which goes into our models, is through transfer learning, right? Now, transfer learning essentially involves distilling learning from one data set and applying it to another data set, right? It's actually, on the left-hand side, what I have is transfer learning, what are the industry use cases where it is used today, primarily in image recognition. One use case was that a model which is trained on 40 million images is used as a starting point, and then fine-tune another model to figure out whether there's a dog in the picture, right? Now, how are we using it, and why did we find it useful? Now, the reason we found it useful was because, again, in the last 3 years, we started seeing some really worrying signs that on our businesses, where we were incurring really large losses, our models were not performing to the levels that we needed them to perform. Right? Now, these models are built at scale, remember, right? And these are all machine learning models. These are like some of the best algorithms that we are using, but they're still not able to do the job when we end up seeing a large loss. So what do? What we realized as we were trying to study this data was that when I look at my portfolio, and this is, again, a commercial portfolio, I actually don't have latest financials for a lot of those businesses on file. I don't have them. We don't collect them. We don't need them, right? Because we have all the payment history and the transaction patterns. So I don't need to ask and bother these businesses for their financials all the time. And we don't have them, right? So my coverage of financials of businesses that are on my portfolio is very little. But when I start looking at my large losses, that coverage is 5 times, 6 times, significantly higher, right? Now, what happens is that large losses don't happen as often, right? But they give me a very large loss. But when my model is trained on everyone, what that does is that information which is significantly more present for large losses does not really factor into the decisions, right? So I actually want my models to learn from that information when I see a large loss, but that's really not the way we model, right? So when we started to see this, one of the ideas was that should we think of changing the way we do these model developments? And one of the ideas was that let's think of 2 stages. And by the way, we guys have all, like, as some of the practitioners of machine learning models and AI models, you will think that we've all been through that road of should we have different segments for different models, and we've done all the due diligence which we needed to do to prove to people that, hey, say back in 2014, I used to have 53 segments in a model which used to work on, say, a US portfolio, right? Who has time to make 53 models, right? I have to end up delivering 5 models in a year. I'm not going to make those many models, right? So we did extensive research to understand that we actually, with machine learning models, we actually don't need to have a lot of segmentation-driven approach in our model. So we globalized all of the models, right? But this approach is different, right? This approach says that if you're actually dealing with the data where the intelligence that you have is very different on a select set of segment, and that segment is of a huge strategic importance to you, you have to think about it differently, right? So what we're trying to do now is that we're trying to build a stage 1 model where we just use a select knowledge, and we're going to build that model just for that select knowledge, right? I'm going to restrict what model learns from that knowledge because I don't want model to think about anything else. I just want model to learn from that select knowledge. And then I'm going to build a stage 2 where I'm going to insert that stage 1 model and then just train with every other knowledge, right? What this is helping us do is that when you end up encountering a situation where some particular information was not factoring into the situations, now you've forced the model to use that information and then take that decision for you, right? So I think you guys, like those of you who are practitioners of machine learning, I will ask you guys to think through whether this solution can also work for some of the problems you're working on. And lastly, I want to talk about the third pillar, which is analytics. Now, anybody would know that you can have the best of technology, you can have state-of-the-art technology, you can have the best product engineers, you have the best infrastructure, you have the best data, right? But if you don't have a team which is actually thinking through what kind of analytics are we going to drive out of that infrastructure, out of that data, it simply won't work, right? So what I was doing for my first 10 years with American Express was that I was just building models. So I was building models, I was seeing how they impact decisions, I was looking at different kind of problems, fraud models, credit models, application models, bust-out models, third party, first party, all of that, right? And then I realized that I need to move on from understanding what exactly are the models doing versus how exactly are these models used, right? Which is where the part of analytics and strategy comes into play. And I think all of us have to remember that ultimately all of these machine learning models are delivering value for the business. You have to think about value creation all the time. And in a similar context that I was just speaking about banking data, the whole conversation 3 years back had only started with turning a maybe into a yes, right? It was simply about, could I approve this card member who is X% risk, and I don't think I can use their past financial data to approve them, but I can use like an alternate data like a bank to approve them. However, very soon, all of us together in analytics thought that, hey, you know what? Now I have a business. This business is telling me that they have $100,000 in their bank every single month, and I know that that cash flow is consistent, right? And I've now decided, instead of declining them, I'm going to approve them. However, the line that I'm going to give on that decision is going to be a very small line if I just use my BAU decisions, right? What good is that going to do, right? If I end up giving a line of $5,000 to a business with a cash flow of 100,000, right? So we very soon realized that the decision has to be full cycle of the business. We have to think about not just decisions not just siloed into a single decision point, but it has to factor into all the other decisions that we are taking downstream. And we are now starting to use some of our processes to starting to give significantly higher limits on the data that we are collecting, right? One word of caution that I will give you guys is that as you guys are thinking about these use cases, be it whatever technique that you're using, the best of algorithms, the best of data, the best of analytics, one thing that you guys always have to remember is the permissibility of you using that data, right? If I have told this individual that I'm going to use this data to approve or decline you, I don't have any right to use it anywhere else, right? So I have to ensure that when I'm doing all of this fancy analytics, I'm trying to use the data across the card member lifecycle, I have the right permissibility to be using that data, not just for that decision and that point in time, but across the lifecycle, right? So ensure that you keep that in mind when you're taking that decision. So I think that was pretty much the message that we wanted to give you. I represent credit and fraud risk team at American Express. We are actually a team of 1,700 plus individuals. We are based in Gurgaon and Bangalore. And we call ourselves the global hub of innovation for American Express. And most of the innovation which is around analytics, most of our strategy which is on international markets, and a lot of US related strategy teams are actually based in our Gurgaon and Bangalore centers. And if you guys have any questions, I can perhaps take them right now.
Can we have a mic move to the front, please?
Hi, Richa. This is Manjula here.
Yeah, sorry, okay, there you are.
So I just want to know how you are trying to identify the tampered documents in case if you have been using. What are the strategies which you have been using for identifying the tampered documents?
Yeah. Look, it's a big problem. Any sort of fraud problem in any sort of financial or payment, any kind of payment device, fraud is one of the key OpEx sucker, right? There was a time when we did not have, the credit cards did not have a chip embedded in them, right? And when you did not have a chip embedded in them, one of the key things that we used to be worried about was that you're just going to lose your card, and somebody's going to take that card, is going to spend that card, right? When we started embedding the chips on the card, the problem actually moved away from somebody just stealing your card to somebody stealing your identity, right? The fraudsters are too smart. You have to move very fast with them, and that's exactly what we started to see when we looked at documents. We have differentiated solutions for document authentication versus document usability, right? Whether this document is for the time period that I'm requesting, whether this actually is the same bank account number that this person gave me, that this individual who's applying for the card, right? God knows whose bank statement are you giving. The bank statement itself could be tampered with, right? So we've got separate solutions for whether we can use that bank statement or whether we can accept it, and separately whether it is actually authenticated or not, right? Some of that was being done in-house, some of that was outsourced. We are on that journey to completely automating it through Gen AI tools, and our expectation is that in another couple of months we are going to completely authenticate all of the bank statement fraud-related issues in-house using AI algorithms.
Hey. Very much. There's a person at the back. Please go ahead.
Hey, Richa, thanks so much. That was a great session. My name is Rahul. I'm from MathWorks, and we spoke about responsible AI yesterday.
Yes.
I want to understand in terms of you mentioned responsible AI as well in the beginning. So for Gen AI specifically, and some of the other models that you have, do you have any internal governance framework that you've set up? Or is that are you working towards it? And if so, how are you trying to retrofit that around Gen AI? That's one of my questions.
So hi Rahul, thanks for the question. I'll say it cannot be retrofitted. As you have to implement any sort of Gen AI solution or a machine learning solution, it has to come hand in hand, right? Think of any other machine learning algorithm, right? If you actually work on any US related problem, or even for that matter, international problems, one of the biggest things that you have to do is about explainability of the solution, right? If this person comes and calls me, why did you decline this transaction? Why did you decline this application? We need to have that reason very clearly called out, that this is the reason why we declined you, right? So one of the things when we started doing when we were looking at machine learning algorithms was that the explainability, the model cannot go live unless we can very clearly state and understand the reasons for why model is going up or why model is going down. So those tools were built in-house. As we have progressed, and there are more, as technology has progressed, this work was actually done by the same team who was building the algorithms. So we had an AI labs team here in Bangalore. So that team was actually involved in creating the algorithm package for us, and then also for us to understand the explainability of it. As we've moved on to using more Gen AI related tools, we now have an AI governance team in place, which is actually a separate team from the team which is building algorithms, but those teams have to work very closely hand in hand. And if you work in any bank, you will know you have to go through all the approvals that you need before you can actually go ahead and use any algorithm, right? So we are very closely looking at which use cases Gen AI is going to be will help us deliver value, and those use cases are actually approved by a committee which has been set up with its own governance framework. And once that is done, there's enough value for that use case, the work happens, and then once an implementation happens, you again have to go through the motions of approval, right? So we've kind of like disintegrated and created like whole set of team which is looking at governance space.
The person in the front with the mic, please.
Thanks, Richa. I have a question here.
Sir, if you don't mind, we have a gentleman up front with the mic. We'll come to you in a bit. The person up front with the mic, please go ahead.
Hi, ma'am. Thanks. First of all, it's an amazing masterclass on credit risk model dev. Now, I have one question. Given the rigidity of the regulators and their love for regression models and decision trees, what are the challenges you're facing when you want to incorporate the new modeling techniques and the modeling process, and also a bit of what type of models we are specifically using?
Versus regression, you said?
Yeah.
Oh, man. So, you know what? When I was a modeler, and I was back in 2013, 2012, I was working on fraud-related problems. My US fraud model, I think I quoted that number 53. I still remember that number. 53 segments in that logistic regression model. The kind of documentation that we had to do on that model was just nuts, right? When we actually move to machine learning algorithms, and the algorithm that we use is GBM. It's very well known industry. We actually use many more algorithms. We use NNN, we started to use deep learning, we are using different algorithms for document authentication, but primarily most of our fraud and credit risk models are GBM models. We've actually worked on improving the algorithm over a period of time. It has massively improved the amount of time it takes to create a model, deliver that model to the market, from it being like one model refresh in 2 years to 3 model refreshes in a single year, right? So what you have to remember is what this gentleman was just saying, which is it's not just about building a machine learning model. In a market like US, you cannot use a model unless you can explain what the model output is, right? So it's not just about just using a swanky algorithm and implementing it. You should have the model which gives the output, can explain the output, right? That has to be built before that solution is delivered. It doesn't come later. It has to go hand in hand. Okay?
We're unfortunately out of time, but sir, very quickly your question.
Yes, I'll come to the point. Could you please share some of your thoughts and insights on AI risk management
how you see it's different from traditional risk management domains that we have, like fraud and risk.
I think we can speak about it a little bit more, but I think in fraud risk, we are using significantly more advanced tools for tools like using biometrics, multiple factor authentication, et cetera, to thwart all the fraud attempts which happen both from first party, third party transaction, right? I will say that we are actually using similar algorithms to detect both fraud and credit. So the algorithms work more beautifully across the board. The difference becomes that, say, there is usually more stability in a credit trend. So even if, say, I don't refresh a credit model for, say, 6 months or 7 months, it's probably fine. My fraud model has to move very, very, very fast, right? So it depends on the problem that you're dealing with. In the old world, the model refreshes used to be very, very slow. So it used to significantly slow down how fast we could react to the emerging trends. But now that we have Gen AI machine learning, we can actually deliver those models to the market very, very fast. We build at scale. We don't build any bespoke solutions, and whatever models are developed, they're actually deployed at the exact same time across all the markets we operate in. But if you have more questions, I can perhaps take them later.
So it seems like there are a lot more questions. Where would you be available after this?
Yes, I'm around.
Where? Outside? Yeah, right outside these doors? Yes. Fantastic. So those of you all with questions, please head outside these doors. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Huge round of applause for her on stage. Thank you once again. It is time for us to dive very quickly into the next talk. This is going to be the first talk along the lines of an AI journey. This is where we will learn to simulate interdisciplinary dialogue and highlight the transformative potential of Gen AI in bridging the digital and material realms of scientific research. This talk will be delivered by a seasoned leader with over 10 years of experience managing R&D teams. He's developed more than 10 AI-driven IT products for major industrial companies. We're going to give you all a few seconds to settle down before we make the introduction of the next speaker, requesting you all to kindly settle down. Just giving you all a few seconds, just in case you're clearing the hall, and to settle down, get the best seats and whatnot. Thank you very much. We're going to take the lights down, requesting your kind attention to the screen, please. Please welcome to the stage Simeon Budioni, Head of Advanced AI Technology Development Division, Sbir Research Consultant, AIRI, with a huge round of applause to Cypher 2024.
Thank you. Thanks, guys. Yeah, first I would like to thank everyone for coming, and it's a big honor to be here in this marvelous country, in this beautiful city, and in this very conference. So let me introduce myself briefly. My name is Simeon Budioni. Yes, I'm responsible for research in one of the biggest technology companies in Russia. It's Sber. I'm also a researcher at Artificial Intelligence Research Institute, AIRI. And my focus today will be mainly on generative AI. So it's the core technology which is enabler, which changed much not only in business but in our daily routine. And my core idea is to give a picture of what we can extract from Gen AI, not limiting only with digital modalities, but also physical ones. And I will share our own results, research results, and probably you will change your mindset a little bit. But first, I would like to begin with this phrase. Raise your hands, those who knows this guy and who knows this phrase. Do you agree with this statement? You don't agree. Raise your hands who agrees with the statement in this slide. Okay, so he said that managers that use AI will replace those that do not. So, and I think that our mindset, or as a researcher, our mindset correlates with this phrase, and I think that we have to invest much in this technology and to find all all possible applications, and those who don't do this, they will lose. It's an issue of time. So let's switch over the presentation now. So the first thing I would pay attention to is the idea that the core technology of Gen AI is covered by M3 concept. So the M3 concept is quite straightforward. It's multitasks. So all generative models like text-to-text models like GPT, ChatGPT, Gemini, Claude, etc., they can be kind of universal models. Any task that can be formulated in text, it can be solved with the text models, right? So the second one is multimodality. The world of modalities is quite rich. So now we can work with text, images, sounds, even videos, etc. And we can not only generate, but we can solve perception problems like vision models, right? And the third, but not least, the concept of M3 is the last M is related with so-called multi-agents. So there is a big issue in scientific world how to make our models more robust and probably not so high consuming. So that's why multi-agents is the next enabler. So here are some, in our opinion, here are some of key outlines, key milestones in AI, and for sure, for no doubt, that's not the total list, but the core technology was transformer. Thanks to this technology, we have come to generative AI. So the paper attention is all you need is one of the challenging paper. The core idea of this paper results into all generative AI. Here's the metrics of not probably all the SOTA models, but one of the crucial ones. So these metrics can be read as the follows. So in the columns, there is the input. So it could be whatever, text, image, video, 3D. And in the rows, there are output modalities. For example, text-to-text is a model like ChatGPT or GigaChat. It's our model that we are developing in Sber. It could be Gemini, Claude, etc. If we want to generate image, so the idea is the same. You are input the text and you're receiving the image. It could be Midjourney, Stable Diffusion, and Kandinsky. It's our models that we are developing. But the problem is that Gen AI is living in digital world. It's being learned on digital data. It's being fine-tuned on digital data. It generates digital data, and it lives, it stays in this digital world. But what if I say that digital modalities, it's not the only world with which the Gen AI can work? Imagine that tomorrow, or even today, Gen AI can generate new drugs, new materials, new structures, something that is physical, something we can touch, right? And in my opinion, we don't invest sufficiently into working with these modalities, and I will describe later why. So yeah, just an example of well-known modality models like text-to-text. We have our own model which is called GigaChat, is being developed in Sber. So it's one of the SOTA models in Russia that we are developing, and we have integrated it into the business of biggest bank in Russia, and it works well done. And my colleagues at the frame of this conference will cover with more details this topic. Next, we have developed the models that generate images, videos, etc. So it's the model Kandinsky. Here we have adopted this technology in interest of our company ELSA, and many business representatives in Russia are exploiting our models. So there are many other examples. So evidently, text-to-video model is the next generation which we are waiting for. We even try to generate some animations that are correlated with the culture of the region where we are right now. It's quite marvelous, in my opinion. I think it reflects a little bit the culture of your country. Yeah, so probably right now, you're not surprising with the results like this, because there is an abundance of models that can generate the content like that, right? So, and as I have already mentioned before, yeah, so we can even work with images. It's our platform, Fusion Brain. We can even work by editing the images and working with prompt, like in ADAP tool. We can change some regions. So we're developing it also, and again, there are many consumers. There are millions of consumers that exploiting this platform. But I have said before that the world of modalities is richer. It's not only digital modalities. And the core idea is the following. So the core pipeline of generating AI is to put somehow the prompt engineering, to put the prompt at the entrance of some AI models, and as the output we are expecting to receive beautiful images, videos, sounds, etc. But the idea is that from architectural point of view, from technical point of view, from the point of view of neural architectures, the same idea which is being exploited in AI here can be used for synthesis of some physical objects, of some materials, drugs, again. And our interest in IURI, at the Institute of Artificial Intelligence, was to transfer our expertise from this pipeline to this one. The only difference here is that we have to add some constraints of physics, right? So if we want to synthesize, if we want to generate, for example, some materials, for example, for solar energy, we need to be aware of the respecting of physical laws, of laws of physics, right? So, and there is a trend which is called physics-constrained or physics-informed neural networks. So it means that while learning data, while learning models on big abundance of data, of physical data, we have to apply somehow their physical models. And that's what we are doing. And actually, it's fruitful, it gives interesting results. And what we are motivated mostly in generating some physical objects is the business metrics, which is called time to market, right? So it always takes much time to generate something. And Gen AI is an enabler in terms of not only enhancing on business process, but also of speeding up of these processes, right? So we can do some things rather faster. We can write text for advertisement faster. We can process documents faster, right? So the time market is reduced. And in materials, it could be polymers, it could be metals, it could be semiconductors. From the idea to the production, this pipeline is a quite long trip, so it could take about 20 years. And the question for scientific community, for me in particular, is can we apply Gen AI here to reduce this track? Can we reduce it from 20 years to 10 years, from 10 years to 1 year, from 1 year to 6 months? If we succeed, it means that we can change their manufacturing processes, the businesses which are working with engineering. And my next colleague, Evgeny, will cover this topic in details elsewhere. And the good question, and the good news is that, yes, it's possible. And we can not only reduce the time to market, we also can make some kind of revision of all possible relations we can extract. Imagine if we take the periodic table of elements and imagine how many new materials we can generate from that. And the number is enormous. So the number is like 10 power 100. It's more than stars in the space, visible stars. So it motivates us to keep searching for new materials from periodic table And if we combine perfectly deep learning approaches with ab initio is what we're calling physics, we can even go to finding new challenging materials in ecological points, in optical points, in mechanical points, in chemical points, etc. And the pipeline we have developed is quite straightforward. So to do that, we have divided our research into 3 steps, into 3 blocks. So the first one is we have to apply somehow neural networks to learn the available data. So as the input, it could be the lattice, the atoms. As the output, it could be energy or some properties of the material. After we have learned these models, we have to have the access to physics experiments. We have to validate our results respecting the results of real experiments, and they are quite expensive, and that's the bottleneck. The next block, once we have learned this architecture, we can solve kind of reverse problems. We can now say the generative AI model, say, okay, I have the material which is being applied in solar energy, and I want to enhance its efficiency. Please find any candidates of new materials that respect my conditions. That's the inverse problem. And the third one is the synthesis block. We need to manufacture this material. And the world of data, I mean, the way we are looking to the physical data changes at the epoch of AI. If before, for example, here's the particular case of semiconductor materials. So semiconductor materials is an enabler because all our devices like this device or cell phones or laptops, they are all produced from semiconductor materials, right? So if before we have worked with some kind of these diagrams, so at the presence of AI, it's changing a little bit. So here is an example of the world of superconductors. And as you see, the number of all possible materials is an abundant. So, and we need to apply AI somehow to find new interesting materials. In the context of superconductors, what we are expecting, we want to extract the material which is superconducting in our ambient conditions, ambient temperature and ambient pressure. And here are some results which we went through, and we succeeded not only in prediction, but also in synthesis. All of these 4 examples were synthesized by our researchers. It means that we have passed through the pipeline from the idea to manufacturing. And there are some of the examples of the models we are applying. These models are not the newest one. They are quite old, but anyway, they can be applied with a success. So when we are working with materials, we can predominantly apply graph-based neural networks like SpinConv. What's the core difference from applying neural networks to classical modalities from the case when we are applying them to physical world? As I have said before, we need to respect physics, and in particular, if we take the molecule and we want to make the regression model which predicts its energy, it's obvious that if we change this molecule in terms of the space, I mean, if I move this molecule somehow or rotate, if there are no any external forces, obviously the energy of the system mustn't change. So this information must be covered by neural networks. So it means that we need to put this information somehow inside. And that's what is different. That's due to this feature, the complex of neural networks applying to physics. So, and if we apply for some other aspects from physics, like Voronoi tessellation, we can come to enhancement of the quality of our model. The more features from physics we apply to neural networks, the more robust they are becoming, and the probability of new material synthesis is becoming higher. The good news is that there are many benchmarks. So as you know, all Gen AI models are being learned on abundance of data. Even if speaking about LLM models, large linguistic models, they are being learned on all available data in the internet, right? So it's a good issue. But as for materials, we have to look for some specific benchmarks or data sets. And the good news is that they do exist. For molecules, for solids, that's a particular structure which we were generating with our models. And yeah, so as for data scientists, there are many, many data sets we can work with. We can learn these models, and our core idea is to make these data sets more available and to publish more data sets and more benchmarks. More benchmarks we have, more data scientists will have interest in investing their time, and more interesting results we can receive from that. As for the scales, I mean space scales, for which the Gen AI can be beneficial, is the following. We can work with the space where quantum effects appear. Even in this space, it's like nano or angstrom. And this is a particular result we have received. I will cover it in more details later. We can even work with the micro space scale. We can synthesize, for example, with generative AI models, we can synthesize the porosity structure in such a way that the material itself that was printed with polymers, so we can synthesize the structure in such a way that the solid properties will be enhanced. So that's another case. And the last but not least, we can even apply AI in so-called additive design, even for vehicles. Here is the latest example. We have come from the idea to the synthesis. Again, it took us about 3 months. Just 3 months was that was the time market. We asked ourselves, could we find the material with AI which in terms of hardness is close to corundum? That's one of the hardest materials. It's very beneficial for many manufacturing industries. And the answer was yes, it is. It's possible. That is the result of our synthesis. So the formula which we found for these materials was validated with the experiment. So probably I will skip this slide. That's a little bit more complicated. Another interesting case is that we synthesized another candidate for so-called quasi-crystals, quasi-lattices. This is a very interesting material for which some years ago there was a Nobel Prize for chemistry. One of the scientific representatives in this domain of physics has discovered this material. And the first reaction of scientific community was, it's impossible. And he was even fired from his laboratory because the scientific community didn't trust him. They said that these materials can't exist in the world. It's, in terms of physics, it's impossible. It's in contradiction with the classical theory of lattices. But few years later, the community revealed that yes, it is, it's possible, and even it can be validated experimentally. And then he received the Nobel Prize. And what we try to do is we ask ourselves, can we enrich the space of these materials, quasi-crystals? And the answer was yes, it is. And again, it took us about 6 months to go to finish this research. And we proved that if we calculate numerically this problem with quantum chemistry, it would take about 3 years. It's impossible, we haven't so much time. But if we apply somehow AI, Gen AI, we can reduce this time to 1 second. So it takes 1 second of inference to screen all possible materials candidates. And particular case, which is scandium, platinum, it's a binary metal, was synthesized, and we have validated our results in one of the top scientific journals, Crystal Growth Design. If you're interested, you can go through this link and read about our results with more details. So again, just 6 months from the idea to the validation of experiments. It's probably complicated for the audience here. My purpose is not just to speak only about physics. The core idea is just to give the mindset the world of modalities is richer, and physics is, in my opinion, is underestimated space of modalities we have to work with. And previously I said that we have invested into benchmarks and data sets, and we do this again. We do it elsewhere. We are actually making big data sets and make them available for data science community. That's one of the examples we are doing. And the phrase I want to summarize my presentation is the phrase of well-known scientist in Russia and in the world is Lev Landau. He said that all that is scientific and chemistry is physics, and the rest is cuisine. So as for cuisine, I like this phrase because as for me, as for data scientist who is working with many other modalities, in particular with materials, the attitude to ourselves is like working in cuisine. We need to find some recipes and from available data to find new dishes that will be beneficial for us, not only in terms of taste, but in terms of functionality. And we are also respecting their idea of sustainability. All our results received, in particular in case of new materials discovery, is screened with our library, which is called Eco2AI. So we need to track the impact on the ESG agenda, and we are estimating the energy consumption of our models, and we are trying to enhance our models in such a way that they don't only receive good results in scientific point, but also they must be very efficient in terms of electricity consumption. So here I finish with my speech, and what I would like to, I would also share the link of our institute. What I'd like to finish with is the world of modalities. Again, it's rather richer that we have used to work with. It's not only generating images, text, audios, videos. I want that all scientific community in data science, industry companies, institutes, universities, pay more attention to physical world, to physical assets, because if we have many, if we invest much our time and our efforts to physical assets, we can change not only the business of digital services, but also change the manufacturing processes, the industries, and the world we are living in. And I think that we are investing not sufficiently. We have to pay much more attention to that. So thank you for your attention. I think that we have some time for questions answering. We have about 5 minutes. If you have anyone, please don't hesitate. Thank you.
So lots of hands going up. We'll get the 3 gentlemen since they put their hand up first. Can we have mics go in quickly? So, yeah, whoever gets the mic first, please.
Yeah, the
go
first
ahead.
question, yes.
Yeah. I'm Nayan. My question is related to what you showed, the transformer and building the model. And you are saying there is some different space where we have not explored yet. So how that transformer will help to explore the space where the new material is available, which we have not explored yet?
So the only way is, so there are two ways actually for new data. So the first one is simulating. So the guys who are working with the physics, they do know that all the processes can be simulated with equations. There is numerical simulation. But it's not a good idea to work with that because it's covered with many limitations. The second source of data is experiments, and we have collaborate more and more with institutes that have labs with physical experiments, and we have to extract somehow this data to make this available for everyone. So the problem is that the weight of data in physical world is rather less than the data in the whole internet we have, in which classical Gen AI is living. So so the core idea is to extract more and more data from physical institutes, chemistry institutes to make them available. The example of such data set is materials genome. It's one of the biggest available data sets. That's a possible way, actually. Yeah? Any other questions?
Excellent.
Yes?
So this sort of generating new molecules, new compounds, it's a sort of a chemical synthesis. It is a virtual process. And if it comes to the realistic developing a prototype model, what are the characteristics we are building in the network AI model? Say temperatures, where the elements are fused together, or what are the environment to create to sustain that particular compound or element to be stable in the realistic view. That can be challenged through these neural networks? Whether what are the elements we discovered, is it a stable one, or can we go ahead with the further process?
Very good. Very good question. Very tricky question, actually. Yes. It's, as for scalability, it's a core issue of industries because the results I have shown before, they are limited with prototypes. So if you want them to be scaled in the industry, we have to be, we have to make some efforts to make these prototypes available in financial points of view. Because the materials that I have shown in terms of production, in terms of OpEx, operational costs, they are very expensive. It means if I want to sell them, I will not be beneficial at once in the market because I have to work with the enhanced properties I can provide to the industry and the cost of this prototype, right? And that's the core problem of scalability, is the first point. The second point, from technical point of view, the scalability is limited with tests, with validation tests. So it means that once we have the prototype and it respects our expectations, we need to make more and more physical tests to be sure that being applied in the industry, it will not fail. The cost for these tests is also expensive, and that's another bottleneck. So in a nutshell, that's the issue, that's the problem, but we have, anyway, it doesn't mean that we must stop our research in new materials discovery. We need to work and work again, and once it will be efficient in terms of financial. Thank you.
I have a question, actually. So we've been looking on the Gen AI capabilities on the manufacturing, right from drug discovery to molecules and thermal materials, and also on catalysts. So
we do.
Yeah,
we do.
What would be the data quality that you would expect to feed on the Gen AI models so that the expected output could be the more potential and probably the high one? And also, I have another one is like we have 3D printers to enable the physical Gen AI capabilities. Are we integrating this agentic framework to the 3D printers kind of thing so that we can produce more reliable Gen AI physical applications?
So as for the first question, yes, we do. We are working for collaboration partners that can provide us with particularly with experiments, because we are particularly working only with data. We are data scientists. We don't have access to labs. So, and that's why we are working with many partners, even from manufacturing industries. As for the second question, if you don't mind, respecting the time, I would stay here and probably we'll discuss in details, okay? Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thanks again. Yeah. Thanks, guys. Have a good day.
Our speaker from SBIR, like he said, we'll be stepping out, and in interest of time, so the next speaker is already here as well. Will you make yourself available outside? Yeah? Okay. Thank you very much. So I can see a lot of you are having your hands up for the questions, so please do step out. He will make himself available, and we will get on to the introduction of the next speaker. We can take the audience lights down, please. Thank you very much. For the next session, we have the second AI Journey talk for the festival, which will cover the concept of engineering AI in detail by providing some recent scientific results on its foundations. This talk will be delivered by a leader who has successfully implemented numerous industrial projects and has conducted extensive research on building models, methods, and algorithms for predictive analysis, keeping deep learning and generative models in mind. Requesting your kind attention to the screens. Please welcome Yevgeny Burnaev to the stage, Head of Learnable Intelligence, Research Group, and Head of Applied AI Center, Skoltech.
Okay, hi everybody, guys. So let's talk about engineering AI. Okay, this is my representation. Let's start. So all problems nowadays are mostly solved by artificial narrow intelligence. It is a set of tools to solve highly specialized tasks like classification, object detection, etc., etc. And of course, there is a dream. I have a dream, AGI. We don't know whether we will achieve it, and so we would like to make the next step. The next step is so-called engineering AI. Actually, nowadays, most of problems we solve with so-called deep neural networks, so-called neural AI. But it was not always like this. In the 80s, one of the main paradigms of AI research and development was based on so-called symbolic AI. However, very soon, people realized that symbolic AI in the 90s wasn't able to solve important applied problems. And so from 90s, people start to develop statistical methods of machine learning and artificial intelligence. However, nowadays, we have large language models, and we can consider LLMs as a new engine capable to breathe life in the old school symbolic AI. And so this is a great opportunity for us now to combine these two schools, symbolic AI based on LLMs and kind of statistical based AI, neural AI, and also the concept of multi-agent systems. We can use LLMs as an orchestration agent so that this orchestration agent, it formulates a computational workflow to solve engineering problems, and the computational workflow is composed of statistical methods. And now let me comment on this in more detail. So this is the possible cognitive architecture of the engineering AI. When we solve an applied problem, it's very important to take into account so-called subject domain knowledge. This subject domain knowledge can be extracted either from documents, from books, or an expert, a domain expert, can provide you the information. This information can be organized in the form of a database, and knowledge graph is a very important, very convenient way to organize this information. Then, the engineer who wants to solve a complex engineering task So the engineer formulates a high-level problem statement. The engineer formulates some high-level restrictions and targets we would like to achieve, and provides this information to the orchestration agent. The orchestration agent, based on LLM and other tools of AI, this orchestration agent, it extracts important subject domain knowledge from the knowledge graph, which is required to solve the applied problem. This information, it provides either important, this extracted information, it provides either restrictions which are important to fulfill when we solve the applied problem, or based on this information, the orchestration agent, it constructs a computational workflow. The computational workflow is composed of agents. Each agent can be represented either by a statistical machine learning model, or it can be based on some physical model, engineering model, for example, a hydrodynamic model. And then the orchestration agent runs the workflow and checks whether we achieve the required targets. If we achieve, then it's OK. If not, the computational workflow can be reconfigured, and the process repeats. This is the very high-level idea, but actually we have already realized the prototype of this idea and solved several very complex engineering problems, including oil and gas domain. Before giving you the details of this, I'm going to first discuss some fundamental results underlying this cognitive architecture. Actually, to develop the cognitive architecture, we have to define how we construct the knowledge graph, how we extract knowledge from the domain, how we extract knowledge from the documents, how we plan our actions, and how we construct the computational workflow. So one of the possibilities to perform such kind of fundamental research is to use some artificial environment. And we decided to use text-based games because it's a very complex environment, and it is quite, similar to what we have in real life. In real life, when, for example, we perform some construction or we develop some, building, we have to consult numerous documents and extract information from these documents and plan our actions given these restrictions we extracted from the documents. And so text-based games is a special environment where an agent performs steps, and each step means that you perform a specific action inside a room. So, for example, there exists a text-based game called Cooking. In this text-based game called Cooking, there are around 20 or so different rooms. In each room, there are different types of food. And so an agent should go from one room to another, collect specific types of food, and then prepare a meal using these types of food in a specific combination. So in each step, the game provides you a textual description of a new room, a textual description of objects the agent see in the room, etc., etc. And because there are many steps, even a trained person cannot remember all the information to plan his actions efficiently. And so now I'm going to explain how we can solve these text-based games automatically. Of course, we can ask very powerful GPT-4 to play this text-based game, but it will not be able to do this because GPT-4 will not remember all the required information, all the information about each room, about all objects in each room. So GPT-4 will fail to win the game. Of course, we can make some simple baselines based on based on such LLM. we can provide the kind of very simple memory for LLM. This memory can be based either on some vector database in which we put all the textual description of each step in our game, or we can perform summarization of each textual description of each state of the game and provide on this summary to the LLM model on each step of the game, so at least it has some information about what to do next given the description of the past. However, this is not efficient. Moreover, if we provide this if we provide full history of the previous steps and states of the game, this full history will grow very fast. And if the game is very big, so it's not even possible computationally. And so the question is how to construct a system that can automatically win such complex text-based game. And we constructed a multi-agent system by using the principles of the cognitive architecture I presented you in the previous slide. So the idea is as follows. We have a system composed of several LLM agents. We use the same LLM. This is LLM is just the standard LLM from open source, so it can be GPT-4. We don't fine-tune it. We don't pre-train the LLM anyhow. We just use for each specific agent a special prompt, a special instruction to perform some specific job. So the first agent, it gets the textual description of the current state of the game, of the current room, and it extracts information about this room in the form of triplets. Each triplet is composed of objects the agent observes in the room and some semantic relationship between these objects. And these triplets, these are nodes of the knowledge graph describing the experience of the agent inside this game. And then what is also very important is that actually this knowledge graph, it has two levels. The first level is semantic memory. Each semantic memory is composed of triplets, nodes of the knowledge graph. So these are just specific, specific objects and links between objects, relationships, semantic relationships between objects. And also some of the objects are grouped. Some of the triplets, some of the nodes of the knowledge graph are grouped, and these clusters of triplets, this is so-called episodic memory. Each specific instance of the episodic memory corresponds to a specific event we observe in the game. For example, if our agent, gets some apple, for example, in the garden, then this is a specific event happened in the game, and this is exactly the instance of the episodic memory. So all different triplets somehow linked with this event are inside this instance of the episodic memory. And this is how the concept, this is how the whole concept works. So the whole concept works as follows. We have an agent which constructs a knowledge graph on the fly. So on each step, this agent, this LLM with specific prompt, with specific instructions, it observes textual description of a specific state of the game. It extracts triplets. It groups triplets into instances of episodic memory. And also, this LLM, it checks whether a specific triplet should be modified or it should be removed. Because we always restrict the size of the knowledge graph. The knowledge graph cannot grow. It's not memory efficient. And so we restrict the number of nodes in the knowledge graph. And this agent, it on the fly, updates the knowledge graph with new triplets, so it modifies existing triplets, it adds some new triplets extracted from the textual description of the current state of the game, and also it can remove some other triplets from the knowledge graph which are old. Then the next agent, which is planning agent, this agent extracts from the existing knowledge graph those information which are somehow linked to the current state of the game. To perform this, we use embeddings of these triplets and consider, similarities between embeddings of instances of semantic memory and episodic memory. And then this agent, planning agent, it extracts this, semantic information and episodic information from the knowledge graph corresponding to the current state of the game, and it plans the next step. And what we achieve? So we consider 4 very complex textual games like cooking, cleaning. For example, in the text-based game cleaning, there are around 20 or 30 rooms, and you have to clean each room. And to clean each room means the following. You have to find different objects in different rooms, and each object, it has specific place where it should be put. And so if you take some cup from the room number 1, it may happen that you have to put this cup in the room number 20, and you have to memorize this. And this is a very complex task for a large language model to remember this. And so we consider different baselines. We consider, first of all, human players. We consider LLMs, but with memory based on rec. We consider LLMs with memory based on full game description. It's not memory efficient, but why not? It's possible baseline. And as you see, our approach, we call our approach AriGraph, because Ariadne, I guess you know, maybe you know this famous myth of ancient Greeks. So our approach AriGraph, it's a combination of different agents. One agent constructs knowledge graph, one agent plans actions. We achieve for all games, so this is the average results, this red column, it's an average result across all games, across all plays of all games. So we make dozens of plays of each game. You see that we achieve very good results. Moreover, these results are significantly better than human players. And they're comparable to top 3 players. And these top 3 players, these were humans who know how to play text-based games. They have good memory. Of course, we also compare these to reinforcement learning approaches, and with RL, we compare to RL, our performance is significantly better as well. So, also, we checked our approach on another task, so-called question-answer setting. In this approach, our multi-agent system doesn't have a planning agent. It has only agent which extracts knowledge from the text, and this knowledge, organized in the form of knowledge graph, it helps to answer the question. And so the idea is like this. So we have many documents from which we have to extract the information to answer questions. Then we construct on the fly a knowledge graph representing important information from these documents, links between different objects. And then when we answer the question, the LLM, it answers the question conditional on this knowledge graph. And it really helps to answer questions. And what is important, we didn't fine-tune anyhow, we didn't pre-train anyhow our model, our system to these question answering tasks. So we competed with special systems like read agent, graph reader, graph rec, Holmes. These are special systems for question answering, which were specially designed for this task. However, our system, we just take it as it is from scratch. We don't fine-tune it to question answering task. We just take several open source LLMs like Llama, or we use GPT-4 and combine these LLMs in the way I explained. And we achieved second best results. As you can see, AriGraph based on GPT-4. These are second best results. But okay, we are second, but we didn't fine-tune anyhow. We just take as it is and it works. So this concept, currently we are developing it for solving different complex engineering tasks like working with documents, domain knowledge, visual navigation, personal assistant. And thanks to this fundamental research, we were able to understand how we can use LLMs as a symbolic engine to extract a textual description from documents and how to extract important information from documents from different regulations, organize this information in the form of a knowledge graph, and then when we solve an engineering problem, this knowledge graph, it provides us information from the subject domain, important to solve this engineering problem first, and second, this knowledge graph, it provides us restrictions which are important to fulfill when we solve the engineering problem. And here is a specific example how we use this concept to solve a complex engineering task, so-called self-learning reservoir model. I mean oil and gas reservoir model. So there are different types of data that characterize oil and gas reservoir. Hydrodynamic data, seismic data, then also the data from hydrodynamic studies, geological data, and these different types of data, it has different types of and levels of uncertainty, and it's very important to construct the three-dimensional model of an oil and gas reservoir that represents physical properties across the oil and gas deposit, so that when we predict oil and gas production using this three-dimensional oil and gas reservoir description, our predictions coincide more or less with what we observe with oil and gas production, which we observe in practice. And so to solve such task, always it is very time consuming and requires a lot of manual actions. So that means that on each step we take this three-dimensional model, we predict oil and gas production, we see some discrepancy between predicted and true oil and gas production, then we should perform some correction of three-dimensional model. So it's very time consuming, and there are a lot of variables, and it's very difficult for an engineer to take all the relationships between these variables into account. So what we do? First of all, we constructed a knowledge graph. To construct this knowledge graph, we consulted with experts from subject domain. This knowledge graph, it contains information about different types of data representing oil and gas reservoir. And each edge of this knowledge graph, it contains information about how to, it contains information how to compute, how to extract one specific type of data from another, given the first type of data as input. So each node is a specific type of data. For example, the first node is information about porosity, and the second node in this knowledge graph is the information about permeability. And the edge between these two nodes, it contains some information how we can calculate permeability given porosity. We can either use some solver, or we can use some formula, or we can use some predictive model based on neural network. So all these approaches can be considered as a specific computational agent which computes permeability given information about porosity. And so this knowledge graph, it represents all possible types of data about the oil and gas reservoir and how to go from one type of data to another type of data. And to perform this transformation, we use some computational, computational workflow based on agents. And so we realized this prototype, which takes as input the problem which an engineer wants to solve, like what type of oil and gas reservoir model the engineer would like to construct. The orchestration agent goes inside the knowledge graph, extracts computational workflow which is needed to perform these calculations. And then this computational workflow is realized based on a sequence of agents. Some of agents can be based on neural networks, some of agents can be based on physical formulas, etc., etc. And we achieved a very good performance. So we achieved around 10 times acceleration of the whole process of the model construction and a significant reduction of labor costs. What is important, all of you, I guess, know what generative models are, right? All of you have seen Stable Diffusion generating very nice cats, very nice pictures. But of course, this is kind of fun. And what is the true industrial application of such models? The true industrial application of such models is to perform data fusion. For example, in oil and gas, there are different types of data, like geological studies. So these are different time series, hydrodynamic studies. This is specific information about permeability of a specific oil well. Also seismic data, which can be considered as a three-dimensional image of the whole oil and gas deposit. And a true real application of all these stable diffusion and foundation models is to combine these different types of data to predict different types of physical properties of the oil and gas deposit. And we use this as a specific agent in our computational workflow. Another very important application, which can be also based on the same concept, is so-called generative design. For example, if we would like to design a construction plot or a set of several office buildings, it's very important to locate these office buildings in a specific way according to regulations. Also, it's very important to efficiently optimize location of all communications inside the buildings. And this can be optimized and achieved using this type of approach based on engineering AI, which I presented. And the final application, which we are currently developing, this is an application of so-called human centricity. That is, we predict different properties, different characteristics of each person based on the information available about this person. This can be financial transactions, information about the person in social networks. There's a huge stream of information that should be processed automatically. And this multi-agent system based on engineering AI is a very good tool to combine these different sources of information to construct digital avatars for different people, so that overall we can control the whole socio-economic system, predict its future behavior, and optimize its efficiency. After all, what I want to say is that LLM is not an AGI, But we can make the next step to AGI, which based on the concept I presented. So LLM can be used as an orchestration, and this multi-agent system orchestrated by LLM is a kind of new concept towards AGI. And we have already realized some tools based on this concept which demonstrated efficiency in real applied industrial tasks. And if you guys want to get more information about the fundamentals, so you can read this paper about the how to play text-based games and construct knowledge graph on the fly. Thank you.
We have time for questions. We have a hand up front. Lots of hands are up. Okay, we'll do 1, 2, 3, and 4. Just give us your questions very quickly and to the point. We have 4 questions. Please go.
Hello. Hi, my name is Siddhant. Actually, I want to ask, in order to do the transition from ANI to AGI, like what else do we need to get right? Like if we are developing an AGI system which will deal with the uncertainty of the world, so what else do we need to get right?
Sorry, what are the next steps for AGI?
Except engineering AI, what else do we need to get right in order to build an AGI?
Oh, well, it's a very quite difficult question. I guess, first of all, one of things I presented, actually it's a difficult problem and it haven't been solved completely. It's very important to adapt existing generative models for different types of data, because currently mostly they are used for images, right? And the data I presented from oil and gas reservoirs, this is a time series, point measurements, spatial measurements, and current generative models are not capable to process and fuse all these types of data. And so this is a quite important technical step so that we can construct efficient AI agent capable of fusing different sources of data. It's just an example of what else we should do.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Magesh. I'm from farmer background.
Can you hold the mic close to your mouth, please?
Okay.
All the way.
I'm Magesh. I'm from farmer background, and we heavily use RDF graphs for many of our solutions. But recently, we have been seeing a very good transition towards LPGs, property graphs. And how do you see the use of property graphs within your graph-based LLM framework?
Sorry, could you repeat? How I see usage of LLMs?
Using property graphs instead of like replacing that instead of the RDF graphs.
You mean what if I use some other types of graphs instead of knowledge graph?
Maybe specifically on the property graphs, label property graphs.
I'm not sure whether I understand what is property graph, but what I can say is that knowledge graph is it's one of possibilities to represent the knowledge, the information about objects and relationships between these objects. But of course, it's possible to organize this knowledge in maybe some other way. We just thought that this approach is one of the most efficient, so why not to use it? But of course, we can consider other approaches.
Yep. So basically, like property graphs are
So
another
if you
type
don't mind,
of knowledge
can we
graph.
go to the others for the questions, please?
Okay.
Yeah.
I will be here after the talk, so we can discuss.
Can we get the mic to the gentleman there? We're trying to accommodate as many people as possible. My apologies.
One thing, sir. Here already we have domain-specific oil and gas exploration models are available readily in the market. But the proposed model having the knowledge graph is some sort of an encyclopedia touching upon all the engineering subjects and aspects. So if we approach this engineering knowledge graph model by combining this ChatGPT, GPT-4 and other things, bringing them to a common architecture, then there will be you are consuming lot of computational resources and also time response of the time and other thing. So my specific request is comparing to the domain specific architectures to the generalized architecture like an engineering knowledge graph. How far it is differ?
Well, this, as far as understood the question was to construct the knowledge graph. We used large language models, which can be quite, computationally intensive and resource demanding, right? And the question is, why not to use some more specific domain model? The answer is yes, of course, you can. I am sure that for specific domains, for specific types of documents from which you would like to extract this knowledge graph, it's possible to construct specific types of models which are more efficient. But it's always a kind of a trade-off between generality and problem specificity. We wanted to develop as most general tool as we can. And we demonstrated on a set of fundamental and research problems that we can use exactly the same architecture, just several open source or ChatGPT LLMs, and without any fine-tuning, pre-training, they work efficiently and solve the problem. And so this was the demonstration that this concept is general enough. But of course, when we solve a specific problem from oil and gas domain, from building design domain, from some other domain, maybe it can be more efficient to construct a specific model for knowledge graph extraction, and this model will be more computationally efficient, less resource consuming, etc., etc.
I hope that that clarifies this question, but just in case it does not, you can take that conversation outside. I don't know if we have time. Can we do a quick question? Would you be okay with like a 2-minute delay? Would that be okay? Madam, we can go with you. If you can keep your question very accurate, yeah?
Are there any drawbacks to using knowledge graphs or any thumb rules on whether a particular application would involve knowledge graph or not?
Well, I don't see any specific, restrictions when we use knowledge graphs. It's quite a general concept, and actually most types of knowledge can be represented in this way. But I don't want to say that this is the only option to organize the memory in this way. It's more important that there is some kind of possibility to update the memory, to introduce in the memory several levels like we did, like episodic memory, semantic memory. And so, this of course should be, should be kept. But I don't want to say that the knowledge graph is the only possible possibility for how to develop this.
So I'm told that you're going to be available at Hall 3 after this.
Yes, I will be here. So
yeah. Yevgeny and Simeon will be available at Hall 3. They are continuing the conversation of this AI journey talk. So just in case those of you all want to go and continue these questions and this conversation, Hall 3 is where you need to be at. He will make himself available for more questions. Yes?
Okay.
Yes. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Big round of applause, Yevgeny, on stage. Thank you. It's time for us to move on to the next speaker, but before we do, just to let you all know, for those of you all who have been scanning the QR code at the Couchbase standees, we have 90 winners so far, 90 winners, just double checking, yes, 90 winners so far. They'll be announced right after lunch. We'll be giving out your goodies right after lunch, so make sure you come back on time. And just like yesterday, for those of you all who want to come back a little early, I'll be playing a little music for you all. So that will happen just before lunch is done with. It's time for us to move on to a fireside chat. We're talking about supercharging India's economy with an AI. But it's not just going to be a fireside chat, it's also going to be a presentation of sorts. In this talk, we will cover how the nation can swiftly advance from thinking mode on AI to action mode on AI. The speaker for the session needs no introduction, but we shall give him a tiny one nonetheless. He is a prominent business executive currently serving as the CEO of G42 India. He is also the man who plays a leading role in establishing the Xiaomi brand as the largest player in the country. Xiaomi? Yes? I'm hearing multiple pronunciations from the audience. We should hear from the man himself, but we're going to take the lights down. Eyes to the screen, please. Please welcome to the stage Manu Jain, India CEO at G42. And cue the name, Xiaomi from the man himself. Xiaomi?
Xiaomi. Okay.
With the Sha.
Yes.
Xiaomi. Everyone say Xiaomi.
Okay.
There we go. Over to you, Manu.
Okay. Thank you so much. Hi, everyone. Really happy to be here. So my name is Manu. I represent this company called as G42. I'll talk about this company and also will try to talk about how can AI help supercharge the entire tech ecosystem here in the country. Let me start by giving a quick introduction about what G42 is, who we are, what do we do. This is a company that not many people have heard of, not many people know about this company. It's a fairly young organization, started just about 6 years ago in 2018. And this company was born in Abu Dhabi. If you look at Middle East, or if you look at that entire region, 6 years ago, it was unimaginable that a company from that region would become a large technology powerhouse across the world. But this has actually happened, and I'll tell a little bit about this journey. So this company started about 6 years ago in Abu Dhabi, in UAE. What do? We basically play in the entire value chain or ecosystem of AI, artificial intelligence. G42 is a holding company under which there are many operating companies. The three basic building blocks are data centers, supercomputers or compute clusters, and AI models. So there are three companies. One company, Khazna, which is probably the largest data center provider in the region. Then we have Core42, which builds supercomputers and AI cloud. And then we have a company called as Inception, which build AI models, which is the talk of the town, and everybody is keen to discuss more about it. And then we have industry verticals. Like we have M42, which is the largest, which runs the largest genome sequencing program based out of Abu Dhabi. We have a company called as Bayanath, which is now Space42. That company is the second largest space tech company in the world. We have a company, Presight, which does AI analytics or video analytics. We have Astratech, which does consumer AI, and a bunch of other companies. And all of them fall under this group called as G42. So these are the different companies that we think of. So starting with, again, Khazna, the largest data center company in the region. Core42 actually owns one of the world's largest supercomputers, which is housed in California in US. It's a 32 exaflop machine. Inception, which builds AI models, and then all the industry verticals like Presight, M42, Bayanath, Analog, and few more. The company, not only the G42 as a group builds different AI solutions, but it also powers the entire ecosystem over there. So along with Mubadala, we formed this investment company called as MGX, which is a $100 billion company. And this company's objective is to advance artificial intelligence or deep tech across the world, not just in UAE, but across the world. We are backed by some of the, we are backed by some of the key investors. We have Silver Lake, we have Mubadala, and recently we got invested by Microsoft. In fact, Microsoft just invested $1.5 billion into G42. And this was part of a bigger partnership between the two companies, Microsoft and G42, to advance AI across the world, starting with UAE. Some of our key partners, we have Microsoft. In fact, the vice chairman of Microsoft sits on our board. We have a great relationship with OpenAI, with AWS, and with a bunch of technology companies across the world. And while we're doing all of these things, building these technologies, we also try and do something around sustainability, something around making world a better place. So we just recently, 2 days ago, we announced a partnership with NVIDIA in advancing climate tech. We are setting up a new lab, a new infrastructure in the country in UAE to advance the climate tech across the world. And this is something that we're really excited about. And our chairman, Mr. Sheikh Tanoon, was rated as one of the top 100 key figures in the Time magazine when it comes to advancing AI and deep technology. So let's talk a little bit about what are we thinking of doing in India. So we started working on India plans about a year ago, end of last year, beginning of this year. And we said we want to start working on the 3 basic building blocks, which is building data centers, building supercomputers, and building AI models. So a great moment happened in the beginning of this year when Honorable Prime Minister Mr. Modi was visiting Abu Dhabi. And then in his presence, an MOU got signed between the 2 countries, UAE and India, which spoke about 3 basic things. Building one of the largest data centers in the country. This is the most basic building blocks. All the great models that you guys are building, which will be sitting on a compute, which will be housed in a data center. And India, while it is the largest producer of mobile data in the world, still, if you look at from a data center capacity, it is still some way behind. So we said, can we help accelerate this? Can we build a very large-scale data centers in the country? Second is all the great models that you guys are building, it has to be built on some sort of a compute. So we said, can we help build one of the largest supercomputers in the country? And third is, can we help co-develop some of the LLMs or large language models here in India? And the third one, which is what I'll be talking about today, is very important because this goes back to the point around equitable AI. Like most of the models which have been built in the Western world, which have been built using English as a language. And a lot of us here in the room, in this country, and not just here in India, but even across the world, we are much more comfortable with our native language, with our mother tongue, Hindi, Kannada, Telugu, Tamil, etc. But the realistic stat is 85%, while 1 billion people in India speak local languages. Hindi is the 4th most spoken language in the world. More than 85% of the digitized data in the world is in English. And very few models actually focus on doing a good job of either local languages or a combination of Hindi and English or English and Kannada or Hindi and Kannada, etc. And that's what we are trying to bridge with this equitable AI. So we launched a model in UAE called as Jazz, which is perhaps the largest Arabic model. And then we recently announced a first Hindi model, which is called as Nanda. And this model is perhaps the biggest and the best model when it comes to Hindi and English, and also English, because a lot of us speak half Hindi, half English, or we type Hindi using English characters, so it does a really good job. It is a 13 billion parameter model, trained about 2.1 trillion tokens, including Hindi, and does a beautiful job of what we call as English. I wanted to do a demo here, but unfortunately, because of the size of presentation, we are showing a PDF and not a PPT, but would love to show you a demo, maybe on the sidelines. So this is the first model that we are launching. Some of the screenshots, again, happy to show a demo. And we believe models like this, not just Nanda, but many other models like this, can really get integrated with the fabric of technology in the country. These could really help supercharge large-scale technology initiatives like UPI, like ONDC, like Aadhaar. They can become a national LLM. But there can also be a lot of other use cases around healthcare. Somebody was talking about agriculture, around education. Just imagine people sitting in a small town, small village, small kasbah, outskirts of a big city like Bengaluru, and where there's not enough good quality healthcare facilities available. They can be diagnosed or at least have a preliminary examination using a model like this. A lot of really nice applications can be built over there. So we are pretty happy to announce this, and we'll be happy to take questions on this piece. But before I end, I just want to say, we believe that there have been 5 big inventions. If you really look at the history of humanity, not like few last 10, 20 years, last few 100 years, but like really thousands of years, there have been 5 big inventions in the world. There was fire, there was wheel, there was steam engine, there was computers, and there was internet. And each one of them really changed the way all of us work, behave, etc. And the next big, and perhaps the biggest out of all of these, is going to be AI or artificial intelligence. And perhaps the biggest invention that we will see as humankind. So with this, thank you so much, guys. Really excited to be here, and would be happy to answer any of the questions.
Thank you, Manu. Before which, I think we'll just get Amit Rajanayak on stage with you. Can we hear a big round of applause while he makes his way to the stage? He has the honor of having a conversation with you at the Fireside chat. This man, we call him the AI human of AI and Media House. Amit, over to you.
Thank you, Vinit, for the lovely introduction. Hi, Manu. How are you doing?
Doing very well. Thank you so much.
And thank you so much for being here and making time. I know you're one of the busiest CEO out there, traveling and doing things and making it happen for India.
That is not true, but thank you so much.
So one of the interesting things, Manu, you explained about G42 vision, what you're up to, and how AI is like the biggest innovation that is going to change humankind, right? I want to understand, why is it called G42? I'm sure the audience are aware of it, but why is it called G42? What is the interesting thing behind that particular name?
Any guesses why it is called as G42? Yes. So Hitchhiker's Guide to Galaxy, the answer to the universe is 42. So when the company was being formed 6 years ago, the founders basically thought of looking at an inspiration from somewhere, and they found this inspiration. So the group is called as G42 because Group 42, it is a holding company, and under which there are multiple operating companies like Space 42, focusing on space, M42, which focuses on healthcare and medical, Core 42, which focuses on building supercomputers. So different companies are called as 42 because of that reason.
Interesting. Okay. So do you think G42 has the answer to the universe?
I hope we will be a small catalyst in that.
Amazing, amazing. So yeah, Manu, we were discussing in the back end. So there's a very interesting trend that is emerging in the AI industry. I'm sure all of us are aware of it, but somehow it's not been called upon, right? So much like the global adoption of smartphones, right? Very unexpected, but now almost everyone has 1 or 2 phones right there, right? And it's hard to imagine life without smartphones. So that is how it has been adopted with us. And AI also seems to have this similar path, I believe, with companies like OpenAI releasing updated models, making older version redundant, right? Like I feel like all these companies, right, all your AI companies, they're kind of following like a smartphone model, where much like how new iPhones replaces the old ones. You have like iPhone 16, iPhone 11 becomes redundant. Same thing with OpenAI, where they have GPT-4 or GPT-2 becoming redundant, with new models like O1 becoming like the latest one, right? So I just want to know, Manu, like you have shaped the smartphone industry during your time previously, so making smartphone accessible for the entire India, right? So as a CEO of G42 India, what is your strategy for making AI accessible to all of the country? Somewhere you mentioned in your presentation as well. So are we expecting a similar trend here as well, with kind of AI adoption as well, like that you saw in the smartphone adoption?
Okay.
That's a long question, but yeah.
I think I'll try and answer it in 2 different parts. Part number 1, about the latest models being available and hence the older model becomes obsolete. I think the one big difference between smartphones and AI models is, if you look at smartphone OS, like the new Android version, new iOS version, I believe they're more incremental. They will add some new features. But what is happening with AI right now is each of the new version or new model which is coming is really exponential. It adds a lot more features, a lot more capability as compared to the previous one. And that in itself will help drive adoption. We've seen it with our own, the first model that we built, which was just like 13 billion and 30 and 70, and the capability of each of these new variants is like much higher than significantly higher than the previous one. So it will help drive adoption. When it comes to us and our plans for India, I think, for example, Nanda, when we officially launch it, we would definitely want to ensure that what we do back with JS is basically we try and keep the base model as open source so that a lot of people can adopt it. A lot of companies over here, a lot of developers over here, they can adopt and build on top of it the applications. But there are a few features that we would want to keep, or a top-end model that we can also commercialize, because we're also a private entity, we would want to make some money out of it. So we try and maintain both the balance, and I hope that is an option like this will basically help drive adoption. Okay. And if you look at the adoption of AI in real life cases, I think at some level it is even higher than smartphones. Like today, and especially if you wait for next few years, it will be unimaginable to believe a world without having a real-life AI application in everything that we do, whether it is like coming to our office or like doing work or doing something in home. Everything, every aspect of life will have some combination of AI. So the adoption curve could be actually much higher than what we saw in smartphones.
Got it. And you spoke about your latest model for India, right, Nanda, right? First, what is the thought process behind that particular name?
Name?
Yes, yeah.
Okay.
And second would be in terms of, we've seen a lot of these Western models getting popularly, adopted by Indian developers and companies here. What is stopping, Indian companies or, other companies to adopt, models created by India for India? So what is stopping you? I saw the presentation. So the question haunts, like, why are Indian models are not able to compete with Western models, or, it can be Chinese models as well? Yeah.
So I think the first one is very simple. Why the name Nanda? So the first model that we built was JS, which is the largest Arabic model in the world. And then when we were trying to name it, we just named it after the largest mountain peak in UAE, which is Jabal JS. So when we were thinking of we build a first model in India, we thought we will follow something similar.
Got it.
So we looked at some of the largest mountain peaks in India. So the largest one is Kanchenjunga, the second largest is Nanda Devi. Kanchenjunga just sounded much longer to pronounce. So we went with Nanda after Nanda Devi because it can be short and sweet name. So that's why the name Nanda. Now, what will it take to build world-class models that people here sitting in this room can adopt and start using? So I think 2-3 points. Point number one, for building a great model, you need two things. Like all of you guys know this. You need like large compute clusters, compute power, and you need large data. Specifically in context of India, I think on both of these areas we need to work as a country. I'm just talking about right now as a country, not as G42. If you look at some of the large compute clusters that we have, some of the largest ones, like national level programs, they're still in petaflops. And we believe today the world has moved not only to exaflop, like hundreds of exaflops. Like the kind of compute power that you require is significantly higher. So as a country, we will need to build significantly larger compute clusters, point number one. But the bigger problem, and that's an easier problem to solve, but the bigger problem to solve is how do we get good quality digitized data? Because if you look at most of the AI models, what you feed depends upon, the quality of model depends upon what you feed the model. Like it's like feeding a baby, right? Yeah. So garbage in, garbage out. If you feed good quality data, the output would be good quality, right? And unfortunately for most of the Indic languages, the digitized data is still significantly small. We spoke about Hindi, which is the fourth most spoken language. 600 million, 700 million people speaking that language, fourth most spoken language. But if you look at the digitized data, is extremely low. So as a country, we need to make an initiative, and a lot of people are doing, like Nandan's organization, many of the IITs, AI for Bharat, they're doing this initiative. We are trying to digitize, but I think as a country, we need to do a lot more. Then we will be able to build really good quality models. And the last point I would say is people will start adopting these models, model like Nanda, model any other model, when we have truly world-class model. Like people sitting in this room will not adopt a model just because it has been built by an Indian company or for India, etc., right? Or they will start using these models when are truly world-class models, and not just because they have an Indian tag attached to it, right? Correct. They have to do the right job. So if we build the right quality model using a great, like large compute clusters with large good quality data, is when a lot of adoption of Indian models will come in.
So you're hopeful about that happening?
I think it is not easy, but is it an easy thing? No, but it is possible, definitely yes.
Amazing. Okay, let's say, how would you explain this particular model called Nanda, right? And what you're building to a 4-year-old daughter or a kid there? Like you yourself have a daughter who's 4 years. How would you explain Nanda to her? Like,
okay, so if I have to explain to my 4-year-old kid, I would just say it's a magic robot, which is as knowledgeable as your papa or mama. Just like you can ask anything to your papa and mama, and they will answer it. This model basically answers something similar. But if I have to explain it to a 10-year-old, then maybe I'll do something slightly more evolved, which is I will say, think of it as a computer which has knowledge of all the books, everything. It has read through all the books, and it is a lot more knowledgeable. and it can help you with a lot of day-to-day tasks. You can ask him about like lessons on swimming, and you can ask him about translating from Hindi to English. You can ask him to actually do work. Like if you give a presentation, you can actually ask it to give a presentation or help you prepare a presentation. So it's your digital assistant in a way to 10-year-old, but it is difficult to explain to a 4-year-old. For 4-year-old, it's just a magic robot.
Magic robot, okay. That's an interesting one. And also, Manu, a lot of these conversations are shaping, right? So you've been in the smartphone industry for a very long time. And we have one of the AI advocate like Yanli Kun, who said that smartphones would be redundant in the next decade. What are your thoughts on that in terms of how AI is adopting and evolving? Will that be possible in the coming months?
Within smartphones?
Yeah, within smartphones, the evolution will happen, but would smartphone be redundant? I know we are using
smartphone be redundant, okay.
Yeah.
You're putting me on a spot. I don't think smartphones will be redundant. Like all of us still use smartphones. Like as you mentioned, like everybody uses 1 or 2 smartphones in this date. Like for anything and everything, you need a smartphone. But I do think that the pace of innovation on smartphones over the last few years has somewhat slowed down, or maybe not keeping it to the pace of what it is required. And this is my personal opinion, right? Not like I'm not commenting on any particular company.
Sure. Yeah.
But I think that pace of innovation could have been higher. And probably one of the things which will help bring this pace of innovation in things like smartphones or laptops or any of these gadgets is AI, right? You will see in next few years AI being an integral part of anything and everything that the gadgets do. And you will be able to do a lot more work using your phone thanks to AI. They could be, like, look at 10 years ago when we used to have, I don't know if you remember, there were phones, like old Nokia phones. We used to call them smart, but they were not really smart. Like my first phone was like N72. And today's world, you would just call it as a feature phone. It was a basic feature phone with some like access to internet. And we used to call it smartphone, but then the true smartphones came in.
Yeah.
I think there would be next generation when all these gadgets would basically see being centered around AI.
Correct.
And that would be the next set of evolution that will happen in these gadgets.
Got it. And looking at the evolution that AI is happening, what are some of your biggest bets in the coming years, like say next, biggest bets in terms of what is going to happen in the AI domain? What are some of your biggest bets in the coming?
Biggest bets?
Yes, yeah.
From a use case perspective, I think I can think of 2. One is, I think there's a very famous meme floating on internet which says that I don't want AI to write my poem and my essays while I do dishes and laundry, whatever, right? I want AI to do my laundry and dishes. So I think the first big thing would come in is when AI gets integrated with real life things that we do, like with robotics or with cars or with many other things that we really touch and feel in the world.
Correct.
So a lot of manual work that we do actually gets fully automated and is done by AI or robots. I think that would be the one huge use case when each one of us will start adopting it and start using it. I think the second one, I think in a more short term, I think that is still slightly mid-term. I think in the short term, if you think about most of us, especially in countries like India, or maybe other countries also, Indonesia, etc., is the use of vernacular language or local language, right? And a lot of us want to use speech to speech.
Correct.
We don't want to use text, especially if you go to small towns and villages, right? And today, majority of the models still use, like, convert speech into text and then get an answer in text and then relay it back in speech. But the work is happening on speech-to-speech kind of models, which can be much faster, much more adaptive. And I think when that happens, that could be the first big moment for a lot of people, like 1 billion people in India, to start using AI. And from a mid-term perspective, when AI gets integrated with robots and like day-to-day life.
Amazing. So Manu, if you could go on a dinner date with one of the celebrity figures, who would it be at this particular moment? Like,
so many come to my mind.
Okay.
Of course, some of the big visionaries like Jensen, like Elon Musk, and many others. But it's a tough one. But if I have to choose one, maybe Jensen Huang. He is somebody like I really look up to and admire. Like, look at how he built this company, and then like for decades, like he was an underdog fighting it out. And his big moment came when AI became so powerful and or became so widely used over the last few years. Would love to go and meet him. And I think the question that I would ask him is, all those decades when he was working very hard,
correct,
how did he maintain that perseverance? And that is so important for all of us in this room, right? When we are building companies, when we are building products, it is not about like 6 months or 1 year or 2 years. But we have to literally think about what can happen in next 10 years, 20 years from a long-term perspective. How do you build sustainable businesses? So what did he think 20 years ago? Did he really think that this big moment will come when NVIDIA will become like one of the biggest technology AI giants in the world? Like, I would want to learn from him what was his thought process, not now, but like 10 years, 20 years ago. And I think all of us can learn from that.
Perfect. And Elon Musk, like, Elon Musk.
Oh, Elon. I think he's phenomenal. Like, he's trying to do things that nobody else thought was doable, right? And he's running so many different companies across the world. Like, sometimes think about it, like the companies that I have run, we are so much bogged down by day-to-day stuff. Some firefighting is happening, some customer issues are there, new product has to be launched, or some new thing has to be happened. And we are so bogged down by day-to-day stuff. And he's running some of the largest companies, and he's the CEO of multiple companies, right? So I would want to learn from him, like, just how does he manage his calendar? Like, I think it's you need an AI to just do that job of managing his calendar. But how is he able to take out time, like, for so many different companies and be so actively involved in each one of them? Like, I can't think of any other example in the world, and that's something that I would want to learn from him.
So I hopefully think that you'll meet them very soon.
Sure.
And also in India, like, who's like, if you had to go meet someone or fix the next meeting, who would that person be for you in Indian?
In Indian context?
Yeah.
From an AI perspective?
Yes, from an AI perspective.
I think a lot of people are doing great job in the country. The one person that I look up to is Nandan.
Yes.
I think he has done a great job when it comes to Aadhaar, when it comes to UPI, ONDC, and the work that he's doing with People Plus AI and OCC. So I've always looked up to him. We actually met him some time ago to talk about our India plans and take his inputs. But yeah, would love to want to continue to stay engaged with him and take his guidance. I think he's definitely a father figure for many of us.
Amazing. Thank you, Manu. That is your AI human, Manu Jain, for us. The floor is open for questions. Please feel free to introduce yourself and tell what you do. Yeah.
So Amit, if you could just point out the people. And
yeah, there's one in the front. Yeah. Here, white shirt.
Can we have a mic go to him, please?
Hello. Hey, hi Manu. Really pleasure to listen to you. I'm Abhishek from Shell. So when manufacturing became a boom in China, so India had just liberalized, and then we stuck around building great IT services, which we have really pioneered. But now I think the time is very ripe. And do you think India could really lead the world in terms of building AI products? And if so, what are some challenges that India could face?
Yeah, I think with AI coming in, like, it's a clean slate, right? So any past advantage or disadvantage that any country had, including India, really do not matter in the world of AI. You have a completely new clean slate, and if you start working on this, anybody can build great quality products. As I said, like, I think the two biggest things that we need for this to be successful in India is three things. One is great talent, which I don't think anybody will deny India has. Second is large amount of compute clusters in India to be available, along with large data centers. And then, of course, you need a good amount of quality data to be trained for any of these models, like not just Hindi, but other good quality data. As long as we are able to do a good job of each of these things, why not? Will India be one of the largest countries in the world shaping the future of AI? I genuinely believe so. It would be one of the largest. Will it be largest or not, it is debatable, but it will definitely be one of the largest.
There's one more question here. Yeah.
Hi, great talk. So I know the perspective is very Indian, but given how well we've adopted first digital and now moving on to AI applications, are there other countries, other economies who are doing an equally or as good a job as India is in really fast forwarding their development, their innovation using tech? And just given your global exposure, since you travel a lot and you've seen diverse applications, how well India is thriving and really leading? Are there other use cases as well where other governments or people are similarly doing impressive jobs, in your opinion?
So maybe I'll give an example of the country from where G42 is, which is UAE. UAE is a country was basically built on energy, if you look at the last few decades. But the country is like literally trying to leapfrog and leapfrogging, and a huge amount of transformation is happening to become an AI-first country. This was one country, and perhaps, if I'm not mistaken, it was the first country in the world to have an AI ministry. So there's an AI minister whose job is to basically help build, ensure the country becomes an AI-first country. If you look at
points network redefines loyalty points by making them more valuable and accessible.
Apologies for that.
No problem.
Please continue.
I'll give one more example, right? Many of the companies in UAE now, both in Abu Dhabi and Dubai, have a board observer seat for AI. And that is phenomenal. I've never seen that anywhere else in the world. Which means if there are 5 board members, there's a 6th seat kept for AI. And there are AI models which are proprietary, which are fine-tuned using the company data. And they give very impartial, very matter-of-fact kind of a view on what the company is doing and what the company should do in the future. Of course, the AI model cannot vote, at least not till now. So it does not have a board seat, but it is a board observer seat. And that is something that I've never seen anywhere else in the world, except for UAE, till now. And just think about it, right? If there are 4 or 5 board members, one of them is a sales director, right? I was just giving this example to somebody else. And his sales has gone from $10 million to $20 million. So he can present a picture saying, oh, I've doubled my sales. But maybe the potential was $40 million, and he's only achieved 50% of what the potential was. So if he's presenting to the board, he will say, I've actually doubled my sales. But if his politically rival in the company is presenting to the board, he will say, this guy's only achieved 50% what the potential is. And the real picture, just like everything else in life, is somewhere in the middle. It's a shade of gray, that he's actually doubled, he's done a good job, but still could have done better. So when the AI gives this answer, there will be no human emotions attached to it, and AI will actually give both the side of pictures to the board, saying this is what we actually achieved, but this is what we could have achieved. So one great example is UAE. What is India doing about it? Actually, I see a lot of things happening in the country also. Like one simple example, which I feel from a technology point of view, which has made my life so much easier, apart from UPI, ONDC, and everything else, is just Digi Yatra. I'm sure all of you guys have experienced this. Like I travel nowadays, and I used to do this in UAE, because in UAE there are like smart gates. So when you enter the country, you actually don't have to go through immigration. You can just go through smart gate. And something similar now I'm seeing with Digi Yatra. So whenever I travel, I just use Digi Yatra app, and that cuts my travel time by like 20, 30 minutes at the airport. So it's a great example of technology being used in making a real life easier. So I think India is also making a lot of progress in many such areas. Please. Sorry, let's take something from the back. So maybe there's a gentleman over there.
Yeah.
Hi, Manu. I've been following you from quite a long time.
Thank you.
This is Kishan from Samsung. I see in your presentation you are having semiconductor chip development and also data centers. Is there any correlation between these two? Are you developing a AI-based processor in your applications?
So you need large compute clusters, right? As we mentioned. So we work with all the companies. We work with a company called as Cerebrus, which is based out of US. We work with NVIDIA, we work with AMD, we work with Qualcomm and a bunch of other partners in building these compute clusters across the world. So just to be clear, we don't build these clusters, we don't build the chip ourselves, but we work with them in building chips for our large compute clusters. And we take their help, or we co-develop these clusters along with many of these partners, including NVIDIA, Cerebrus, and others.
Thank you.
Please.
I think we are out of time here,
Okay.
Manu. So we can take the questions outside if possible. I think thank you so much for making this happen,
Thank
Manu.
you.
Lovely
Thank you so
speaking
much.
to you. It was really a pleasure.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Gents, we'll get a quick picture with the both of you all right in the middle there, if possible. While they're doing that, I'm going to quickly introduce the next conversation that's about to happen onto the stage. We're here to talk about boosting engagement between banks, merchants, and consumers with data and AI. While they make their way off stage, could you give them a big round of applause? Very interesting conversation. Thank you very much for that interesting fireside chat. Like I said before, we're talking about boosting engagement between banks, merchants, and consumers with data and AI. Here, the speaker will cover enhancing personalization and supporting business growth for banks and merchants. To deliver this talk, we have with us the co-founder and CEO of the world's first rewards-based payment network, who has over 19 years of experience in the technology and media domain. We're going to take the lights down and requesting your kind attention to the screen, please. Please welcome to the stage Amit Kaushal, co-founder and CEO at Twid. With a big round of applause, please put your hands together. The stage is yours.
Check. Is the mic working? Yes. Great. Thank you so much, AIM and team, for bringing me here. I'm Amit Kaushal. I'm the founder and CEO of Twid. Twid is a short form. That's what I do. A lot of interesting session on AI, and we are going to talk something more fun, which is on rewards, and how we are taking rewards to all the next level and making people consume it on their everyday purchases. A quick background on the team. There are 3-4 co-founders of this company. It's me, Rishi, and Amit Sharma. We collectively have over 60 years of work ex, worked with large corporate at senior leadership roles, and then decided to start on our own. Backed by almost great people out there. We have got all the best talents from the top companies at lateral hirings, and we are building this, Bangalore headquartered. Now, coming back to what we are building. See, what we realized is that people have got a lot of rewards, but nobody knew what to do with it. I'm sure you will be the culprit of all of those. Points from brands, banks, but literally no way of you to use those points. And this is the problem statement we came across, and we thought, if we guys can build it like a network, then these points can be more fungible in nature and can be more ubiquitous in nature. So now, literally at all the merchants that you typically go on, and you can actually apply your points and pay the remaining balance through any traditional mode and checkout. So the points are completely now fungible, and you can actually use them at the favorite merchants that you go on. The network has grown phenomenally large today. We are almost 4 years old in the company, already processing almost $2.2 billion in reward points, around 18 million transactions and 100,000 plus merchants. Backed by all the best names out in the market, we are funded by Google, Rakuten, Sequoia, which is now Peak 15, and BNext. Let's go to why this whole loyalty is becoming more and more prominent. And loyalty is nothing new, as we might already know that. Long ago, when our parents used to go in the markets and they used to buy vegetables, we always used to get dhania and mirchi along with it as free. And that was loyalty for our parents. Similarly, if you look at airlines, that's how the loyalty literally kicked it in the world. And it's not with the economy class passengers. It was always with the business class folks. The ticket was paid by the corporates. You were taking the points, and you were actually taking a vacation with your families. Right? That's how the loyalty started in the country. And now every cards, every place that you go to, you typically look at what kind of points that you get and how beautifully you can use them to get freebies out in the market. Now, there are 3 things that loyalty literally bring in, which is listed out here. It is not to acquire consumer, which is a very big myth with a lot of players, is that loyalty will help me gain a lot of new consumers. That's not the fact. Loyalty is literally, if you have consumers, make sure that they are engaged and they are coming back to you repeatedly, and they become your brand ambassadors. So they are talking about you right with others, that this is the best brand, you should go and shop, these are the benefits, etc., etc. And for the consumers, this becomes completely personalized because you are trying to make sure that whatever you are gaining is completely personalized and it's not run-the-mill. Literally, it is driving you more benefits out in the market, right? So that's how loyalty typically is construed. Now, what TWID is doing and how TWID is actually revolutionizing this is a quick video on
a rewards points network redefines loyalty
on how
points by
TWID works.
making them more valuable and accessible. Customers can use their existing rewards for instant discounts and accelerated earnings to save daily and earn even more rewards. Help your customers get the most from your banking reward program by saving with every transaction. When they add products to the cart on Myntra and go to the pre-checkout page, they'll find the Pay with Rewards section below the coupon section. Here, the best available rewards are automatically applied whether from banking or non-banking programs. They can also view all their rewards and see the savings they offer. Once the rewards are selected, an instant discount is applied to the bill, in addition to existing offers and coupons. If a banking reward point is used, the payment methods update automatically to the saved card from the bank. If the card isn't saved, you can add and save it. In both cases, the remaining payment of the bill value post-reward points can only be processed through the same card with BIN locking. This helps our banking partners get the benefit of incremental spends only on their cards when their reward points are used. Partner with TWID to offer your customers a seamless rewards experience and top-of-the-mind recall of your card to be used on the merchant checkouts, enhancing satisfaction and loyalty.
So this is the video of Myntra. We are live with Myntra as well. So you can literally use your points right at the checkouts of Myntra. There's a sale going on, so you can apply your points and get discounts. See, the way we actually envision this whole stuff is that if we are able to build this business like a network, then there's a lot of data that flies into the ecosystem. And data being the fuel of everything, you will be able to consume it in a better fashion by all the parties involved. Now look at consumers. Now what we solve for a consumer is that all your points, which you are literally not aware of, you are able to get all them at one place, right at the checkouts of your place. That is one of the primary reasons TWID never actually launched its own app. We are right on the checkouts of the favorite apps that you particularly use on your phone, be it Make My Trip, GeoMarts, Myntra, Exigos, etc., etc. So when you are actually going to the checkout option using your mobile number as a unique identifier, we fetch all your balances and you show you at the right at the checkout options that here are all your rewards, which you can apply and make the remaining payments. So for a consumer, it becomes a super delight that I was not even aware that I've got so many points and now I'm able to use it. Typically from a merchant as well, the merchant always, now these merchants are typically where you go and make a transactions. And there are few benefits that they always were looking at, that can I if 100 people are coming to my platform and 60 people are making payments, how can I drive more adoption to my services? So how can 65 people make transactions on my platform? The more people make purchases, the more sales happens, the more revenue that comes to them. Not only that, when the rewards has automatically come and surfaced on the platforms, when I'm buying 5 t-shirts and I automatically see that I have got some additional rewards, I prefer to add one more product to my cart because I know I'm getting it in the same price and I don't have to pay more. So what we have done in the market is that this is typically increasing the average order value of every merchant, and they are generating more spends onto their network. Similarly, on the issuer sides, these issuers, what we call it is our banking and non-banking, which is actually giving you points and you have access to points from them. We are building a loyal base of them. So what happens is that if I have a points, literally all my points, which generally goes into expiry mode, we help them with making sure that the consumer's points are never expiring and people are able to consume their points right at all the payments that they are making, which helps the issuer bring back the customer back to life and make them make more transaction with them. So these are typically what we have built it like a network, wherein merchants, consumers, and banking partners are coming all together, and they're benefiting out of that. And we have made it like completely at the checkouts for the merchants. On the left-hand side, you see the ecosystem that we have created. These are all the merchants, some of them, which we are already live with. They process almost 2.5 billion transactions a month. We have over 11 million daily actives who are using Pay with Rewards today. I'm not sure how many of you would have used it. We are known as Pay with Rewards and not as TWID on all the merchants. And on the right-hand side, these are all the issuers. These are banking partners through which your points, if you are part of any of those, comes as a mode of payments at the checkouts, and you can do it. In order to facilitate this as a network, just like Visa and a MasterCard has also done, what we did is we integrated ourselves into all the payment gateways out in the market, because these payment gateways are already integrated in the merchants. So typically, TWID is live with all the merchants, which these aggregators are. So PayU, JustPays, and GoQuicks, etc. We are already integrated into their tech stacks. Now, this is actually fueling a lot of data, right? Now, when this data is getting fueled, the very first thing that comes to mind is how's the data secured of a consumer? And that's where we first follow the principle of trust, that all the consumers that we work with, there's a lot of fraud behavior analysis and ML activity that goes behind how this data should be surfaced to the consumer. Who can actually use these points? How can they use these points, etc. We are already deeply integrated with all the banking partners, so there's a compliance regulatory environment that has been already taken care of. We are an ISO certified company, PCI is DSS certified, but the consumers are not aware of all these certifications, right? At the day end, what matters is that, am I able to get the right information right at my favorite merchants? And am I able to get the benefit out of that? If I'm able to get it, then I'll keep using it, right? So that's the consumer general behavior. And that's what we have been primarily focused on. Now, when we are building this trust, there are three things that naturally comes into picture, is how you are personalizing the behavior of the partners. There are three pillars of personalization that we look at. Number one is how these dynamic offers that are getting created for the consumers to get the best benefits comes and surface to them to make use of them. The second is the pay mode recommendation, that what's the best card for me to use on a particular mode of payment. Nobody understands that which card should I carry. I mean, there are 5 cards that you have, on which merchant, which one you should pay with, what's the best benefit you will get. This completely blank, right? So that's the second one that we solve for. And the third one is the personalized loyalty milestone. So as you go along, how can you curate such examples where you are able to get best benefits out of that? One of the classic examples recently came out is HDFC Pixel Card, wherein a consumer is able to choose which merchants that they want to transact, what benefits that they want to get. But those are, again, very handful of that. We are a network, so it's very, very large collection of stuff. Now, when we talk about dynamic offers, the way it works is when you are absolutely about to land to a merchant, we get all the pings of the consumers in an encrypted manner that this consumer is on our platform, and the person is trying to make this much of payment. Does this person carry any rewards? This is the time with our deep integrations with banking partners, we understand using your mobile number as a unique identifier, whether you have got access to any rewards or not. If yes, with again the API's flow, this information gets flown in real time to all the merchants, and this gets surfaced. That's the probably prime reason some of the users who have got rewards are able to see their rewards on the checkouts, but some of you have not been able to see it because of the behavior of the way the data needs to surface, and which user should be able to eligible to use their points on a particular checkout is completely taken care by the platform. That's one of the things that we solve for. The second one is on the pay mode recommendation, as I was about to tell you, that many a time what happens is that you are about to abandon a cart, that you think that the price is not compelling, the products are not great, and I don't have the particular card that I want to use it, etc., etc. And this is exactly where TWID literally brings your card, which is the best card, right on the surface of the pre-checkout pages to tell you that here is the best card that you should use on this transaction to get the best benefit out of this. This whole stuff is actually happening through the AI and ML models that resides in between. The last part is on the milestone basis. We understand that you are making some transactions, but you are not making use of the same particular mode of payments in other merchants, and how you can literally use it. One of the examples could be, I have been using a particular card on grocery transactions every month, and probably I do 3 transactions on that card. But when it comes to the 4th transaction, the bank has already capped your rewards, that you will not get more rewards on this particular card, on this merchant, etc., etc. That's the time we actually let you know that forget this card, you want to shop at the same merchant's grocery, take this card, use it, make sure that you still get the benefit out of that, right? So these are some sort of a milestones also. We understand your payment journeys, and we will recommend you the right behavior of what you should use at those merchants to get the best benefit out of that. Now, those were about the consumers. We are also taking larger bets considering we are a network. So the two core pillars of our business are merchants, where you go and make payments, and the issuers, which points you typically use at all these merchants' checkouts. Now, the behavior that we solve for these players is multifolds. As I was telling you about banking, the problem why they were not allowing you to use your points is because every partner thinks points is a cost. The time you go and use your points, they have to literally pay for it. So they will always keep it hidden. You will keep a lot of earnings. So you will keep earning points, but the burning is very, very limited. Now, with that as a behavior, when the cost becomes a very, very core problem statement for these, the second problem statement comes from banking and non-banking partners is how should I drive more spends? Because spends are going to give them more revenue. It's going to give them more revolver income, interest charges, etc., that we typically pay. Now, the spends are very, very important. So these two parts on the banking and non-banking issuers is reducing cost and increasing spends was the core problem statements that we came across with. From a merchant perspective, we came across with 3 problem statements. One of them I highlighted earlier was the first one was the conversion funnel, that how many people coming in and how many people are buying. I want to increase my conversions and I want to get more sales out of my business. The second one was increasing their average order values. How can we increase the spends per customer onto their platform so that the customer is spending more and the merchant is making more money out of that. The third problem statement that we came from these merchants was we are spending a lot of money on our marketing activities. When you go to Swiggy, you are trying to order food, you get Swiggy 30. And the 30 rupees that you actually burn comes from the pocket of Swiggy, which is making Swiggy bleed. And if these things keeps happening, the merchant won't be able to scale that much. And that's where Twit came into picture and brought all these things together to make sure that everyone benefits out of this, primarily the consumers. The consumers are able to use their rewards, and when the consumer is going to the merchant is literally able to find out what cohort of customers should I be targeting, which customer should I give more discounts, lesser discounts, how can these issuer points be used as multifold discounts to the consumers regularly is what the merchants and the banking partners have been solving for, we have been solving for. The next big problem that also came from an AI and ML perspective from these issuers was churn of the consumer. There were a lot of people who were coming and they stopped using their cards. So you would have got a new card, so you stop using one of the cards of the bank. Now, since we are right at the moment of truth, which is checkouts of these merchants, we understand your behavior, we understand the issuer behavior, and when your points are getting expired, which we literally was not aware of, and they were about to be, of no use to you, we surface those points back onto the merchant to you so that the consumer benefits and you are able to use that bank's card, so the bank's another transaction happens and the merchant is able to convert that consumer, right? So these are some of the behaviors that we have been driving for all these 3 partners. Now, where is Twit taking loyalties towards? See, by the way, as a network, rewards is just one of the things that we are solving for. There will be multiple other initiatives that we have, but to begin with, the very first part that we are solving this year is to have your hyper-personalized experience, which means that if I am on a particular merchant and I don't know which instrument should I use and how much money should I save, what product should I buy, we are going very deep with our merchant partners, wherein when you actually start the journey of yours, let's say you go to Myntra, you are trying to buy something for fashion, we will tell you that this product that you're buying, which is aspirational, you can actually buy at a cheaper price. So we go on the PDP, which is the product listing page of the merchants, letting consumers know what's the best rewards that you can apply so that you can buy more. and you can afford a better product as compared to what you wanted to buy. So that's on the personalization front that we are looking at. There are also some real-time purchase predictions that we are doing because we understand your behavior, right from issuer part of it, merchants and yourself. We also make a prediction that what your next purchase could be. So are you a very regular and frequent purchaser at fashion or a grocery? Or you pay your bills on Jio and Vodafone at what frequency? Now, if you do that, how can we best utilize your points to get you the best savings applicable so that the consumers are able to manage their funds really, really well? And those are some things that we have already started working on. Going forward, what we also see is that a cross-brand kind of reward ecosystem can be a much beneficial. And here, probably a technology like blockchain solves for it. Now, when we talk about blockchain, a beautiful technology wherein I can identify you as a customer and as a token, and wherever you are going, I understand your behavior so that we can give you the best experience possible. Very simple example about that. I am actually a consumer who's on IGP, which is an India gifting portal, which is into personalized gifting. And at the same time, I am also a Manyavar customer, wherein Manyavar is into festival clothing. Two distinct and mutually exclusive use cases. But as a consumer, your behavior could be between October and December on when you want these personal gifting to be done, and you also want the festival clothing to be done or to buy, right? If I can actually combine these as a journey for you by using data, it can help consumers make better decisions. And that's where we are moving towards. That's one of the goals. The second one is omni-channel. So you are going online, but the online players are also offline, and your behavior is omnipresent. You are also eating out, you are buying products online, you are having a coffee at a coffee shop. Now, if we understand that behavior and if we can somehow make sure that your spends that you do are more rewarding in nature, then that's the focus area for the company that we are going after. The last part, which we also believe would be futuristic for us, we are keeping a target of 2026 as what we want to build, is on social sharing. Now, when a consumer is so active on social, we also understand that your behavior of interacting with various people of your community, there are ways you guys can not only exchange information, but you can also exchange your rewards. For example, I have got 5,000 points. You are less of 500 points to buy something. Can I actually lend you those points and you can buy and whatever products that you have? So that's kind of exchanging between, P2P exchange of points is what we are looking at. Also looking at some sort of a neural behavior going forward as AI progresses and we live in a world of virtual stuff, wherein I'm trying to figure out that I'm trying to buy some shopping and all of a sudden I see that my glucose or my sugar level has gone down. Automatically, can the platform trigger that here is the stores that you can actually order your medicines quickly and you can actually reward your shopper, your merchants accordingly, wherein this cross collaborations can happen. So some of the very advanced stages stuff which we will be working on, and these are some of the things that we have. What we believe very specifically, that spends do not drive rewards. We believe rewards drive spends. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Yes, the lady up front, can we have a microphone here, please? Quickly. Thank you.
Can you hear me? Yeah.
Yes.
Thank you. Really good presentation. My question is from two perspectives. One, somebody who's working on building loyalty program, plus a customer of Pay with Rewards, right? Question might be a little bit more complicated, but I'll just try to explain what I'm trying to
I'll try my best to.
Yeah, so I think first is if you look at loyalty programs or the history of loyalty programs within India, right? I think if you try, and I was having this conversation with somebody, you can't find a loyalty program that has been very successful in India. There were some examples like Big Bazaar, I think, tried to build something, but then something like Starbucks, which is, I think, in the world's largest loyalty program on the stickling part or the retention part. I think in India, we fail to see such examples. And I think my question is, what is it that we have never been able to come up with a successful loyalty program? And I think one part that you did not cover in your presentation, because I think Pay with Rewards is more on the checkout experience, is about the valuation. We keep seeing in India markets the devaluation of points keep happening. So be it credit cards, be it super coins, that is one of your partners, I think they have heavily devaluated their points.
Right.
So which I think is creating a lot of friction. So why would somebody, like as a consumer, use Pay with Rewards when I'm not even getting that much value, right? So I would rather go and earn points on my credit card, which I can spend separately, than earning or paying with Pay with Rewards.
Madam, if you don't mind me interjecting, the question being?
So the question is, I think, where do you see addressing those gaps?
Sure.
I think first part is where India has not been able to be, successful in loyalty programs. Second is, I think, how are you reducing those friction and addressing the point devaluation issue?
Certainly. Thank you. Great questions. Number one, you are talking about why India has not been able to create any successful program in the market. By the way, Supercoins is a very successful program. Approximately, if I'm not mistaken, 70 million consumers having Supercoins use it very, very regularly. The real problem statement lies when consumers are not able to use their points very easily and wherever they want. So what people have done, and which I actually covered in my earlier part, is that it has always been restrictive in nature in terms of the usage. Now, look at banking as a points as well. One is banking, second is merchants. Even in banking, you already have one portal where you go once in 6 months, you can actually buy a flight ticket or maybe a voucher, that's it. These are a couple of examples. Nothing more than that you can do with your rewards. Because, again, people were thinking this of as a cost. When it comes to merchant, it was always kept in a closed loop because the merchant thought that my customer should always come to me, that's how I'm creating a loyalty, and the customer should not be able to use it outside. Now, a customer is typically spending ₹1 lakh every day. Now, out of that ₹1 lakh onto your platform, is the customer spending more than 5%, 10% of the money? No, because the remaining 90%, I'm actually going outside and spending it on multiple more things that I do. Now, if I'm able to consume those points at multiple more places, first of all, I will have a brand recall that, hey, I'm able to use Flipkart Supercoins now for coffee. I'm able to use it for buying grocery. I'm able to buy it for fashion. So multiple use cases, and hence, the points start working out. So more brand recall, more consumption starts happening if you make it more ubiquitous and fungible in nature. That is something that the brands needs to change as a mindset. This is a very big phenomenon, by the way, in the US and Japan, where points are completely fungible. One of our investors, being Rakuten, is they have got approximately 8 trillion coins in rotation in Japan, because everyone in Japan uses Rakuten. Every store, every merchants, everyone. Coming back to your points on the devaluing of points by a lot of players, right? And primarily, this is by the banking ecosystem. Now, and that is happening for a particular reason. There is a lot of gamification that people are doing into in our ecosystem, in our India as a market. They are using their points to buy things which are, let's say, paying for their utility bills, et cetera, right? Where bankings don't make any money. So there is no money to be made out of that. And that's the reason what banks is trying to do is that they are trying to bring in their affluent users, those who are actually making more frequent purchases and more transactions onto their ecosystem. And they are actually upping the value of the points for those consumers. And they're devaluing for people who are gamifying the systems. So I think this is good for the ecosystem. The better the consumers, the better the consumer behavior is, you should incentivize those customers as compared to people who are trying to gamify the system. I hope I'm able to answer those two questions.
The lady up front, please.
Hi, great talk. So this actually happened with me. It happens very frequently. I'll check out on Myntra, I actually don't understand rewards and loyalty points much because the experience has been quite annoying, honestly. So I'll check out, okay, great, thank you for your purchase, great. Pop up, you have won a scratch card, you'll scratch, and it's something so irrelevant, something I will never use, and I just feel like even after the thank you, I'll just close the app because I don't want to scratch, and I don't care because I know it's not going to be relevant to my life. So what's the deal with like reward points that are so irrelevant or that are not actually very practical or genuinely care about the user's benefit? Because I feel a lot of the times it's very gimmicky, or they'll try to sell you things, they'll use these dark marketing tactics, I don't even know, but it's just not relevant, and it's very annoying. So like, what's the deal with good rewards? Because that should benefit the consumer. I genuinely believe you are doing a good job. Yeah, I think people empathize with that, but it is important to make sure, of course, the consumer benefits. You want merchants to profit, but I think the relevance aspect should also be there so that it's not a deterrent.
True, and I think this is one thing that we are also solving on our platform, considering we are a network. We, unlike a brand, let's say a Google Pay or a Phone Pay or Swiggy that you just spoke about, or any play, or Myntra, you got a scratch card. What happens is that they are giving you what you typically don't want. So they are distributing wherever they are making money from, because one brand is giving some distribution cost to these players, and they are giving you any offer that is available to you. You may use, you don't use, but they still make a distribution price on that. The Myntra will make distribution price on that. Now, what we are trying to do is that we are trying to personalize this behavior, understanding your journeys or where you typically spend your money and your favorite merchants that you go on, and probably offer you something from them as compared to that you never shop from. So since you go to, let's say, Myntra, and tomorrow you are having a coffee at a Starbucks, I should give you something from Myntra. Right? So I think that's what TWID is solving for. And we are solving this in a very big scale. And you will see this very, very soon in multiple merchants. And we are also launching our own app, so probably that could also work out.
We'll do that one last question. The gentleman right there. Yeah, please go ahead.
Hi, sir. It's almost an extension to the conversations you had. So all the banks, yes, they have incentive to de-incentivize the points, but is it possible in future with your companies like yours, where the points could be transferred from one bank to other bank, because there is all the reward points go with threshold rather than the continuous function. So from one conversion, would that be possible? And yeah, that's pretty much.
Sure. See, again, a very a consumer-centric question, because every consumer wants their points to be used that they want to use it. What happened typically today, if you look at it, when you actually use your banking products, that since you spoke about banking as a card, bank makes money on every interchange income that you spend your card on. Using that interchange income, some part goes in the form of rewards to you, right? Now, if you are able to use those rewards that bank has given it from their own pocket, and you are able to convert into another bank points, that is actually shifting loyalty from one player to another player, right? So current mindset of people. So that's what they try to actually ignore, and that's why even today in Pay with Rewards, when you use it at any merchant, you cannot club points. You can, in every transaction, you can only use 1 point, pay the balance and check out, right? But as we go along, and that's what our vision of 2026 looks like, is that can we build a sort of social sharing between players, not only between P2P, between consumer to consumer, but are you able to interoperable your points, that use your points from here to there to here, and you can still maximize your savings wherever you want. So, but that requires a lot of mindset change in our country to happen, and let's see how that shapes up. Okay, great. Thank you.
Thank you very much. In case you have any other questions, feel free to walk up to the gentleman. And thank you so much. We shall see you all back for lunch. Lunch is being served. We start off this stage at about 2:45. I'll be playing some music if you want to come and get some. Also, we're giving out the goodies from Couchbase. So that'll be happening at right after you come back from lunch. So around 2:45, 3 o'clock, we'll see you all back. Thank you very much.
This is a square. Or is it? The universe of data is multidimensional. Diverse data sources, various methodologies, various data science techniques, and evolving business complexities. How do we use AI effectively and navigate the pitfalls? Human perspective combined with machine intelligence makes all the difference. And when they all come together, the big picture emerges and leads to business impact. And that's what inspired our new brand identity. We are C5I, led by human perspective and powered by artificial intelligence. We operate a multidimensional approach to data, science, and business. At C5I, we leverage our experience in AI technologies, diverse methodologies, data science and engineering, and advanced analytics capabilities to look at the challenges from different angles, add a fresh lens to unlock potential, and change our point of view to identify new opportunities. Because every perspective adds depth to our understanding. The convergence of human ingenuity and application of science drives adoption and creates sustainable impact.
Your customers' needs are always changing. Imagine building an app that evolves with them in real time. An AI-powered banking app delivering personalized strategies, products, and insights, analyzing spending habits, continuously learning goals, adjusting for risk, and constantly predicting the next course of action. It's possible with adaptive applications, powered by high-performing, hyper-flexible data architecture. Build ultra-personalized customer experiences, delivered by Couchbase.
The power of data is limitless. Using analytics, we make your flight safer, keep the food on your table fresh, and suggest the best movie for your quiet night in. And it doesn't end there. We partner with banks to keep bad actors away, healthcare providers to enhance patient care, and insurers to lower premium costs. At Genpact, our people use data to create a world that works better for you.
Data has become so complex and fragmented that people spend more time searching for it than using it. This means data consumers, owners, and engineers struggle to make data-driven decisions with confidence. PowerMe, Genpact's active metadata platform, can help. With it, everyone can discover, trace, and trust data and analytics assets using PowerMe's intelligent data catalog, 360-degree data lineage, and connected data quality. Let's take a closer look. With the Intelligent Data Catalog, you can search for and discover personalized content and collaborate on data and analytics assets. You'll get an integrated view of the data dictionary, business and technical metadata, usage statistics, and similarity insights. And its generative AI capabilities support metadata enrichment by describing KPIs, SQL expressions, tables, and dashboards, which improve data literacy and data democratization. Next, PowerMe's 360-degree data lineage reveals the data lifecycle from origin to transformation and consumption. The automated versioning and audit trails give an uncluttered and contextual view of data lineage, with easy navigation from system to attribute level drill downs. You can also annotate, share, and enrich lineage graphs. And finally, connected data quality monitors, measures, and prevents data inconsistencies. All thanks to pre-built yet configurable data quality sensors with advanced rules. Plus, dynamic thresholds and machine language-based anomaly detection offer automated alerts, workflow interventions, visual traceability, and personalized data quality storyboards. PowerMe connects to all the leading business intelligence and data platforms, so your business can automatically capture metadata and usage information to gain a unified view of enterprise data and analytics. What's more, PowerMe offers enterprise-grade security, role-based access controls, and a user-centric design. By seamlessly integrating data catalog, lineage, and quality capabilities in a unified platform, PowerMe is a complete solution for your data intelligence, observability, and governance needs. Ready to get started? Visit genpact.com/PowerMe for a demo.
Describe Genpact in one word.
It's fun.
Hello everyone. We are here at one of Genpact India's offices located in Namma, Bengaluru. We are going to be taking a tour of their campus and finding out from their employees as to what it's like to work with Genpact. Shall we begin? Hey guys. Hello. So I have a quick question for you. You do not have any time to think. You'll have to tell whatever comes to your mind. What do you think makes the analytics team at Genpact special?
It gives excellent platform to experiment and learn. It enhancing our knowledge, enriching, and finally, everyday great learning.
Opportunities to work with and improve business of top companies in the world.
So I would say the diversity here is great. We have different kinds of people in the team that makes the team very balanced and also gets in a lot of viewpoints on the table.
Well, they've said everything, but I would like to highlight that the top management is very supportive for new ideas and they've created a very great environment to work with.
So I really thought their talk about food and entertainment is the thing that they like, but it looks like they are invested in their jobs. Okay guys, thank you for that. I have more questions to ask more people. I'll be heading. Bye. Bye-bye. Now that we've seen the office, let's go catch hold of some employees and ask them this one question. Come on. How will you describe Genpact?
Genpact is a fun place just because we all need to collaborate amongst ourselves to achieve our goal.
Couldn't have asked for a better place for the start of my career.
Hybrid work culture.
It gives us the freedom to work in whatever field we want to work in.
It's collaboration. Chill. Work-life balance. Amazing.
Transformation happens here.
Exciting. There we have it, guys. Now we know why Genpact's analytics team is one of the best in the country. They have created a fun work environment with diversity, and the kind of consistent work that they do has set the standard for the industry. It is quite evident from the conversations that we have had with different people here that they enjoy doing their work, which explains why they have stuck around for such a long time. With that, we wrap up this episode of AIM Walkthrough. I will catch you in another tour. Until then, bye.
At Google, AI isn't a tomorrow thing. It's a today thing. And sure, we can ask for answers to life's tough questions. But today, we can also ask it to do tough things, like ship that wood more efficiently, use satellites to reduce methane emissions, turn DNA into code to make drought-resistant corn. Oh, cool. It can spot and fill potholes, spot disease earlier, spot asteroids to protect Earth. It can create apps with just words and just hours. Today, Google AI can scan 100,000 lines of code in 2 minutes to spot and fix bugs. It can translate from code to code and is one step closer to speaking 1,000 languages, even whale. Today, AI impacts lives for the better and understands the world the way you do. Our AI spots threats 7 times faster, understands speech sentiment, helps prevent vision loss, predicts weather 10 days out in 2 minutes, translates thousands of pages in seconds, detects lead pipes to keep drinking water clean, eliminates paperwork so care is more human, generates from text, visuals, audio, and video, creates entire worlds from your imagination, creates this thing and that thing, a new thing, the new way to cloud.
Intel is no stranger to change. We've been changing the world longer than most tech companies have existed. We're technologists, geeks at heart, who not only embrace change, but collaborate every day to drive world-changing innovation. Today, the changes shaping the world around us and our customers are massive. Tectonic shifts driven by an AI revolution that's redefining everything and creating amazing opportunities. So, we're transforming, quickly, from the inside out. Because we are Intel. We were made for this. Every day we roll up our sleeves and solve tough problems. We thrive on challenges, revel in complex puzzles, and always work towards the right solutions. We are Intel. This is what we do. We invest in technology. We shape our industry and the world, and we do it the right way. Because forward is the only way we know, and together is the only way we'll get there. So join us on this journey as we continue to innovate and make a difference on a global scale. Bring your forward-thinking, problem-solving attitude and get ready to change the world all over again. Because we're Intel. And our next chapter starts with you.
What do we mean when we say all you need is an idea and Intel inside? That in today's fast-moving, high-tech world, big ideas are powered by a one-of-a-kind partnership with Intel, because our customer-first approach is more than just a byline. From the moment we put the silicon in Silicon Valley, Intel has been accelerating the industry in big ways, setting a course for a new era of bold innovation. No one else is this obsessed with engineering a brighter future. That's why we're driving the industry's biggest inflection points, putting intelligence where it's needed most, in ways that only Intel can, with a multi-architecture approach that empowers our customers to transform their businesses from the inside out. We're democratizing AI in big ways, combining software and hardware to open up new possibilities. And we're moving that innovation around the world at lightning speeds with our advances in 5G. Collaborating with global operators and creating a new vision for networks of the future. We're taking intelligence and bringing it to the edge. accelerating business outcomes with over 30,000 edge-to-cloud solution deployments. And we're taking that same innovation to the streets, deploying new technology and advanced data layers to make autonomous driving not only possible, but safe and seamless. Every day, we create world-changing technology that enriches the lives of every person on Earth. Making bold moves, because Intel has the unique portfolio breadth and depth, plus the global scale to serve as an unparalleled catalyst for our partners' biggest ambitions. So if you've got a big idea, let's go off and do something wonderful together.
Oh, it's what?
Hi, you guys.
How's it going?
I have a really long layover tonight.
I'm on an airplane, look outside of your dreams, 'cause you might miss the moment. He's reaching out his hand. When you give all you got for love, you gotta give all you got, gotta give all you got for love. 'Cause you're here for a moment, you give all you got, gotta give all you got for love. 'Cause you're here for a moment, you give all you got, gotta give all you got for love. 'Cause you're here for a moment, you give all you got, give all you got for love. You gotta give all you got, gotta give all you got for love. 'Cause you're here for a moment, you give all you got, gotta give all you got for love. 'Cause you're here for a moment, you give all you got, gotta give all you got for love. 'Cause you're here for a moment, you give all you got, give all you got for love.
Synchron is a leading global consulting firm for digital transformation and technology enhancements. We specialize in the financial services and technology innovation sectors. We work hard to become the trusted innovation and transformation partner of choice to our clients. Synchron's progressive technologies and optimization strategies span end-to-end artificial intelligence, consulting, digital, cloud and DevOps, data, and software engineering, servicing an array of noteworthy top-tier firms. Our coordinated cross-regional teams have deep domain experience in high-tech, capital markets, investment banking, wealth management, retail and commercial banking, asset management, exchanges, insurance, and payments, as well as cutting-edge technologies. Our 14,000-plus global employees, spanning 55 offices across 20 countries, are passionate about innovation and meeting new challenges.
Our team at Synchron is committed to pushing the boundaries of AI technology and delivering state-of-the-art solutions. We understand the importance of staying ahead in today's fast-paced world, and Gen AI tools are designed to give you that competitive edge. The future is here, and Gen AI is leading the way. Embrace the power of generative AI with Synchron Nexus tools.
In a world clouded with complexity and ambiguity, there exist significant opportunities for disruption and growth. At Tiger Analytics, we help our clients navigate this uncertainty, empowering them to move decisively through shifting sands, unlocking these opportunities. We work with our clients to strategize, design, and engineer a future-ready enterprise. At Tiger Analytics, we've been reimagining possibilities with cutting-edge AI and analytics, solving some of the toughest problems out there and building the blueprint for tomorrow. And at the heart of this mission is our battle-tested team of exceptional technologists and consultants. It's our unique expertise and character that enable us to create exceptional value even in hazy conditions. That's our Tiger Gene. The Tiger Gene is what makes us learn relentlessly, experiment without fear, seek help and offer help. The Tiger Gene is what helps us uncomplicate complex problems, build for the future, deliver clarity amidst ambiguity. To our clients who are traversing a fog of uncertainty, we are not just a technology partner, we are a certainty partner, relentlessly seeking, solving, challenging, and growing. Together, as we set bold ambitions and target extraordinary outcomes, let us experience the power of data-guided decisions, the potential of connected insights, the promise of an AI-empowered future. Experience certainty to shape a better tomorrow with Tiger Analytics.
The possibility of next is why we wake up every day. It empowers us to pursue excellence. It drives us to remain relentlessly curious. It unshackles us to imagine beyond belief. In the global transformation led by data, there are many miles between today and next. At Tridence, we focus on the last mile while we get you through every mile. Because with data, the possibilities are endless. With AI-powered insights, all of them are within reach. It's a matter of going the distance and pushing through the last mile to real outcomes. Make sense of your data. Refine your insights. Accelerate your actions. Think impact. It's time to go beyond possible and cover the last mile. Tridence, beyond possible.
This is a square. Or is it? The universe of data is multidimensional. Diverse data sources, various methodologies, various data science techniques, and evolving business complexities. How do we use AI effectively and navigate the pitfalls? Human perspective combined with machine intelligence makes all the difference. And when they all come together, the big picture emerges and leads to business impact. And that's what inspired our new brand identity. We are C5I, led by human perspective and powered by artificial intelligence. We operate a multidimensional approach to data, science, and business. At C5I, we leverage our experience in AI technologies, diverse methodologies, data science and engineering, and advanced analytics capabilities to look at the challenges from different angles, add a fresh lens to unlock potential, and change our point of view to identify new opportunities. Because every perspective adds depth to our understanding. The convergence of human ingenuity and application of science drives adoption and creates sustainable impact.
Your customers' needs are always changing. Imagine building an app that evolves with them in real time. An AI-powered banking app delivering personalized strategies, products, and insights, analyzing spending habits, continuously learning goals, adjusting for risk, and constantly predicting the next course of action. It's possible with adaptive applications, powered by high-performing, hyper-flexible data architecture. Build ultra-personalized customer experiences, delivered by Couchbase.
The power of data is limitless. Using analytics, we make your flights safer, keep the food on your table fresh, and suggest the best movie for your quiet night in. And it doesn't end there. We partner with banks to keep bad actors away, healthcare providers to enhance patient care, and insurers to lower premium costs. At Genpact, our people use data to create a world that works better for you.
Data has become so complex and fragmented that people spend more time searching for it than using it. This means data consumers, owners, and engineers struggle to make data-driven decisions with confidence.
I'll play you one of my tracks. This one is called Iron Hearts. I wrote this a long time ago. Sleep under the stars. We sleep under the stars tonight. Sleep under the stars. these iron hearts. These iron hearts. We started out together the first time your light shone. Darling, you and I, built from the same stone, is how I wanna live. Smothered by affection, but life had other plans. These men without reflections, confusion days, those times where he gave my life meaning. Now I'm aware, molded by fire, with love in our hearts. First time I saw you, it's when my story starts. 'Cause we sleep under the stars, separated by this life. Do they know who we are? We sleep under the stars. All these lonely moons, they were meant to be ours. We sleep under the stars. Let me hold you while you're hurting. Let me love you and your scars. We sleep under the stars. Tomorrow we go back to counting cars. Sleep under the stars. Sleep under these scars tonight. Sleep under the stars. Sleep under these stars tonight. Tomorrow we go back to counting cars. 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 These iron hearts. Thank you to the one person who clapped. So I'll do a quick tune for you. This is something old, something new. Just random check-in. How many of you carry your own water bottles? Hands up in the air. You carry one, two? Okay, just checking that I'm not alone, because I feel like a little bit of a loser when I carry my own water bottles and everyone else is. No, not a loser, not a loser. No, no. Okay, thanks. Sustainability for the win. When the night has come and land is dark and the moon is the only light you see, no, I won't be afraid. No, I won't be afraid. Just as long as you stand by me. So darling, darling, stand by me. Oh, stand by me. Won't you stand now by me? Stand by me. 'Cause you're way too beautiful, girl. That's why it would never work. You've got me suicidal, suicidal. When they say it's over, damn all these beautiful girls, they only wanna do you dirt. They'll have you suicidal, suicidal. When they say it's over. Now we started at the park, used to chill after dark. Oh, when you took my heart, that's when we fell apart. 'Cause we both thought love lasts forever. They say we're too young to get ourselves strong. No, we didn't care. We made it very clear. And they also said we couldn't last together. She's very defined, girl, one of a kind. But you washed up my mind. You often get declined. Hold on, my baby's driving me crazy. You're way too beautiful, girl. That's why it would never work. You have me suicidal, suicidal. When they say it's over, damn all these beautiful girls. That's why it would never work. You've got me suicidal, suicidal. When they say it's over. And now we are fussing, and now we are fighting. Please tell me why I'm feeling slighted, and I don't know how to make it better. You're dating other guys, you're telling me lies. Oh, I can't believe what I'm seeing with my eyes. I'm losing my mind, and I don't think it's clever. She's very defined, girl, one of a kind. But you washed up my mind. You often get declined. Hold on, my baby's driving me crazy. You're way too beautiful, girl. That's why it would never work. You've got me suicidal, suicidal. When they say it's over. Thank you very much. So we have 3 more minutes to go. I'm just looking around if someone's going to tell me to get off stage. If they don't, I'll play you one more tune. No one's telling me to get off stage yet. So one more tune, very quickly. Yep. She's a good girl, loves her mama, loves horses, and her boyfriend too. She's a good girl, crazy about Elvis, loves Jesus, America too, yeah. It's a long day living in Reseda. There's a freeway running through the yard. I'm a bad boy, 'cause I don't even miss her. I'm a bad boy for breaking her heart. Yeah, I'm free, free falling, falling. Yeah, I'm free, free falling, falling. Free falling now, I'm 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 free falling now, and I'm free, free falling, falling. Now I'm free falling. Now I'm free falling. Now I'm free falling. Thank you all very much. Thank you, thank you. It's quite a decent crowd back from lunch. I think yesterday was a little lesser, so this is a good thing. Alrighty. Before lunch, I told you all that for those of you all who scanned the couch, apologies, sorry about that. There's a little bit of, yes. We were supposed to announce the results coming back from lunch for the, I'm just checking to see if we have the names. So we're going to just skip that for now, and we're going to come back to that in a while. We have 90 names and 90 gifts to give out. So I'm guessing we're going to take a little bit of time, but we're going to jump into the first session of the afternoon. It's been a good session so far for the first half of day 2 of Cypher 2024. It's time for us to get into the first session. We hope you all had a good lunch. Thumbs up if yes. I hope y'all are not running on an empty stomach for now. We're going to talk about what Gen AI really means for IT services. This includes BPO, software, healthcare companies. If this session is not for each and every one of you, we don't know what is. This will be in the format of a fireside chat. This will be conversational. It'll also be something that I think we're going to look at y'all for inputs towards the end, so we are going to open this out for questions towards the end. So keep your questions prepared. In case we cannot answer all of your questions, we're going to take them offline, if that is okay with y'all. So, like I said, this is a fireside chat where we will discuss a well-rounded perspective on the state of generative AI and its investment trajectory moving forward. Once again, we're going to take the lights down, and I request your kind attention to the screen, please. This is our speaker requesting Shri Harsha KV to please come up to the stage, Associate Director at Technology Holdings, and joining him, like I said, joining him we have Anant Khara, the Vice President at TH Healthcare and Life Sciences. Big round of applause for the two of them while they take the stage. This discussion will be moderated by this gentleman, requesting Venkatesh Mahale, Senior Research Manager at Technology Holdings, to also take the stage. Gentlemen, the stage is yours. People of Cypher 24, can we put our hands together and make a lot of noise for them, please? I know our bellies might be a little full from lunch, but okay, we're going to try this once again. Can you use your voices as well? Just go. There we go. So you do that while you clap at the same time. In 3, 2, 1, go. Nice. Gents, are we good with that? Yes? All right. The stage is yours.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. I hope you all are having a great time at Cypher 2024. My name is Venkatesh Mahale. I'm a Senior Research Manager at Technology Holdings. I'll be hosting this panel discussion, as we said. And then we'll be discussing about, something that has been creating a lot of, excitement, a lot of buzz, and a little bit of, anxiety. That is, generative AI, or Gen AI as we call it. So will Gen AI, will it be a $118 billion market opportunity as everybody is thinking? Or is it going to be a threat, perceived as a threat, to the traditional ways of doing business, right? And what it actually really means to the industries like IT services, software, BPOs, and healthcare for that matter. So, now before we dive into the discussion, let's just have a quick show of hands. How many of you are, actually or currently using GenAI tools, in your daily operations on a day-to-day basis, or for that matter on a fairly regular basis? That's quite a good number. Hopefully, by end of this session, right, everybody will be able to take something back to their teams. Joining me today are the two industry experts who are deep into their trenches to this ongoing AI revolution. Welcome Sriharsha and welcome Anand.
Thanks.
Yeah. So I hope both bring invaluable experience in how GenAI is not just not just changing the industries but also shaping the future. So before we kick off, let me give you a brief, a little background on our work. Technology Holdings is an investment bank, providing merger and acquisitions advisory, growth advisory, as well as consulting exclusively to IT services, BPO, as well as software and healthcare companies globally. So, and also we recently completed a survey, which actually talked about mostly the impact of GenAI in IT services and software and BPO companies. So we gathered a lot of insights from the industry leaders, in these areas, where on how they are actually, sort of navigating the GenAI landscape. So so before, just to give you some quick highlights, 90 of this survey, right? 91% of respondents believe GenAI significantly boosts employee productivity, and 82% see enhanced customer experiences through GenAI integration. And in the BPO sector especially, GenAI is expected to have the biggest impact, especially when it comes to automation and advanced analytics. So based on these insights, let's dive deep into this, GenAI, how this GenAI is impacting the industry. So let's start with IT services, Sriharsha, and with GenAI rapidly influencing the IT services sector, what do you see as the most transformative technological advancement? How are these changes reshaping the landscape of IT services, particularly in client offerings?
Sure. No, thanks, Venkatesh. Let me take this opportunity to thank the organizers for having me on this panel, Anand as well. So I manage two portfolios at Technology Holdings. So I'm an associate director. I manage the buy side, so wherein we enable significant enterprise value accretion for private equities, funds, portfolio companies, and strategics to do programmatic acquisitions and buy and build to scale faster. When I say scale, it's a combination of revenue, operating leverage, and eventually enterprise value. And the second piece, coincidentally, is I also manage the CX AI analytics sell-side practice, wherein we try to do growth fundraise as well as do exits in terms of strategic or PE buyouts, right? So, and fundamentally have spent 12 years doing 20+ acquisitions. So I used to lead strategy M&A for a leading BPM called WNS Global Services for close to 9 years, and a SoftBank-backed CX tech company in the Middle East for close to 2 years, right? And that gives me some sort of credibility to answer this and some of the questions to follow. Just to take a step back before talking about IT services, just to set the context, right? So broadly, some of the, just to tell a quick story, right? So broadly, what's happening is everybody knows about NVIDIA, right? So 3 trillion market cap, 120 billion in revenue, right? So roughly trading 25 times revenue. They're growing at 150% year on year, right? And a part of what they do is GenAI, but about 85% of the data center and chip work they do is AI, right? As far as a company claims to be, right? And we all know how they have aced into, in fact, the market cap has 7 or 8x in the last 2.5 years, as we all know, right? But on the tail on the other side has been, if you look at Intel, Intel does roughly half of their revenue. Again, 25% or 30% of their revenue is AI, if not Gen AI, but they are 100 billion market cap, which is 3% of where NVIDIA is, right? I mean, this clearly tells how much of a transformation and the market shift that has happened over the last 24 to 36 months, especially after the launch of ChatGPT, Gemini, and the following models, right? So specifically taking this question on IT services, I mean, just another data point, right? So nobody used to disclose even AI revenues, right, in the IT services industry. So IT services roughly today is about $1.5 trillion in revenue, which is expected to double in the next 8 to 10 years, right? So Accenture, which is the leader, number 1, number 2 IT services company in the world, they started disclosing Gen AI revenues, right? And their Gen AI pipeline is already $2.5 billion run rate for the year, right? So from about couple of 100 million last year, the pipeline has, I would say, scaled 300-400%, right? I mean, so that makes us to believe strongly that Gen AI is real, right? I mean, one, the example of data center and chip companies, which is on the upstream, who is creating the Gen AI infrastructure, and IT services probably on the downstream, who is seeing a lot of traction in order book building, right? So in terms of the impact on IT services, there's a lot of impact, right? I think a lot of developers are questioning the relevance of Gen AI adoption in their work, as far as the relevance in their roles as well, right? I mean, how much of their work will be automated, or will their roles be relevant, right? So I think it's become a fundamental question on them. In terms of specific areas within IT services, we'll deep dive further, but just at a broad level, there's a lot of impact on testing, debugging, DevOps, MLOps, right, data ops, right? I mean, these are the few areas which are seeing significant impacts of Gen AI, both positively and negatively.
Thank you. Shreyas, it is clear that Gen AI is driving significant innovation in IT services. Now, if we focus slightly, the healthcare sector is also seeing profound impact, right, from this advancement. So, Anant, when we think of AI, it's, we often picture robots performing surgeries or, diagnosing patients. But we know that Gen AI is doing some subtler role as well. So where do you see it making that biggest impact in is it in diagnostics or treatment or something else completely different?
Yeah. So thanks, Venki, and pleasure to be on this panel. I look at healthcare life sciences at TH Healthcare, which is a subset of Technology Holdings. So Gen AI honestly has been a game changer for healthcare industry, right? In some of the sectors specifically, because healthcare, as you would know, is as traditional as it gets, right? But let's say for drug discovery, for example, right, especially in lab trials, where there are hundreds and thousands of combinations that you need to go through to probably perfect the one novel drug that you are looking at, which takes typically 9 to 12 months. Gen AI can narrow that 100,000 combinations into, let's say, 10-15 combination, and can do that in, let's say, a few months. And instead of focusing probably on those 1,000 combinations manually, you can now focus on only 10 of them, which end-to-end lab trial, which initially used to take 9 to 12 months, can now reduce to 3 months using Gen AI. And a lot of these novel drug discovery companies across Asia, across US, even big pharma like Pfizer, Merck, everyone has started using it now, and people are seeing the benefits of not only saving time but also saving effort, saving cost as well, right? Because instead of having a scientist work on it for 12 months, you can have a computer do it for a few months and then perfect on those 10-12 molecules, which will eventually lead to animal trials and human trials going ahead. That's probably one of the biggest changes that we are seeing using Gen AI in healthcare. Second, obviously, Amazon. All of us know that Amazon does pharmacies all across the globe, right? Amazon is using Gen AI incrementally a lot in its pharmacy business, where it's starting to predict which type of drug will be required at what particular point of time in which particular area, to figuring out, let's say, summaries of the prescription and chatbots giving out predictive analysis on drugs that probably the patient need. Also figuring out what is the supply chain requirement for that particular drug in different markets. So these are let's say few areas that probably healthcare is seeing a lot of traction. Obviously, it will take time for let's say Gen AI to go from lab trials to animal trial to clinical trials, because there is a lot of data privacy issues and all of that in place. But I think slowly the adoption in a more traditional industry like healthcare is also going up substantially, and it's only for the better.
Thank you, Anand. Let's talk about internal operations, Sriharsha. How are companies leveraging Gen AI to improve internal efficiencies, right? Could you share any real life examples, where it's creating a lot of opportunities within IT services or BPO firms?
Yeah, no, let me give an example rather than being very generic, right, Venkatesh? So in my previous setup at WNS, I happened to enable CFO transformation, right? So what do we mean by that is, one of the primary tasks of a chief treasury function, which is a combination of, like I said, Gen AI, treasury function, which is a combination of, like I said, Gen AI, as well as, let's say, Power BI of Microsoft, right? I think all of these led to a significant improvement in the working capital cycle, right? And even if you look at treasury gains, right, today the head of treasury probably will have to look at things manually. So imagine a large enterprise which has 50 entries across 20 countries, right? So and there are various needs of cash and capital everywhere, right? So where do you source capital from? How do you use them? Where do you deploy them, right? So combination of Gen AI and AI can shoot wonders, right? So we implemented all of these to see significant values, and that's only within the CFO organization, right? And we at TH cover the CFO tech very, very broadly, right? And similarly, if you look at HR, procurement and various functions, right? Just take an example of procurement, right? I mean, vendor management, right? I mean, you can have significantly better vendor management and vendor interactions if you enable Gen AI, right? Rather than the traditional emailing and calling that goes on, right?
Right.
And likewise in HR tech, right? I mean, so I think we are out of the world wherein we were sending a mail to the HR and accessing a report or getting a query on any particular question, right? Today, all of the policies are, if digitized well, you could have employees access a query engine and then get immediate responses, right? On anything and everything you want about your policies, right? I think these are some of the use cases where we are seeing significant productivity enhancements.
Right. Thank you, Sriharsha. I mean, it's fascinating to see how these technologies are being integrated deeply into the business operations. So Anand, in healthcare, how are organizations using Gen AI to enhance the internal operations?
Yeah, so see, if you look at healthcare, right, healthcare is broadly two parts, right? There is, pharma, and then there is healthcare delivery, right? In healthcare delivery, we all know there's a dearth of doctors, there's a dearth of, patients, nurses, right, in India in general. So what Gen AI is now doing is that, so let's say I'm a patient, I go into a hospital, right, and I have my medical history and all of that in place. The Gen AI, what it will do is it will look at my medical records, try to figure out what was the issues in the past and what I'm facing now. It will create a summary of all of that, and then it will just give it to the nurse to read that up, do the initial bit of treatment for the OPD, and then the doctor can take it from there. So instead of, let's say, nurses going through tons of paperwork, which used to take probably 10-15 minutes to do it, Gen AI will create a summary, do it in, let's say, less than a minute, give it to the nurse, and the nurse, instead of taking 10 minutes, now takes, let's say, 1 minute to analyze what you have done, what's your medical history in the past, and then recommends the initial course of treatment to you in the beginning while the doctor comes in. Another way where Gen AI is helping is that all of these chatbots, right, and we've seen so many of them, right, but some of the companies in India, what they are also trying to do is these chatbots will now have, let's say, voice modulations in place, will have your past documents in place, and when you log into your account using your username and password, what it will quickly do is it will go about, check your medical records, see the voice modulation. If it's you, it will immediately start recommending the next course of treatment without even, let's say, waiting for a doctor or a physical person to do it for you. So it can recommend the initial course of treatment, while obviously the doctor comes in. If there is a serious thing, obviously the doctor comes in, but at least in let's say basic cold and flu and stuff like that, the Gen AI can at least tell you, okay, you have a cold, why don't you start with a Calpol while the doctor comes in, or you get an appointment for tomorrow. Imagine you're facing this at 2 a.m. in the night. Probably the doctor is not available immediately, but with this at least you can start your treatment, while obviously it can enhance, or you can change the treatment in the morning or the day after when you actually see a doctor. And the same is happening across, pharmacies, diagnostics also.
Yeah, let's, definitely you're right. I mean, it definitely enhances the patient, experience end of the day, right? So yeah, so moving, let's shift gears to the BPO sector. It's always been a critical part of, IT services ecosystem, but Gen AI seems, to be shaking it up, right? On M&A front, we have seen an increased activity in the BPO. Shriharsha, you have seen these changes firsthand yourself. What's really happening? Are we seeing real results, or is this just another trend that will probably fizzle out in the little?
No, absolutely. No, thanks for that. So, I mean, just one of the interesting acquisitions which I did as a buyer in the past, right? So, and this happened to be 6 weeks before the ChatGPT was launched, coincidentally, right? And people, even my board, realized the value of this acquisition after the launch of ChatGPT, saying there are umpteen number of use cases possible, right? So what this company did was automating and enhancing contact center, right? Which fits right into the heart of BPM, right? So traditionally, the call center, let's say if you need 100 people, through a combination of chat, email, voice, and video, right? And AI and Gen AI sitting in the back end. So they automate 70% of the calls, right? And the remaining 30%, which are handled by agents, they make them so efficient and productive that it can be handled by 30% less agent. So your starting conundrum was you were managing the operations with 100 people, it's turning out to be 20 people, right? So call center probably is seeing the most significant impact from a BPO point of view, which is downstream in the spectrum, right? The most upstream in the spectrum is probably industry specific, right? So let's say, for example, we at TH also do a lot of transactions. We have done about 30 transactions in M&A alone, only for banking, only in banking, financial services, and insurance, right? So probably some of the companies who are servicing, let's say, operating in claims or underwriting or these operations, even for a BPO, are relatively shielded compared to the contact center piece. But over here, a lot of productivity benefits are being seen, right? Wherein you have Gen AI and AI at large, and then you're managing the operations much faster with higher efficiencies.
Yeah. Anand, how about in the healthcare,
So, we're currently working with a company which does, raising funds for a company that, reverses, type 2 diabetes, right? And again, a lot of the curriculum that they have designed, right, is also because they've gone through, let's say, 50,000 patients now, and there are 120 million people that suffer with diabetes globally. And out of these 50,000 patients, they have created Now Perfected, created a curriculum out of all the data that they have used, right? And they are using machine learning, AI, to figure out the perfect curriculum, let's say, to reverse these type 2 diabetes, right? And it's a game changer for them.
Yeah.
And we are in the process of, helping them raise funds for the next round and grow globally now. So again, these are very, very differentiated approaches, which probably healthcare as an industry would have never thought 5-7 years back. But as Harsha said, with the onset of ChatGPT and stuff like that, people have realized that there is a bigger disruption out there, and healthcare is an industry which is short of people, right? We are a population of 1.4 billion, but still there is a dearth of quality healthcare professionals in the country. So I think with generative AI, machine learning, right, people have now started realizing not only does it save cost, but it also saves, critical manpower, which can be utilized in, different other fields. So I think it's a transformational change for the industry in general.
Yeah. So thank you both for sharing great insights into the evolving role of Gen AI in the BPO and healthcare. Now let's talk about M&A trends, right? Which is the bread and butter for technology holdings. Shriharsha and Anant, what trends are you noticing in deal activity, especially in IT services and BPO? Are private equity and corporate buyers responding differently?
I'll pick that up first. Thanks, Venkatesh. So just to again talk some numbers, right? So 2023 was probably a blockbuster year in funding and investments, right, in Gen AI. So if I'm not wrong, there was $20 to $25 billion of fund infused, thanks to ChatGPT, Anthropic, and a few other companies, right? I mean, wherein the biggies like Microsoft, Amazon came into the foray, right? But if you exclude all those one-off infrastructure investments, there is a recurring 3 to 5 billion of fund getting flown into Gen AI every quarter, right? And that's the size we are talking, right? And this is only the private equity and venture capital funding, right? So M&A again has started to pick up, right? If you look at the number of acquisitions on, if you Google virtual assistant transactions, ChatGPT transactions, you'll see a few transactions every quarter, right? Every company doing that, right? And this is not only for IT services, but even for BPO to embed these technologies into industry-specific capabilities. Some of them are embedding these capabilities into the data and ML ops, some of them into the contact center practices, right? So there is a lot of activity, right? Specifically from an India point of view, so I think if I'm not wrong, we have not raised more than $500 million funds till date on Gen AI, right? But the starking difference is the last year, 12 months alone saw about $250 million plus kind of funding in Gen AI, right? And if I look at NASSCOM stats, right, there are about 70 to 80 native Gen AI startups, right? And a few of them have got funded, right? So this trend is picking up, right? From nowhere to a 300 million funding in the last year only for Gen AI is budding, and this has mostly been on LLMs, right? And data center is something new for India, right? If you look at now, all the big enterprises and external investors are focusing on data centers, right? So now if all of those money comes into data centers and software and services, it could go into a few billion in the few quarters.
And Anand, what is your perspective on M&A in the healthcare side?
So in healthcare, I think the two most advanced, sectors that are seeing M&A activity with respect to Gen AI is one is biotech. There are a lot of companies in India who started, doing novel drug discovery work with all of these, large pharmaceutical companies, big pharma as we call them. They are seeing, increased funding, increased traction from investors globally. And obviously this becomes a global phenomenon, right? Because you're making something from India for the world now, using pharma. And the second is pharmacies, right? I mean, Amazon has been doing it globally. In India, there are a couple of companies that we know are doing similar stuff globally at a very nascent stage, obviously, because healthcare as an industry is more traditional. It's slow to adopt all of these new changes, but we are now. So pharmacy is seeing a lot of traction by this, but yeah, I think those are the two immediate pillars of focus for the industry.
Yeah. So recently I read a article in AIM, which says in the end, all startups will be acquired. So what are your thoughts on that?
Is this for me, Venkatesh?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, both anybody wants to.
Cool, so I can chip in first. I mean, fundamentally, Anant and I are, and TH is an M&A enabling ecosystem organization, right? So just to give you an example, right? So a year back when the NVIDIA price buzz started, right, in the stock market, people were valuing it on revenue and so many other metrics, right? So finally, people are using discounting cash flows and predicting how much of a cash NVIDIA will make 10 years down the line, 20 years down the line, and they're trying to see realistically what would be the valuation, right? So when things spike up like this, right? For example, similar thing happens when internet spiked, right? The dot-com bubble happened, SaaS picked up, right? So there would be a period of 1, 2, 3 years wherein there will be irrational exuberance in terms of how companies are getting treated, but the fundamentals of business doesn't change, right? So effectively, the sustainability and the growth of the cash flows, free cash flow rather, over the longer term is what will bring in enterprise value, right? Otherwise, you have, for example, just to give you an example in a very similar space, right? Look at what has happened to SMCI, right? So data center space, very, very hot, right? I mean, they pretty much rode the NVIDIA wave, but just because of a regulatory glitch and there was an issue regarding revenue recognition, which is probably one of the fundamental principles of running a business, and the whole market price tanked, right? So I think it's to create quick value. I think it's possible, in the shorter run, but the long-term sustainability of cash flows and the growth, which eventually, because of various parameters, right? It depends on your market share, ability to maintain the market share, right? How much customers love your product, right? I mean, all of these fundamental factors will eventually lead to cash flows, and that will drive the valuation of your business.
Your perspective on that?
So, you know, healthcare obviously has seen a lot of healthcare companies in the last 5 years, right, post-COVID. While the valuations were off the roof for most of them over the last 5-7 years, but you have to also realize that all of these companies will eventually have to, you know, fold into and create a larger organization, because there is a lot of white space. For example, in pharmacy, still whatever 70% of the business is still unorganized, right? But you still cannot have 10, you know, large scale startups running in parallel. So probably you will have mergers. I've done mergers for a lot of these companies already in previous organizations, but honestly, you're right. A lot of these companies will get acquired, will get rolled up into, you know, into larger organizations. I even see traditional healthcare companies now venturing into, you know, newer technologies and all of that. Some of them have started acquiring companies in that space. So eventually, it's only the way to go.
Thank you. Again, I mean, it's clear that, you know, acquisitions are becoming a clear strategy, you know, for companies looking to fast track their Gen AI capabilities and adapt this new wave of, you know, technological advancement. So, but while M&A helps companies quickly, you know, grow quickly, it's just one part of the puzzle, right? I mean, looking ahead, the real challenge will be understanding the long-term impact of Gen AI. So, Shreya and Anant again, what do you see as the potential long-term impacts of Gen AI on the, you know, again, IT services and BPO sector? What new business models or service offerings do you anticipate emerging as Gen AI continues to evolve?
Sure, thanks for that question, Venkatesh. I'll go first again. So, I mean, just to give you a sense of where TH comes into AI and Gen AI, so we have closed a dozen of transactions in these spaces and running half a dozen of active mandates as we speak. So there's a lot of interest from both funds as well as strategics to invest in these businesses, right? So as of now, it is niche, right? And people who are selective and people who are calibrated will do well, right? So it doesn't make sense to burn a lot of cash and become the first mover, right, into a particular space and just do for the sake of doing it, right? So I think the segments, so it will impact everything, right? But there will be a sequence of events, Venkatesh, right? For example, the infrastructure in terms of data centers will get impacted first, right? When we have already seen so much of what's happening with the companies we spoke about, right? And then that will eventually flow into cloud ecosystems, that will flow in and again flow into software, and then services, and then BPO, right? So that's a natural flow of how technology happens, right? So the disruption would flow in that stream, but it will be across the board in all of these sectors. Some sector eventually will get impacted more, some sector less, but the relevance of business models have already been questioned, right? Like for example, a manual contact center is already being questioned in a BPO, for example, right? In IT services, testing, debugging is already being questioned, right? So like that, certain parts of the value chain will be fundamentally questioned and disrupted.
Anand, how about healthcare?
So in healthcare, obviously, I think it's a positive disruption that's happening, right, and waiting to happen. I'll give you a couple of examples, right? So for example, in let's say diagnostics, right, lab or radiology, instead of let's say you having the radiologist or the pathologist looking at the report, reading each and every report, because that's how it happens even now in most of the diagnostic companies. You can have Gen AI, feed the Gen AI with a certain set of program that it has to read these reports, figure out let's say the outcomes that are there and create a summary out of it. That's exactly the job of the radiologist and the laboratory guys, right? But if that work can be reduced from doing let's say 20 in a day by one guy to let's say 100 in a day, because now all the person has to do is figure out, quickly glance through if it's in line and all of that, and then publish the report. this creates efficiency. The TAT also reduces for the patients, right? Second, and again, Amazon is the leader in all this, right? Globally, what they are doing is that they have created a prescription which says the drugs, the dose, and the the weightage of the drug, right? The potency of the power of the drug. If those three are aligned in a perfect way in the prescription, what Gen AI can do is it actually can read the report prescription immediately and start sending you the medicines immediately. Obviously, there will be a pharmacist and all of that looking at the report, but in the end, but again, the turnaround time reduces drastically for everyone, because you now have someone error checking the report in the initial phases, and if the numbers are off the mark, obviously the pharmacist will review it manually. But let's say if 90% of the work is done by Gen AI, it means that I have lesser resources to play with. It saves me cost, saves me time, and better fulfilling of pharmacy and drugs for the patients.
Yeah, great insights. And as we can see, the opportunities are massive, but they also come with a lot of strategic decisions. This brings to our last final question. So, what strategic advice would you offer to organizations looking to enhance, Gen AI? How should they, balance immediate implementation and with long-term, planning to ensure, sustained success?
Thanks for the question, Venkatesh. So, I think the parameters remain very simple, right? Before any tech implementation, whatever criteria is looked at, be it ROI, time to effective value creation, value addition, how effectively it could be integrated, how much it flows seamlessly into your existing tech ecosystem. These are the fundamentals you would look at before implementing any new tech. So, Gen AI is also very, very similar, right? But I think in terms of how quickly to adopt and embrace the change, I think organic and inorganic interventions are absolutely required, right? I'm talking from a perspective of a buyer, right, as well as from a perspective of an M&A investment bank, right? So, quick inorganic interventions in the right areas which impacts your customer demand as well as internal productivity is very much required, right? Because especially like a few pockets we have been discussing, right? I mean, you can't wait for them to be disrupted and your revenues to get cannibalized by somebody else, right? So, it's better to you yourself cannibalize a portion of revenue in the short term to create a larger long-term sustainable value.
Anant, your thoughts on that?
See, I think broadly what Harsha said, right? I mean, healthcare is not a sector that will have a lot of Gen AI investment by themselves, but it will take help of IT sector to do that. But obviously there will be people like Amazon, Pfizer, Merck's of the world that invest in that, because those are more proprietary stuff, those are more confidential stuff that they have to do. But in general, I think it will be a combination of where new age companies from IT, technology, software supports healthcare in achieving that next level of efficiency growth for everyone.
Well, that wraps up our discussion. Thank you both for your invaluable insights today. And it's clear that Gen AI is transforming how we work across industries, and I'm sure many in the audience will take away some actionable ideas from here today. And also, I would like to remind everyone that we are launching our latest report on Gen AI, how the impact, what Gen AI actually means for IT services, BPO, and software companies. What is it a threat or an opportunity for these companies? So please log into our website, www.technologyholdings.com, and you can download the report from there. So thank you everyone. Let's before we end up, I think we'll open up the floor for a few questions. We have some time.
Yeah, we have time for about 2 questions. So can we have the lights on? The lights on for the audience. Thank you. It's always the people in the front, so go ahead. Can we have a mic move forward, please? And there's a gentleman at the back. Okay, since the gentleman at the back has the mic, could you start, sir? Oh, ma'am. Yes, please. Go ahead. Yeah.
Can you hear me? Hi, my name is Pavitra, and I work for a company called Swiss Re. which is a reinsurance company. But my question is more towards the healthcare, because you spoke a lot about type 2 diabetes. What about research and AI technology for type 1 diabetes, where it is still a social taboo, where kids are suffering from diabetes, and we have so much of data that we can improve the lifestyle of the kids that are growing up with type 1 diabetes. What about research on those lines?
See, more than taboo, I think the problem with, let's say, using patient data is more on confidentiality, right? While let's say the developed world has clear laws where you can use the data anonymously or name-wise as well, that's still something that I think is getting developed in India, right? Because we have started realizing that ultimately data not only has a lot of power, but brings in a lot of efficiency when you create future course of treatments for, let's say, the next generation, right? So I think I don't think it's a taboo, to be honest. I think it's more related to data privacy and how you can effectively solve that issue while, let's say, and that's exactly what the company that we're working with does, right? It has treated whatever 50,000 patients, and now they have a pool of, let's say, enough data to predict, let's say, if a 40-year-old male weighing 75 kgs has type 2 diabetes, what is the probable course of treatment that you should go through in the beginning, right? Where obviously you can personalize the treatment and all of that later on, but at least the initial phase can start and it can be more efficient rather than the person waiting for that, for a doctor and a nutritionist to come on board. But because again, all of these resources are pretty scarce in the country. So I think it will take time. As I said, healthcare is a sector which is very traditional, adopts things slowly, but I'm seeing a lot of these new companies trying to do things differently, and all of these are getting funded. VCs are understanding the story. It has happened globally. So there are many type 2 reversal diabetes companies in the US pumping $200-300 million in revenue, having couple of $1 billion in valuation and all of that. The same will happen in India. Probably we are, I would not say we are 20 years behind, but we are probably 5-7 years behind, because our rate of adoption of technology fortunately is much quicker than what we envisage. So it will happen. I think it's a matter of time where all of these smaller gaps get fulfilled, and it will start getting more streamlined very quickly.
Yeah, thank you. I hope that answers your question. Can we take another question?
Hi. Thanks for the informative session. My name is Deepak Magu. I am from Origin Life Sciences. So 2 quick questions. You talked about the novel drug discovery that tickled my neurons. So can you please elaborate which part of the drug discovery that you have seen Gen AI is?
So lab trials, the initial phase where you are still trying to figure out which synthesis will work, which synthesis will not work. For example, when you combine drugs, let's say chemical A and B, there is a possible reaction can happen, there is a possible side effect that can happen. All of these people used to do manually and still do manually most of it, right? And it takes probably, a lab trial will take probably 12 months, 18 months, depending on how complex the combination is. But all of this is now getting done through AI, where the module can figure out all of these issues, complexities in a matter of few months, and can give you, let's say, 10 possible combinations that will work. It will still require human intervention to figure out, let's say, the most probable drug combination, but instead of going through thousands of trials, you are now going only through 10 trials. It's still not in, let's say, animal and clinical trials yet. It's still far away, but at least the lab part, if you can narrow it down from 12 months to 3-4 months, it's still a big help and saves costs, saves time, everything.
In silico.
Sorry?
In silico.
Yeah.
Okay. Second quick question, and this is a common one I ask whenever I see anyone talking
so
about
could you LLM. hold the mic a little closer?
LLM. So have you come across any CLM or chemistry language model?
Sorry, I couldn't hear it.
Have you come across any chemistry language model?
Chemistry model?
Have you come across any chemistry language model?
Yes.
Chemistry
language model.
Chemistry language model.
We talk about
language.
LLM, large language models. So it's on the same way.
Chemistry
is there any LLM?
I don't know. Maybe I have no idea.
Very fine-tuned for chemistry, biology.
I haven't come across.
Okay. As usual, healthcare locks. You got 2 questions on healthcare alone. Okay. Thank you, everyone, and thank you, Shivas and Anand, for your time and insights.
Thanks.
I hope you all enjoyed the rest of Cypher 2024. Thank you so much.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, gents. Thank you very much. Before you leave, could we have you step forward right here? We'd like to get a picture with the 3 of y'all. And like promised before, we have the names of the winners from Couchbase. We have a lot of names. We're going to go through this as quickly as possible. While they're clicking the picture, you just pay attention to me very quickly. Thank you very much. I'm going to call out the names and the name of your company as well. If you could come on stage and pick up the little goodie from me right here, that would be fantastic. And if you can do it as quick as possible, because we'd like to go to the next speaker quickly. All right, we have a bunch of winners. This is for you scanning the code outside. We had the Couchbase standee that was outside. All of y'all are winners of this little goodie. Like I said, if you can make your way onto the stage, pick up your goodie and make your way back to your seat, that would be fantastic. Do we have a photographer who's going to get this? Can I request a photographer to make his way up front? Thank you very much. Starting with the names, we have Prakash Reddy Shell, Prajit Shell, Raj Insurf, Mrinal Shell, Bikram, Walmart Global. Push up the volume of the music a little if you don't mind. Thank you very much. Srinidhi Shell, Kerishan Agilis is the name. Hi there. I'm just going to keep going. Sumit from ANZ. Shaista, Phillips, Nikki, Deloitte. Just in case I'm mispronouncing your names, I apologize. Hi there. Curation and Agilis. Hello, madam who carries your own bottle. I remember you. Congratulations to you. Zain from Swiss Re. Ganesh, Honeywell, Shalini, Shell, Rakhi, Shell, Pushpa, ANZ, Kanika, Shell, Archana, CBA, Abhishek, Eli Lily, Prakash, Swiss Re, Nandakumar from You can come up on stage just in case I'm calling out your name, by the way. Congratulations to all of y'all. So Pushpa from ANZ, Kanika, Archana from CBA, Abhishek from Eli Lilly, Nandakumar from AI4.org. Ayush from Swiss Re, Niket from Reveal, Ashu Pratham Software, Rajdeep ATT, Rishi Shell, Raghuvir Swiss Re, Aparna Shell, Ajit Bajaj Auto, Sonu Capital One, Gaurav Shell. Gaurav Shell, Vinay Shell India Market, Sakshi American Express, Spooty Shell India, lots of people from Shell, Ramit Kishore Shell, Vidhi Shell, Gunjan Shell, Shweta Commonwealth, Nisha American Express, Anil Sharp, Nishant Shell India. Anyone else whose name I've called and you haven't been on stage yet? No? We'll come to the rest of the names momentarily, but now it is time for us to introduce the next speaker. He has been on the side stage very patiently waiting. Thank you very much for that, sir. This is The era of sovereign LLMs and its implications in the AI world. This is the conversation that we're going to be talking about. This is a standalone talk where the speaker would delve deep into the art of making sovereign LLMs, future architectures, and also where there is a world of AI headed. This is the question that we're going to be asking. The session will be delivered by the Chief Innovation Officer, who comes with over 23 plus years of experience, and he's also the curator, the creator of Makers Lab and a unique creator space within Tech Mahindra. We're going to take the lights down, and while we do, can I request all of you all to please settle down? Can I request you all to please settle down? We're going to take the conversations to a minimal. Eyes to the screen, please. Please welcome to the stage Nikhil Malhotra, Global Head, Makers Lab at Tech Mahindra.
Thank you. All right, can you guys hear me? All right, answer to that gentleman's question, is there a chemistry-based LLM? Yes, there's a bio-LLM now. It's quite popular these days in terms of chemistry, but thank you so much. I think kudos to AIM, Fractal and Genpact for keeping this bigger show. I think you're all interested to know what's happening in the world of AI. I would not delve into business because, frankly, there are two reasons. I don't know business. The only numbers that I know actually are coming out of a machine. So I only talk to machines, and that's what I'm going to talk about to you as well. Secondly, I think you've heard enough about business, so you want to hear really, really cool stuff in terms of what we are doing. As somebody said, I take care of a research division within Tech Mahindra, and we researchers may have some contrarian views in terms of how the world of business is following up, but one view is pretty clear with us, and that is that India, this is time for India, right? If you have to burn a little bit of cash, please do so, because that is the time where India is actually making a lot of progress, and we have huge amounts of data. We are a fringe. And when we talk about fringe, we are a society which has got huge amounts of data which can be worked out into AI. So my journey, I've been a researcher all my life. I started off with IBM and started working with Watson. My gray hair will tell you the story. This is 22 years before. And we were very, very happy when Watson won the Jeopardy challenge. We had fists pumping in the air saying, look what we have done. Largely, you know that was really, really a different kind of science. This was more statistical in terms of how language was taken into account. Of course, language has changed over a period of time. Over the past 10 years, which my lab has been, we are very, very proud of some of these cases. I'm just going to pick up this before I talk to you about our LLM story and what we are doing with large language model and where AI is growing up and what's the next future. All of us have gone through unholy times of COVID. All of us have gotten 2 or 3 vaccines as per our needs. And you know that if, God forbid, COVID strikes or something like this as an epidemic strikes, we have some mechanism to take care of it. While vaccine was being built in India, there was another effort that was going on the other side. This was my lab, which was doing this. This is about building therapeutics around COVID. So therapeutics is nothing different. It's like a paracetamol that you eat when you have some fever or whatever. We are very, very proud that we are responsible for finding the only therapeutic molecule that attacks COVID. And this was done about 1.5 years of research. I may sound very intelligent to you at this time, but I was not when I was doing this. And this was the time when COVID struck. You were all in your houses. We were, in fact, in my lab, we were continuously working for at least 2-3 years while the COVID was on, because obviously we were doing this research. Now, the idea behind therapeutics that we did was, this was the time when Gen AI was not even a word. This is using a lot of genetic algorithms that we did, and what we really found out was, most of you would have heard a story of hydroxychloroquine becoming very popular. Take hydroxychloroquine and suddenly COVID goes away. And Dr. Trump was really responsible for setting up this news saying, please take hydroxychloroquine and COVID would be over. So we were the first ones to debunk this theory. We said that hydroxychloroquine actually reduces the pH level of the body to 7, which allows you to, the virus not work. But the moment you leave it, suddenly the pH rises and the virus will be active again. And for large parts of people thought that COVID is a lung disorder. We told that this is a vascular disorder. It's a blood disease. It's not a lung disease. The virus actually attaches to the ACE enzyme, which is present in your blood. And that's the reason why sometimes it reaches the lung and the lung has that effect. Now, what did we do? We had no clue of the virus, I'm letting you know in advance. We only knew software virus at that time. So we took some sessions about what a virus is, what a bacteria is, what a bacteriophage is, and we had forgotten all of our biology. The only thing that we knew as researchers was language. And we really found out that viruses themselves have a language, which is the language of amino acids. So we did the first study. We said, can this virus resemble something which has gone in the past? And we really found out that this virus resembles, surprisingly, malaria. The Malarian protozoa, even though it's a parasite, resembles this virus, which is very two different fields apart. And that's why you saw these news of chloroquines coming out in the picture. The second thing that we did was we took 8,000 FDA-based drugs in the market, and we started using genetic algorithms to see which of these drugs would actually attack the virus. These are already known drugs. These are GRAS in the medical terminology, generally recognized as safe drugs, and we started working out these drugs with the virus. And we found 17 were very successful in attacking the virus, including some Ayurvedic drugs, by the way. If people are telling you eat ashwagandha, if people are telling you eat giloy, we did find that there's a molecule called vetiferin A, which is very, very particular in attacking this virus in certain ways, even though the whole story was narrated in a very different and a complex word. What do you do next, right? We found 17 drugs. We found 17 systems that can attack a virus. Somebody said, why don't we test it in a Petri dish, right? In silico, in vitro, why don't we test it? So I remember that time, I was knocking at the NIV door and saying, can I have the virus? And they looked at me up and down and says, who are you? I said, I'm the CIO of Tech Mahindra. They said, so what? So I actually took the virus in my hand. I had the biohazard in my hand. I delivered it to Bangalore, which is one of my teams who were actually doing some testing. We had some teams like Region Biosciences and Indras in Bangalore who were actually doing the testing. And we found out of those 17, 3 were successful in attacking the virus. As researchers and scientists can be sometimes very, very stupid in their thinking, the next question was, should we test it on the lungs? And every one of us said, it's not going to be ours. So somebody said, no, it's going to be somebody that we go to a morgue, take a cadaver out, take the lungs, try and test it in some way. And we did exactly that. We went to the morgue, we took the lungs or the epithelial cells of a dead body, we created a 3D printed bio-lung outside the human body, and we took the capillary action of how the virus would be or how this molecule would attack, because that may cause thrombosis or some kind of blood clots if the molecule is not doing a good capillary action. That gave us the molecule that we very proudly say is the only Indian IT services company to have found a molecule that can attack a therapeutic or can attack the alpha or the beta variant of the molecule, right? So the reason for me to pick up this slide is to tell you that innovation in general sense does not necessarily mean the area that you work on. It also means a lot of ecosystem combinations with different partners and combination, with different people. I wouldn't go to Bharat Markup Language. I'll tell you what we did over there. Bharat Markup Language, I'll just simply say Bharat Markup Language is a tool where every rural kid can now code in the language of their own choice, be it Punjabi, Marathi, Bengali, Hindi. And when I say code, they can code HTML, they can code CSS, and they can code JavaScript. This is freely available. This is a CSR from our side. We have actually made sure that 150,000 teachers in this country and about lakhs of kids are now trained on this language module, which is freely available. If you go to bhamal.techmahindra.com, you will be able to find out as to what we do over there. India's first meta bank. Do you know which is India's first meta bank? Well, a lot of people talk about West and the Western banks. India's first meta bank is a public service bank. And the public service bank is Union Bank of India. Union Bank of India went live with its first metaverse in 2021, about 2 or 3 years back, which was built by my team. Today also, if you happen to go to unionbankofindia.com website, you can use your phone number and you will enter into the Metaverse Lounge. Of course, this was the moment of Me Too Metaverse. Everybody wanted to do Metaverse as well, but the bank had a very specific ask. The bank's ask was, can I get the millennials and zennials to come to my bank and not see me as a 100-year-old bank and see me as a very new bank in terms of what we do. If you are from a farming community, 140 million farmers in this country use an app that is built by my team. It's called Atmanirbhar Krishi. Atmanirbhar Krishi was delivered by the Prime Minister in 2021-22, and this app really works on Android phone, and it's the only app which talks about soil health card. There is no app in the world that talks about a soil health card. And you know the problem for agriculture in India? The problem for agri in India is one substantial problem is you don't have large land holdings. Farmers have very small land holdings. It's about an acre as compared to West. So you have to be point precise in telling the farmer that if you open this app in the land that you stand, you would see soil health card, NDVI, precipitation value, and so many other parameters that we do. Of course, Dr. Pramod was here. We've had a chat with ISRO. This is ISRO's data as well, which is obviously coming in over there. All right, so this is just to get the premise. Any one of you know what this is? If you could raise your hands. Okay, one hand. Do you know this is India's own large language model? Built by a large company, right? So, okay, so there's a story behind this. Sam Altman was here in 2021, 22. He gave a challenge. Can India build a large language model in less than $10 million? Well, we managed to do in $400,000. Right. So that's frugality. But we didn't go to the other routes. Right? We didn't go through the routes of saying, look, I will pick up Hindi, I will pick up Bengali, I will pick up Gujarati. We saw that India is a land of 24 mother tongues and 1645 dialects officially. Unofficially, this country speaks 19,200 dialects. 19,200 dialects, out of which some of them have gotten extinct, are in the endangered list. So we thought, if we have to make a large language model, or whatever you want to say about a language, India will only get hit if the dialect gets hit. It's not going to be about Hindi only. It's going to be variations of Hindi. It's going to be Dogri. It's going to be languages like Panch Pargania. It's going to be languages like Angika. Most of you are shaking your head. You've never heard of this. I had never heard when I started looking at Hindi as well, right? So what I did was, and I think one of the biggest problems in India is there's no data. The number of tokens available for each language is so less. When I started working out, the only language token available to me from a Hindi perspective were 2.8 billion. Of course, now it has increased. How do you make a large language model in billions of parameters if you do not have that many tokens available for yourself? You've got to collect data, right? So if you notice this, we launched the first Indus model last year. It is 1.2 billion parameters, a small effort from our side. We took Hindi and 37 of its dialects, and the model is actually benchmarked on Intel Xeon servers. It's not a GPU. It's an Intel Xeon server, which is a CPU. You can work on it, right? Even if, let's say, for example, Intel was showing you about AI PCs over there, our model runs on AI PCs as well. So the idea behind this frugality in terms of the parameters, right? We are not in a race of saying we're building 175 billion parameters, because most of my research over the last 20 years in language says after 3 billion to 4 billion parameters, the model knows the language. It's all about now making sure that you get the bragging rights of bringing 175 billion or whatever, and these are tougher and bigger models. But that's what it really does. Now, how do we collect data, right? This is the map of India where all of Hindi is spoken, or variations of Hindi is spoken. Now, this is spoken by villagers. This is spoken by people in the rural sector. So we actually did a kind of Buddhist mission. My teams were sent to all of these places. We made a Bhasha Dan portal. And we went and talked to each farmer, to each person, wherever he or she is, and tell them, please, please, please speak in this recorder. We will give you the context of the Hindi word or the sentence. Please speak in your own language. And try and make it as much as your own language is, right? So if it's Angika, don't try and speak Bihari or Magahi. Please stick to Angika and try and speak that. If it's going to be Dogri, please speak in Dogri only. Don't mix Hindi and Punjabi words into it, right? So there was a big effort that we did over the last 6 months when we were building this model. And that data really got us a lot of information about dialects. We are probably the only team that has got the largest dialect collection of data from all of India in terms of how Indian Hindi language is being spoken across. Now, obviously, we made tools along the way. One of the problems with data is a lot of bias. And when we looked at data coming from open source, there were hundreds of biases. There were 12, we categorized them into 12 sectors: violence, racial discrimination, discrimination against disabled. Those are the biases that you have to cut out. Now, there is no human way that I could have done this in less than 100 years. So I had to write some codes. I had to write some more machine learning systems. So we actually made a lot of toolkits. We made toolkits that can find biases in your data, which were accurate to about 70%, and that data got filtered in. I collected about 1 terabyte of data, but the data that I used was only 22 GB. So that was the amount of data that I had to cut back just because of the biases, right? So it's not an easy section. There's a data flywheel, of course, which is connected to it. But this effort of ours got noticed by a lot of countries. And lo and behold, it's not just India, which is working on sovereign LLM. There are countries in Southeast Asia who have now taken the lead. All of them now want to build large language models which are for their country, with their data, hosted in the country itself, also talks about their culture, also is aware of the biases in their culture, and is aligned with that country's vision. So the era of sovereign LLM has just started. You would find out there are hundreds of countries now who are trying to build this. India is not just one. And you will be surprised that there are smaller countries now in Southeast Asia, countries like Indonesia, countries like Malaysia, which are actually now trying to pour in money to build some of this for their own people, right? So this is where our system did. We actually built, or we are building, and will be launched next month, the first sovereign LLM for Indonesia, which is actually built in Bahasa. This is a big model. It's about an 8 GB to 9 GB parameter model. It's actually trained on the entire NVIDIA stack of NeMo. I don't want to go into the stack of NeMo itself, but the stack really gives me some benefits and advantages. There's also a lot of guardrails that have been put behind the model to ensure that it does not talk about anything except Indonesia. So if you ask this model the question that, who's the Prime Minister of India, the model at the back knows the answer, but will never spew it out, because the question is not about Indonesia, right? It'll be very, very contextual. It'll also be contextual in terms of ethical and racial biases that are taken into account in Indonesia, and not Indian contextual and racial biases, right? So that's something that we are doing, which is good, and this is the race. These are areas where each and every country is now trying to build up a sovereign LLM in their own indigenous languages. If you look at Australia, Australia is trying to build it not in English, but in Aborigines. If you look at New Zealand, New Zealand is trying to build it in Maori, just to attract the sector of Maori people to get into the digital realm. Of course, Southeast Asia is brimming with this activity. There's a lot of activity in Middle East. Middle East wants to do it in Arabic, but Arabic has different flavors in which you speak Arabic as well. And of course, then there is some movement happening in UK as well in terms of what we're doing. All right, so I think this is what we find the difference. Project Indus was built in $400,000 as opposed to Sam Altman's challenge of $10 million, has these parameters. But if you notice the sovereign LLMs are going to be slightly bigger in size. They're going to be using GPUs which are more intensive, obviously the Hoppers, the H100s, etc. But they're also going to be using some frameworks, right? So NVIDIA's NeMo framework, NVIDIA is a good partner, and you should all wait for the next month when we are trying to launch Indus 2.0 with NVIDIA, where we are actually going to make it state-of-the-art in terms of Hindi and also some of the dialects that we are actually going to come up with, right? So obviously, Indus was an open source mechanism. I actually raised this model just to create awareness and just to tell the world that, look, India can do it. If we can send a satellite to Mars in less than half the cost of an auto, we can also build LLMs in our country, right? And we can build LLMs at a cheaper price as well. All right. No training here. The scientist flavor suddenly comes in, but you'll have to stop me. I won't show you equations. But I think from a real easy perspective, I think you are going through this mode at this point. Everybody is building pre-training. Everybody is taking a base LLM. What a base LLM does is it basically predicts the next word. So if you say, is the world flat, if it's not trained and it's not aligned, it's going to spew out some crap. It's going to say, okay, the flatness around the world is limited to your own thinking or something else, right? You may not even recognize the answer. What we really do is we do supervised fine-tuning, which is the process of the act where we make sure that we give some question and answers to the model to make sure that it answers it correctly. And then we do an alignment. And the alignment is basically asking questions and saying a yes or a no prompt, right? So we say, is pineapple on pizza a crime? So the answer could be, okay, collect human AI feedback onto it and say, no, adding pineapple on pizza is not a crime, it's a preference. If it's a right answer, say yes. If it's not. And this goes back into the model. And that's a technique where a lot of people say RLHF or reinforcement learning through human feedback, where you essentially utilize it. But there's a problem. I told you I'll show only one equation. RLHF, which is the equation that is on the top. I won't go into details. We use Kubert-Leibert divergences, but RLHF is notoriously unstable. The reinforcement learning path through a human feedback is notoriously unstable. It doesn't converge sometimes. It needs a separate, it makes 3 LLMs to be trained to actually get to RLHF. There was a paper from Stanford. Stanford said, and the scientists in Stanford said, that you can use direct preference optimization, which is the second one, and you can reduce one model, and you can still get the same results. We use this today. What this model says, and I can explain in, on a one-to-one basis, what this model basically encodes is your preference directly. So if I say India's per capita income is 320 rupees per annum, you are the right people to decide whether it is wrong or right. Some of you may say very wrong, some of you may say wrong, some of you may even say right, yes. That is your preference. But a larger preference is obviously no. The model takes that preference and puts it back into this as a reward system, and that is what trains the model faster. So one of the things that we want to do with AI, and one of my research mechanisms, is how can AI become less compute intensive? Because if the upper model is applied, AI becomes compute intensive, and that's why you're causing a lot of cost in terms of the model. Where is AI headed? Is my last point of view. Everybody will tell you that AI is now headed towards agents. If you go to a Salesforce event, they'll say, we've got Dreamforce now as agents. If you go to any other company, they'll say, look, we are working on AI agents as well. Yes, you are, and these agents are right. For an untrained person, these agents are nothing better than an RPA. So if an untrained eye looks at these agents, you'll say, it's a robotic process automation. It's obviously the engineers who actually built this. They know it's actually AI, which is working behind the scenes. But AI still confuses a lot. It's still stupid. There are a lot of places where we have found that AI does not give you a commonsensical answer, whereas us human beings have that kind of common sense. What should we do to make AI better? And how do we make agents better? Is one of the researches that we are doing. I'm just putting you on the slide a paper, which is an original paper from Hu and Shimduba, which is basically talking about that the reason why AI is not able to answer commonsensical questions, even today, even when Sam Altman releases the fact that I'm going to be AGI compliant in next 2 to 3 years, the reason is that the AI does not present or does not have a world in itself. It does not know the world. Have you seen the meme that says, OpenAI or ChatGPT answers this question wrong, how many R's are there in the strawberry? You've seen those memes? You know why that's the reason? Strawberry has 3 R's. But when you give sometimes to these models, some of these models will come back saying it's got 2 R's. Some of them will say, no, it's got 3 R's. The reason for that is, Gen AI is a probabilistic mechanism, and it only breaks words into half tokens. It doesn't know what the next token really means unless it combines it. And as a result of that, it makes commonsensical mistakes. Number one. Number two, the AI system does not know what a strawberry is. We humans know it's a fruit. It's a fruit that when eaten, gives you a little tingly feeling if it's sour, can be sweet, can be converted into a jam as well, can be spread on a piece of bread. AI doesn't know this. And that's a result, AI makes these commonsensical mistakes as well. And of course, we've been taught the spellings of this thing. What this paper does, and for any budding scientists who want to do this, right, and that's what India's story should be about, they allowed AI to dream the world that is getting in. and then make the next decision. Right? It's about saying to AI, can you dream about yourself? Can you dream the question that I've asked? Once you develop your dream, now come back to life and start working with the life that you have, which is the physical part of the life that we're looking at. Right? So that's the model that we have actually been building. It's called min-max regret model rather than a reward model. It's also called a dreaming model of AI. It's also called a waker model of AI. How do you wake up an AI system just like humans do? A lot of the data that you collect today, a lot of your information still resides at the back of the hippocampus, which is your memory. And as a result of that, you pull out that memory when you have to cycle. Nobody trains you to cycle after your childhood. The moment you get a pedal, you're on it. Right? The reason is it's somewhat stored, and that subconsciously comes out of the system. So that's the waker model, and this is the extension for those current models that we're doing. That's the regret model that we are actually working on. Any one of you is interested, that's the real growth of AI in the next future. If you see the regret, it says, I would go to the path which is the minimum regret path rather than the maximum reward path. Because the regret is something that you dream. Reward is something that you get and you want to achieve, right? So that's the whole idea of this model that really gets in. But I want to end this talk, and I want to be a little bit contrarian to the view saying, look, this is the time for India. India has to get into research and development. India has to produce something which is not aping the West. India will have to produce its own R&D, and you are all here to help and support me to get to that R&D level. Thank you. If you've got any questions.
Can we have the lights in the audience on, please? As usual, if you have a question, hand up in the air. There's someone's hand up in the air, but he's calling someone else from the door. So, not him, definitely. He's looking at you, sir. I thought you had a question. Okay, go there.
Thank you so much for such a wonderful session. So my question to you is, myself Pratik Desai, I am a faculty of data science at NMIMS University School. So my question to you is, because you have worked, you said in even the Watson project at IBM, you said that, and now you're working with these LLMs, which are generative AI. Once upon a time, Watson also did a lot of sound bites around Watson. So Watson was going to solve cancer and many other things, but it did not turn up like that, although it won the Jeopardy game.
Yes.
And Watson had an advantage that it was quite more symbolic than the current language models, which are completely statistical. And today we are talking about generative AI and LLMs, but those are just spouting out the next token, as you said, without understanding the world. It does not have a world model. So do you see another, after this hype cycle, will we see, because many sessions today say that now AI will solve healthcare and do the drug discovery and all, but if it does not understand how many R's there are in a strawberry, it does not seem that we are going to get there soon. So do you see, do you have also proposed a model, max min regret model? And I too have read some research papers which says that we have to combine this neural network model with symbolic model, and maybe neuro-symbolic models will be the future of AI. So I wanted your take on all these things. Thank you.
No, you're bang on target, Pratikji. I think AI is just at the tip of the iceberg. I think we go into this hype cycle pretty often. At one point in time, it was all AI and machine learning. And so we were telling people what is the difference between machine learning and AI. Now we're telling the people what is the difference between Gen AI and AI. God forbid there's a world that we come in and we say, now the difference between quantum and AI. Right? So this is a world that continues to happen. I think from a science perspective or from real research perspective, I do believe that we're still not there. Having catered to language is great. I think ChatGPT was a revelation for all of us, because I think for the first time we could have an AI system converse in a language that we thought, right? Conversations earlier were not that good in terms of what we were doing. However, having said that, you're absolutely right. There is I would not call it neurosymbolic. I think I think for a lot of people, it will be very difficult to understand what you mean by symbolic. I think when AI developed after 1956, it developed into two modes. One was a symbolic world and one was a connectionist world. The connectionist world are the world of neural networks that we say is the current AI, will be the current AI. The symbolic world somehow lost its meaning, but language was first catered only by symbolics, right? So if I was to call you a word called crab, I'll give you an example. I'll give you a word called crab. What does your brain think? Crab is a crab, you find it on sands. I have taken my family and suddenly a new thought would occur saying, kabhi to khaya bhi tha. I had eaten crab at that place is pretty good, right? If I tell you a word called kavuras, how many of your neurons have subsided? Who knows this word, kavuras? Well, you would never know this unless you know Greek. It's crab in Greek. Symbolism, right? So symbolics was the only way in which language appeared at some point in time. Suddenly the language took a hit after Jeffrey Hinton showed that neural networks can do it. And of course they did it to a certain extent, but we're still not there. You're absolutely right. There's enough to be done. India can take that lead, and I've been pushing this story from my side saying, look, if you can get into actual research and development, business is one side, and I will not talk about it. I can't talk about it. But if you can really talk about research and development and science progression, India can really take a lead in terms of doing what we do.
So we're actually out of time, but can you make a quick, 30 seconds, if you don't mind?
Hello. Sir, the question I have is you have stressed on the point of building and hosting AIs, Gen AIs in the country itself. I hope it's not just for bragging rights or patriotism. Can you tell me why it is important and what are the upsides and downsides?
The part of it is patriotic. So I want to prove to the world. I'm telling you, it is patriotic. The reason why I came back from US to India to start my own lab, I actually wanted to do a startup, was only to say that India has that means and wills to do it, right? So it is patriotic, right? I can't deny that fact. But there's a second reason to it. The second reason to it is, imagine a housewife in a remote village now taking on a mobile phone. By the way, India has about 750 million mobile phones, right? Every farmer or every community or family will have at least one mobile phone with them, smartphone with them. Imagine a housewife in the rural parts of this country talking to the phone in her own dialect and ordering grocery or getting the new education. I think that's the biggest advantage that I want to give to my country. Right? So there's a part of patriotism involved into it, but there's also part of technology that needs to put in, right? We are a commercial entity, by the way, Tech Mahindra. But at the end of the day, we also want to ensure that some of this, what we do with India, gets taken to the rest of the world as well, right? Indonesia came to us because we made Indus. And there are other countries coming to us because we made Indus, right? That's the commerce part for our system. But the real part for me to come back and do this was, can we do it for India? Right? And can we do it with India itself? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Malhotra. Can we hear a bigger round of applause, because that was a fantastic session. Thank you very much. It is that time of the evening, people of the audience. It is that time of the evening. For those of you all just walking in, may I request all of you all to please settle down, as we would like to move on to the next segment. Please do settle down. The next conversation that we're going to bring onto the stage is to discuss the beautiful game of strategy, football, technology, and the future of innovation. This session is a session that a lot of us have been waiting for ever since it was announced. This is going to be in the style of a fireside chat with a true legend of Indian football himself, known as the Sikkimese sniper for his exceptional skills on the field. He's not only been a trailblazer for Indian football, but also an inspiration for aspiring athletes across the country. For one last time, we're going to take the lights down on day 2 of Cypher 2024 on the stage, and I request your kind attention to the screen. People of Cypher 2024, please welcome the OG himself, make some noise for Mr. Baichung Bhatia. Baichung, if you could make your way to the center of stage. Thank you very much for being with us here at Cypher. A true honor. Can you make some noise for the man himself, please? Live right here at Cypher 2024. It's an absolute honor. Before I get the person who's going to be joining you on the Fireside chat, just a few words to the audience before we begin, if you don't mind.
Good afternoon. It's a big honor for me to be here and speaking in front of all of you guys. Looking forward to the session. And it's good to be back in Bangalore. I think I've had some wonderful memories when I was as a player here. We had football camps, training happening in Bangalore, but those days, obviously, the infrastructure and challenges were different. So we used to have our football camps in Kengeri in Sai Center. And we had a lot of Asian Games camp as well in Kengeri in Sai in Bangalore, which is a bit far away. And I remember a particular incident when we were doing an Asian Games camp, football, hockey, everybody were there in that camp for the Asian Games. And the hockey was a big sport because it was a gold medal winning team. And the captain of that time was Dhanraj Pillai, and he's one of my biggest idol in Indian sports. And Dhanraj, you've got so many stars across India, sporting stars, but Dhanraj is one of the biggest for me because it's just not about hockey, but what he did for players where, you fought for the players, you fought for the rights of hockey. India being a cricket dominating state, I think he's taken hockey to that level. But more than that, I think as a human being, you are so great because he always fought for the rights of the players, hockey players, and then hockey itself. So in Bangalore camp, I think during the camp, the food was not good. And, they brought in some cold rotis and all that. And Dhanraj got so upset with the cook and the chef. They said, why are you bringing this? Ab aisa roti khilata hai aur gold medal mang raha hai. And then I think that waiter or somebody said something. He gave him one tight slap. Dhanraj was that. And trust me, for the next 2 days, entire chef, entire everybody working went on strike. So all of us preparing for the Asian Games were like preparing, but there was no food for the next 2 days. So everybody was under Dhanraj. That side DG came in saying, Dhanraj bhai, aapko apologize karna hai, because those guys wanted Dhanraj to say sorry. Till the time Dhanraj doesn't say sorry, we're not going to cook. So at the end, after 2 days, I think we all went, the Sai, everybody came in. So Dhanraj went and said sorry, and that's how it happened. So one of those memory where we had to really not eat for 1 or 2 days because of Dhanraj. But I think he's a fantastic guy, and that's the story of Bangalore. So thank you. Honor to be here.
Well, Bangalore's happy to have you. Please do have a seat. Give him a huge round of applause. Cypher 24. Joining him on stage is AIM's lead video anchor. Please welcome Korak Roy with a big round of applause to the stage. Make some noise for him, please. Gentlemen, the stage is yours. Have a good conversation, yeah?
Thank you so much, mate. A very, very good evening and a very warm welcome to each and every one of you here. Backstage, I told Baichung sir that it just automatically comes naturally to me that I would call him sir because he made his international debut in 1992 for India under 23, which was 1 year before I was born. So it just automatically would be that I would call him sir. But the sweetheart that he is, he requested, no, not at all. Just call me Baichung. So Baichung, very, very warm welcome to Cypher. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you very much.
Very warm welcome to each one of you as well. Ladies and gentlemen, I mean, it's no wrong that Baichung Bhatia here was the true blue flag bearer of Indian football on the global stage and was very, very rightly called God's gift to Indian football. I know you guys have done this already, but absolute legend. Can we have a round of applause? All right, Baichung, without any further ado, let's kickstart. We are going to talk about a sport that is very, very close to the hearts of multiple Indians out there, and a majority of them owe that credit to you. We watched you play the game, and we completely fell in love with it. So this time around, we are legit going to have the marriage of football and technology. Both of these spheres where India is doing very, very well, especially in the last few years. So Baichung, without any further ado, I want to ask you the first question. Football strategy often involves very rapid decision making. It has to change on spot, 90 minutes, cutthroat game, and often that has to be done in the same sector when it comes to the technological standpoint as well. So how important is that on-spot decision making when it comes to a football match? And then we'll try to find out the analogy when it comes to the technological sector as well. But how important is that on-spot decision making when it comes to an all-important match on the field?
You know, I think the biggest and the best managers around the world have spoken that when you have players, I think you just don't have players, good players, but you need to have smart players. And football is such a game that you've got fraction of a second to decide, because when you have a ball, you've got 3-4 players in right position, and which is the best option, what speed you release the ball, what time you release, is a fraction of a second you get that time, and you've got to take that decision. So I think it's a very, very it's a sport that where you need to think quick, you need to take the right decision. So that's where I think a lot of managers always say that we need intelligent and smart players to take those calls. And that's why if you look at the best players around the world, they are best because they take the right decision at the right moment, and that's why they're the best in the world. So yeah, I think that's where technology, I think, is going to come and is been coming and helping quite a lot in terms of preparing them for matches. I think a lot of the coaches around the world is using technology right now, all the big clubs. So I think it's become a major part. But unfortunately, I think during my era, we didn't have that kind of support.
I mean, just imagine if you had that kind of support as well, what more magic you would have created on the pitch.
No, I definitely would have been a better player, but at the same time, the others would also become good, so I don't know what would have happened. So I'm happy, actually. That's the way it is. I need to accept it. I'm sure as a player it would have helped, but you know, I've been lucky that I've been able to do well. So yeah, it benefits everybody. So and maybe they would have known each and every trick of me. So then the amount of goals I scored might have reduced as well, or maybe through technology I might have increased myself as well.
You're being modest, Baichung. No matter how much AI they would have done, I don't think the number of goals that you would have scored would have lessened in any way. So you mentioned these quick thinking moments, which are all important when it comes to a football match. How do you think that can come in handy even when it comes to technological leadership, when they have to take very, very quick decisions?
See, I think, I don't know about the technology part in terms of decision, but in terms of football, as I said, you know, it's fraction of second. And that is where you've got to be playing every day with the experience it comes in. And during the training, you go around that situation many times. And when you're really playing a match, I think that is where you got to take the right decision. And that's where I think, you know, a lot of difference between good player and bad player is, you know, you can make the distinguish. So I think it's very important, just not in football, in life as well. After I've retired, I know that there have been a lot of decisions where you've got to take it right. And that is where I think it comes handy if you're smart. And I think because of football these days, you tend to become everywhere you try and read the situation. And sometimes it gets too much to me. Even in airport, when I'm late, I'm trying to see which line is the shortest where I can reach fast. So always trying to calculate and see that where you know, things get faster. So I think that really helps you to be on the toe and take the right decision.
Absolutely, Baichung. You have led your team to multiple victories. There were defeats as well. And there's a saying that goes that the amount that sport teaches you from a very young age itself, from school itself, there are very few things that can teach as much. So what would you say that the amount that a team can be taught to a manager when they are trying to handle their own team? What kind of similarities, what kind of learning points can they take from a sporting team that can then they use to lead their teams in a technological sector as well?
See, I think it's very important to play sport from a very young age. And I am now father of 3 kids, and I make sure my kids are playing some sports, and they are playing as well. I think sports, especially football, teaches you to be a team person. That is one of the most important things you learn. And you win or you lose always as a team. That is one of the biggest factors. With sports, I think you're always challenging. If you're not playing a tournament as well, as a kid, you're always training, but you're competing with your teammates. So every day is about competing. I'm a striker. There are other 4 strikers in my position. So they're in the same team. They want to get my position, and they want to come in to start. So there are always competition in terms of even training matches. And when you don't win, when you don't achieve, from school days itself, if you have started playing, so you know how the defeats are and you can take that. And the most important thing with sports is I think it gives you opportunity to come back. If you have had a bad match, you always there's another match in a week's time. Or if you had a great game, you've scored hat-trick, you can't feel proud and just settle down and not train. So you've got to perform another match. So you keep getting that opportunity to look ahead. So whatever good or bad, I think sports teaches you to look ahead and just prepare for the next challenge. And that is what I think I've learned with football.
I mean, absolutely. Please, go ahead. A great teaching, is it not? I mean, even when you have your successes, let not get that to your head. And even when you have an off day, a failure, don't let that get to your heart. Pretty much the same in the case of a match, pretty much the same in the case of a company.
So I think one of the biggest example is Lionel Messi. I think he's played 4 World Cups, and World Cup happens after 4 years. 15, 20 years he had to wait, went on to the final, lost it, came back, and the last, finally, 5th time he went on to win. I think that teaches you that you don't give up, because I think Messi, the kind of pressure he was going through in his country, because he is termed as one of the greatest, but not being able to win World Cup was one of his biggest factor. And Argentinians, everybody looked at Maradona to be god of world football, and Messi was as talented as him, but was not winning one trophy for the national team. So I think you don't give up. And one of the biggest life lesson is what I learned is through Messi, because he's just not given up. He wanted to retire in between, came back, and finally he's won it. And now I think there is no discussion, debate who's the GOAT of football.
Oh. So on the stage of Cypher, is Baichung Bhutia saying that, according to him, the GOAT of football is Lionel Messi?
No, because if right now, it's only about Ronaldo and Messi. And I feel very sad that next 2-3 years, after 2-3 years, we might not be hearing both of them, because they would be, I think, retiring after 2-3 years. And the last decade, 10 years, I think we only have been talking only of 2 players, is Messi and Ronaldo. But if I have to choose one of the greatest of all time, for me would be Brazilian Ronaldo. Nothing like Brazilian Ronaldo. I think he's got the talent, speed, everything of both the players combined. I think he's got the skill of Messi, he's got the speed and the strength and the finish of Ronaldo. So Brazilian Ronaldo for me was the greatest.
That 2002, yes, absolute legend. That 2002 World Cup final, I mean, no football fan can forget that match, wasn't it?
I think it was also, he had a very hard time when they lost to France. But overall, I think in terms of pure talent and pure genius as an individual player, I think I would rate him as the greatest of all time.
Absolutely. Baichung, before the next question, I quickly want to ask you, and if you want, we can keep the answer of this short. You mentioned the good days and the bad, both of which you saw in abundance as a player, as a leader as well. So say if a great match happened, where your team won by a great margin, or a very hardly fought match ended up in a victory for you, what would be the message that you would give? And what would be the message that you would give your boys in the case of a loss?
Whenever I had great game, I scored and the team won and team had a great match, I used to see all the newspapers, buy all the news, because we didn't have social media and telephone those days, and read everything and feel nice about it. Obviously, it didn't go to my head and get carried away. But again, at the same time, when we had bad match, I had bad match. As a captain as well, I always told my players that, first thing is after the match, don't come and discuss when you've lost, because through my own experience as a young player, I've seen a lot of seniors after a bad match get into dressing room and start fighting, blaming each other. And then it becomes very difficult to unite as a team and start getting results. It actually became worse. So that was one thing which I learned. And every time when we lost, I made sure that we didn't discuss. Then next day we came back, sat with the coach, discussed things, and started working on the problems we had. So the main thing I wish to say is don't try and read when you have negative matches, because a lot of the players during our time, I think most of the players came from very humble background, and a lot of the players, obviously when I played in Calcutta, where 50% of the players were Bengali as well, and a lot of Bengali medias were there, a lot of newspapers those days. And when you have bad match, there's a lot of criticism that happens. And a lot of time, the players read that, don't take it, and then they start getting more affected psychologically. So I think when you have bad matches, you just try and forget, don't read it, don't speak to anybody. Just go to the ground, train harder, what mistakes you've done as a team, work on it, and start getting the result. So you should not focus more on what you did. You know exactly what you did, but obviously you've got to learn from what you've made, those mistakes, and keep working even harder.
Absolutely. I think this is a great teaching for, yes, please. This is an absolutely great teaching for all the managers, all the founders, and all the budding entrepreneurs out there as well, that you will most definitely have bad days, but don't dwell on it. If required, don't think about it that day itself. The next day, come, sit with your team, and try to make it better.
True, and again, in sports, you have a lot of bad matches and good matches as well. And it's only going to teach you and make you stronger. So I think any bad match, you feel bad about it, but I think it should not let you down. And that is, I think, the most important thing. And with experience, you would be more stronger mentally to come over.
Absolutely. Bashik, I want to ask you, football, 90 minutes, in and out, cutthroat game, fast-paced game, way faster than when we played for 5 days with 2 breaks in the middle. So there are, of course, strategies that are made on the boarding table before the match itself. But often it happens, maybe the opposition is playing on a different level altogether, that you have to take a very quick call of that strategy being changed in the middle of the pitch itself. How important does that become, that we are going to change the strategy but still keep the pivot intact?
First of all, I think it comes down to good management and good manager. That's why I think in football, manager plays a major role. 50% of the success or defeat is due to manager and the players. It's not like cricket. In cricket, I think the managers don't have much role. I think it's the captain that has major role taking those calls. But in football, manager plays that major role, because tactically we're working every day, every week, every month, every year. We're working with the manager on his style and tactics. And he signs players because of what tactical formation he's got. And that players fit into that system very well. That's where I think when the matches happen and we are getting it wrong, I think it's the call of the manager to really decide in terms of substitution, getting the right player there, or making some formation changes. So it's very important if you have a great manager who would be able to help you on those situations. So you need good managers then.
That's a great analogy that you put there, Baichung. And how would you say, because we have so many tech leaders sitting here with us, so many watching us live right now, how can tech leaders learn from these qualities of a football manager and adapt that quick agility into their business strategies?
No, I think it all depends. Like as I said in football, when you start the match, maybe by 15, 20, 30 minutes, you know what you're playing. And since we've been training every day, every player on the field and the manager knows that what we've got to do, what are our jobs on the field. And as soon as those things are not working, I think that's where you need to make a strategy, you need to make a changes. So you need to be able to adapt and make those changes so that the team does not suffer. I think that's where I'm sure with a lot of tech people as well, there are demands and there are strategies. And if things are not working, I think you need to have options how to get those, where it's not working, have those options and get it right. So, yeah.
Absolutely. Let's talk about AI in the sport. Last year itself, in Cypher's 7th edition, we had one of the greatest fielders, in fact, not even one of the greatest fielders, the greatest fielder ever to have played the game of cricket, Jonty Rhodes, on this bench. And he said that AI was delving into cricket in very, very important ways. There were major teams like Mumbai Indians and other global teams that were taking the use of technology and AI, not just for performance enhancement, but even player selection. So how has AI impacted football and the way managers look at it, the way captains look at it?
So I think in Indian football, we are yet to use the technology in much bigger way than what we've seen in world football. You know, if you look at a lot of the clubs, bigger clubs around the world, I think the managers are relying so much on data and the technology. And in fact, I was just reading whether it's true or not, but Mohamed Salah was signed because of the data people. You know, Liverpool signed him because seeing his data. And coaches like Pep Guardiola, when he came to Manchester City, I think the first thing he wanted to check with Man City was the kind of technology support he's going to get. So I think when you have millions of dollars spending on signing players, I think you want to get it exactly right, the kind of players, the kind of workload, the kind of talent, the kind of skill he's got. So I think now it's you know, the entire, I think, big football playing countries are really relying on technology and data to sign and get the performance.
How do you think the usage of technology can evolve in a sport like football? Will it keep becoming stronger and stronger and take a massive stronghold over, say, manual thinking?
No, I think we've already seen the changes. I think in football, VAR is coming, which has reduced a lot of the controversies. There is still, though, despite having VAR as well, there's a lot of controversies in terms of it. But I think 80 to 90% of I think controversies are you know, come down. We've had goal line technology and all that. I think these are things which are always going to come and help the sport grow. And in terms of even performance, individual players and team, I think technology is going to be a major factor. And if India has to really grow in terms of sporting nation, I think we'll have to start using and getting that support of technology quite a lot.
Absolutely. Say the way technology and AI is being used in football across the world soon will be used in Indian football as well. What can tech companies learn from that kind of usage?
So I'm not too sure, but I think more than anything else, tech companies can come and really support the sport and the sports person. And that is where I think the collaboration is very, very important for, you know, sharing the ideas. And that's where the tech companies can really come and help. So I think in terms of football, I think a lot of tech companies, football is also, again, as I said, it teaches you a lot of things in terms of team spirit, working as a team. So those are things I think it can really help you, and always to look forward for better performance. And that's where even in technology, I think you always want to perform and get better. Every technology you make it, you want to get better. And then that's where sports would teach a lot of people who are in technology.
Absolutely. Let's talk about homework preparation. Your preparation that you used to do before, say, big matches or even small matches for that matter. First of all, a sports person will tell you that no match is a small match. It's always an important match. The kind of preparation that you did was of a legendary level. Was there anything specific that you used to follow before a match?
No, there's nothing specific as such you have, because, again, as I said, you know, you've been training every day what you want to perform on that particular match day. And that is where I think when we prepare for any match day, there are team meetings which we get together and we discuss what we've done on the field. I think technically on the board, we also discuss these are the kind of discipline we've got to keep on the match. So there's no special as such, but before the game, I think it's all about a day before when we work out as a team. It's only going to be, you know, tactical part of it. But if you're looking, the matches are away after few days, then there are other individual things in terms of fitness, there are strength, there are other things we work it out. But mostly people, the players and the team focuses on the tactical part before the match and work on that day before, and also on the day they discuss it, not on the field, but also on the table is what I think the players prepare.
One of the stories that we sports fans love to read and watch is, maybe you know what I'm talking about, is sporting legends and their superstitions. So many of the sporting legends have had very specific superstitions. Did you have maybe one or two that you would do before a match?
Not exactly, but if I had a good game, then I continue with what I did. If I put my left shoes first and had a great game, then I continue that. But after doing that, if I had a bad game, then I change the next match. So it keeps changing that way. So nothing particular as one. But I know a lot of great players around the world have superstitions. So. And in fact, when you play in Kolkata, Kolkata football and Maidan is all about superstitions. And I remember an incident when I was playing it was a derby, East Bengal, Mohun Bagan. I was captain for East Bengal. And there was a superstition that the team which enters before in the ground is not going to win. So I was in the dressing room and we were only waiting when Mohun Bagan is going to enter the ground. And then we just realized even Mohun Bagan is waiting for when East Bengal is going to enter. And you won't believe we delayed the game by half an hour. The referee and the organization state IFA, means West Bengal Football Association said that if both the teams don't come out now, we're going to put a heavy fine and take serious action. That's where the referees came in and took both the teams together. So
nice.
These are situations that's happened, yeah.
So that was done away with. Who won that match?
East Bengal won it because I was the captain. So somehow I put my leg a little bit later on. So it did work that particular day. Yeah.
Sir just mentioned Kolkata here. I was born and brought up there itself. I was 6 years old when I watched him play at Salt Lake Stadium for the first time. Who here has watched Baichung Bhutia play live? Can we have a raise of hands, please? Okay, we have quite a few raise of hands. And I can just say it
got to
used
be
to
50
magic.
plus, I think, for that. 40, 50 plus.
But we can just say that even at the age of 6, when I watched him play live at the Salt Lake Stadium, just the atmosphere that he would create, that the atmosphere that would be every time the ball went to his feet was beyond something that can be explained by words. Absolute legend, ladies and gentlemen.
No, but, I've watched a lot of matches, international matches, gone and watched Man U, Arsenal, and different teams play. I think you need to have an experience. Any football fans here should go to Calcutta and watch the derby East Bengal Mohun Bagan, and especially the first derby of the season. I think that experience, what you get, you would not get anywhere around the world with biggest rivalries as well. I think that is one of the biggest experience as a football fan. You'd be able to get that. So you should try and see one. Now I think it's gone a little bit down, but 60s, 70s, 80s, and even 90s, the derbies there, and especially first match of the season, was a different level of experience. So I still suggest that anybody following football should go to Calcutta and watch the first derby of the season. It's a different experience.
Absolutely. In fact, this is something that Kolkata and Bangalore both share in common. We love the sports. As a matter of fact, if you would just open Reddit or Instagram anywhere, everybody says just one thing, that the 2023 Cricket World Cup final shouldn't have been in Ahmedabad. It should have been at Eden Gardens or Chinnaswamy or Wankhede.
No, but with Kolkata football, I think, I'm sure there are Bengalis here. You don't choose to support East Bengal Mohun Bagan. Either you're born East Bengal or you're born Mohun Bagan. Because the Mohun Bagans are supposed to be the original Bengalis, and East Bengal are supposed to be the Bengalis that's come later on. So when you play for one of this club, you're not just playing for the club, you're playing for the legacy and their things. So it's so competitive, it's so prestigious for East Bengal and Mohun Bagan fans, and sometimes it gets very, very aggressive because for fans it is their legacy, it's their prestige. So it's very, very difficult. When you have a bad match, I've experienced that we are inside the tent and we had thousands of supporters throwing stones and we are stuck there for 2 hours. That's the kind of craze you have. But when you have good matches, you win, I think the kind of respect you get is totally different. So you don't just play for East Bengal Mohun Bagan, you're also representing their legacy. So it's a big, big honor that way.
Absolutely, so true. Let's talk about mentorship and how important that can be in a youngster's life, be it a sports person or somewhere else. When you started your career, Baichung, 16, if I'm not wrong, international debut, under 23? Yes, at the age of 16, my gosh. So when you started your career, who were some of the key mentors in your footballing career, and how much did that help the 16-year-old budding footballer?
No, again, when you're talking of 80s and 90s, and our generation would identify it. We didn't have television as such, you know. We in Sikkim, obviously, we did not even get newspapers or television. We didn't know any footballers, Indian footballers or world footballers. The first time I ever watched football on television was '86 Maradona. But for us, the biggest influence and biggest role models were the local players in Sikkim. Because Sikkim, you know, if you're born in Sikkim and Northeast, there are only two things you can do is either play football and do music. Those are only two things you do. So as a kid, I started playing football and everybody played, all the kids around. And for us, the local players were big heroes for us. And every small tournament, village tournament or a tournament in the town, they had massive crowd always watching it. So for me, growing up, the local stars were one of the biggest stars and mentors for me. And that's how I think, because the environment was so big of football, and that really made me love the sport. And I always wanted to play, you know, with village tournament or school tournaments. You always had massive crowd, and that always excited. So for me, I think local players started with, in terms of being my mentors.
Absolutely. And I'd just like to mention here, Baichung, that life came a circle for you because you must have had thousands and lakhs of kids come up to you, and then you yourself became that inspiration, that mentor for them. So when kids come up to you, boys, girls, both, and say, started playing football, seeing you, love the way you played, and want to become like you, how does that make you feel?
No, I think it makes you feel good. And obviously, I have my football schools, Baichung Bhatia Football Schools Academy now. So it's all across India, and we're quite big in Bangalore as well. And I get that opportunity to interact with a lot of the kids. And it feels good that, you know, a lot of kids are taking up sports. And that's through my own experience. I've got a 14-year-old son, and he's also in my football academy. And it's good to see that even data as well. I think some of the sports channel was saying that the kids below the age of 15 is watching football more than any other sports, including cricket. And obviously, unfortunately, they're watching a lot of world football, Premier League and other things. I'm sure they will start watching ISL and Indian football as well. But overall, they're watching football quite a lot, and which is a very good sign. And when you interact with kids nowadays, I think with any kids, the amount of passion they have for the game, they know everything that's happening, what Ronaldo did, what Messi did, how Arsenal played last match. I think these kids are so much, you know, they have that entire knowledge about the game and the club as well, which is a very good sign, which you don't get to see much with cricket. You know, you don't see 14-year-old discussing, Kal aisa khela hai wo, but with football, you get to see that. And even my son, I wanted him to try all the sport before he chose to play any sport. And I encouraged him to play cricket as well. But unfortunately, he said, you know, this is such a boring, how can you play, you know, 12-year-old son saying that. I was very surprised. It's just not him, his friends as well. And I wanted at least एक Northeast से तो निकल के कोई first player India के लिए cricket खेलेगा. I was thinking that he might, but he just didn't want to play the sport. He did play around few times, but it's like, how can you play? So the mindset of that generation, what I thought was good for the sport, but I'm sure all the sports should do well. So I'm not trying to put down on cricket or something, but it's good to see that a lot of young kids now are taking football very seriously and following it. Unfortunately, it's been Messi and Ronaldo, but I think slowly they will come down to a lot of big Indian stars as well. And I think one of the biggest stars for us is Sunil Chhetri, that has really taken the game forward. So yeah, I think we need to have more Sunil Chhetris coming up in few years. That will always help the sport grow.
I mean, we had to talk about Sunil Chhetri. The inspirations, you have been one, Sunil Chhetri has been one. How important do these inspirations, these kind of mentors, how important do they become when it comes to the rise of a youngster, be it in sports or in the technological world for that matter?
I think it's very, very important to have role models and stars that achieve success. Then that's where the Indian players who are playing can see that. Obviously, Ronaldo, Messi, there are a lot of young players, they look up to it. But that's something which is good, but it's a difficult to really connect and reach that level. But when you look at role models like Sunil Chhetri, he's from your own country, own state. He's gone through all the challenges of what you've gone through, and he's made it big. I think that gives you hope to reach where you know Sunil is reached. So it's very, very important in that aspect that you have role models. So I think, yeah, very important.
Lovely. All of you who are tech leaders, as I said, budding entrepreneurs, budding founders, can be those role models for people who will be working under you.
No, in fact, when I first played for India senior national team, I made a debut in '95. And when I played my first match for India, I was looking at the players, always senior players. The 10 players who were playing with me in that match, everybody had a job. They were all working with banks, railways, or somewhere army. There were 2-3 players from army. So those days, people played to play India to get jobs and make their life secured because it wasn't professional then. This I'm talking about '93, '94. After I made my debut with India, after 1 or 2 years, I got a lot of offers from railways, banks to come and get a job and start working. And I didn't really take the job because I wanted to really focus on football. I was just 17, 18. So I didn't want to really take jobs and start going to office and sign. So I said, no, I don't want to take the job. And a lot of senior players and coaches as well in Kolkata said, are you crazy? How can you not take the job? Because those days, if you take a job, then your life is secured. Then they were saying, tomorrow you're going to get injured. A पैर टूटेगा, कुछ खेल नहीं पाएगा. How are you going to rely? You need to make yourself secure. But I said, no, I'm not taking it. So that's how I continued my life. I never took a job. I played completely professional. And that is the mindset. After me, few players started doing that. Today, if I look at the 11 players that play for India, I think every player today is professional. Nobody's got a job working anywhere. And in fact, now a lot of players who are good are in armies and railways or banks. They're quitting the job to play professional. So I feel good that me and few of my friends in that generation set up that mindset to go professional and take those chances and gamble so that you can make a career out of it. So I think that's what I think we few of us set an example, and it's good to see that players today are making a good career out of just playing professional football.
And that trend was started by, as you said, you and your folks, Baichung. Thank you. So we are so glad. All of us want to thank from the bottom of our hearts to your decision of not taking up that job. Baichung, let's talk about massive changes in the technological world that disrupt things. They disrupted things in the football world as well. You mentioned VAR a little while back. They often disrupt things in the technological world as well, in the AI world as well. There are new changes, new innovations happening by the fortnight. How do you think, how much important is it for people, say managers in the sporting teams, captains in the sporting teams, to not let those technological disruptions get to them that much? Enhance them, take the advantage of that, and still keep the main mentality, that is the team winning, the team doing well forward. And what can the technological leaders also learn from those practices?
See, I think in football, the managers will have to take as much as advantage what the technology is going to provide and help the team to perform. But at the same time, the managers are not only about having great tactical knowledge and taking a lot of technology data. I think at the end of the day, you've got to be a great man management and great human being as well. I think you need to respect the players. And that is where I think all the top coaches in the world might have great knowledge about the game. But if you're not a good man management, then you don't succeed. And we've seen that. So ultimately, I think it's all, you need to take those advantages of the technology. But as a manager, I think that man management is something which you really have to succeed.
You mentioned the skills of people management. How similar do you think that skill and the usage of that skill of people management is important in, say, a football team as well, and is important in an entrepreneur's company as well?
No, I have my own story to share in terms of man management. In fact, I had played for India for quite some time, and I was really not looking forward to it because I was not enjoying my football, and I was not really enjoying with the coaches, the national team coach then. There was a particular coach that was looking after the national team, and I was not enjoying, and then I retired from international football then. And then after a few months, I think the coach was sacked for the national team, and they brought in a new manager, Mr. Bob Houghton. And, once Bob Houghton came in, he traveled with the team. I think he took the Indian team to Canada, and then they played, and then they came back. And one fine day, I got a call from Bob Houghton saying that, Paichung, I wanted to meet you and come and see you. He called up all the way from Goa. He was based in Goa. He came to Calcutta to see one of the matches of East Bengal where I was playing. After the match, we went and sat, and he said, I want you to come back from retirement and just not come back and play, but I want you to lead the national team as well. And, I felt very touched because the coach coming all the way from Goa, watching me play, and not just come out of retirement, but also had that confidence and give me that responsibility to lead the team. So I came out of my retirement then, and then I went on to play for 5 to 7 years. And that was the best 5 years of my footballing career. And the amount of trophies we won for the Indian national team was the maximum number of matches and trophies we won. We went on to qualify for the Asia Cup, which was the second biggest tournament for any footballer in Asia to play. After 24 years, we went on to qualify. So I think it all comes down to man management. And there was similar story which I was listening to a legend footballer, of one of my idol as well, Mr. Shyam Thapa. I was speaking to him one day in just meeting like that, and I was saying, Shyam sir, you played for, you've been such big name. We've heard so much as a kid, though I've not seen him play, but we'd heard about Shyam Thapa towards thing. When you look at it, you've not played so much for India. And I said, why is that so? And he said, I was one of the best player, and what happened was Durand Cup was one of the biggest tournament then. And he said, I played a Durand Cup, and I was the best player and highest scorer. After Durand Cup, there was a coach that was making a team for Asian Games, and Shyam Thapa was not included. And he said, I felt so hurt that time that despite being the best player, scoring highest goal, and being the best player in one of the biggest tournament, which was Durand Cup, I was not selected for the national team. And that's where he said, I'm going to retire and not play. And then I said, but the coach did not speak to you then, because they went without him to play Asian Games and they had bad results and all that. And I said, did the coach never came and spoke to you? He said, ek din phone kiya tha, those landline calls. And he said, Sam, tum khelna chahta hai to aa jao. Hum ek baar trials karte hai, tumko dekhna chahta hu. So I think, you really, I don't blame the coach then, because obviously he's not had that kind of exposure in terms of man management skills and not trained over it. So, you've lost out a good player who would have gone on to play for India and got you results. So that shows that difference between good man management coach and not so great. So the results changes, because if you're just managing the players well, you can get good results. And examples are Sir Alex Ferguson, I think, is one of the biggest example of good man management.
Absolutely. Bachung,
I think with tech as well, if you have good managers, everybody will start performing well.
I know, right? There's that saying that goes, people don't really leave their jobs, they leave their bosses. So it's very important to be good bosses. Guys, remember that. Bachung, I want to ask you that it's been a little more than a decade that you have now retired from international football. What still keeps you driven? You started your school, your legit training and giving the future of Indian football back. So what still keeps you driven and passionate?
I think a lot of new challenges. In fact, I played football till the age of 35. So 35, 40, I was still involved. So I didn't want to really get involved in football after that, because when you spend 35, 40 years of your life just doing one thing, playing football, I wanted to see and experience a lot of other things apart from football. Though I started Baichung Bhatia football schools, I was still involved. But after post-retirement, I went on to do a lot of things, a lot of challenges, did well, a lot of things which I went into it. I'm still trying to be a good entrepreneur, which I'm trying to succeed. So did a lot of things in terms of, I'm into now hospitality. I do some nice premium homestays in Sikkim. I've gone into, I'm promoting myself here. But anybody coming to the hills, Sikkim and Siliguri, I've got the biggest fine dining restaurant in Siliguri. It's called Goat. I think you should try. It's the best and the biggest in the Eastern India as well. So yeah, and I've got a beautiful premium homestay in Sikkim. I've got a couple of them. We do a lot of rural tourism. So yeah, getting into it. And now I've just got a land in Siliguri. We're trying to create one of as good as one big good sports infrastructure in Siliguri, so that it's a multiple sports facility. So I'm just trying to create that. Yeah.
So from a sporting legend, which you completely are.
And in between, I've done a lot of things, entrepreneurship, which I failed totally. I don't want to speak about, but it keeps you going and you still keep trying. So as I think there was a famous TV serial in England saying that next year, this time, I'm going to be millionaire. So there's that line. Yeah.
Absolutely. So as I was saying, sporting legend, which you completely are, to now an entrepreneur as well. In short,
trying
to, as you said. In short, if you can tell us, how has the entrepreneurial journey up until now been like?
I think it's fun because, you know, when I was a footballer, the only thing we did was play but travel a lot. And when you travel, you stayed in different hotels and you ate in different restaurants. So the restaurant thing got me stuck because when I went to America for a 1-month training with the team there, and when I trained there, the team had gone for a dinner to a very beautiful restaurant, and it was owned by All Stars. And that time it was called All Star Cafe. And it was, I think, with some basketball players, 3, 4 big sporting icons came together, started. So that really got me into it. And since you travel, stayed in different hotels, so I always wanted to, you know, experiment, have a own kind of a small hotel or a homestay or a restaurant. So this was something which I wanted, and I just managed to do it after my retirement. So yeah.
Absolutely, guys. First of all, volunteers, be ready with the mics, and you guys be ready with the questions, because we are not going to take a lot of questions, but some definitely. And before that, I want to ask my last question here to Baichung. Baichung, a career for India spanning quite literally 2 decades, 19 years, more than 100 matches, more than 40 goals. That itself deserves a round of applause, guys. You have made the nation proud so many times, again and again and again and again. Talking about the nation now, the way the world is looking at India right now is so different than the way the world used to look at India, say a decade and a half back. A small example I will give, because we are here at India's biggest AI summit. Another AI summit was happening last year, December 2023 in Delhi, called the Global Partnership on Artificial Intelligence. And there I was talking to industry leaders from all across the world, and they were saying that India is right now quite literally right in the front when it comes to the AI boom, the technical boom, the digital boom. The world is looking at India differently and marveling. So as a proud Indian, how does that make you feel?
No, I think it obviously makes every Indian proud when you're leading in something. You know, we've been hearing about it. The IT industry is so big in India, it's controlling the world. So I think it's something which we as sports person and footballers, I think football should also start learning from IT industry and AI to dominate the world. So that is where I think we would want to have that we would want to have that.
Rukawat ke liye khed.
We will just sort that out. Just give us a moment. Yeah.
And I think that is sorted. Yes, the last line that you were saying, Baichu.
I think that's where we footballers and football and other sports should take inspiration and try and reach where the IT industry and AI is reached, Indian IT and Indian AI is reached. So we obviously would want to take the inspiration and reach where you guys have.
Ladies and gentlemen, you guys are, so many of you, the industry experts when it comes to the IT boom and the digital boom and the AI boom. And here's an absolute Indian sporting legend saying that the sport should take inspiration from the journey you guys have had as well. Can we have a huge round of applause for both parties here? Amazing, amazing. We have our friend joining here with us. He's about to say yes.
Yeah, so we're going to open it up to the audience, if that's all right with you. Can we have the lights on in the audience? Lots of hands going up. Roy, you have the honor of picking who?
Lots of hands going up.
Lights on in the audience, please.
If I'm not wrong, black t-shirt right in front had his hand up since the last 5 minutes. So let's quickly give the mic to him. Yes.
Hello, Baishang sir. You started your career in the 90s and you played till mid of 10s. So in a career that spanned across three decades, how did the advancement of technology change or influence?
Wrong question. But please go on. Please, we shall ignore it. We shall figure it out until then.
Okay.
Please continue with the question.
So how did the advancement of technology change or influence your preparation towards a game?
No, as I just mentioned, we didn't have that kind of opportunity to really work with technology then, because when the technology just started coming in India, unfortunately, there was a time I retired. But I think we got to do a lot of video analysis. We got to see a lot of our matches. So that was the only best technology we could get. The channels came in, a lot of private channels came in. Football was shown across, live across different parts of the country. So through that, we got to watch some part of it. But the technology that is really being used today by a lot of the footballers, we didn't have that kind of support those days. So I would not be able to really say that it really made a big change at least in my career.
Hello sir, my name is Sanket. My question is, do you want to see human and robot playing football together?
What a question. Do you want to see humans and robots play football together?
Definitely no, I would say, because I think you can have robots ka own tournament. I think that is already happening. We've got a lot of tournament matches for the robotic games as well. But I don't think I would want to see humans and robots playing. Definitely not.
All right. I think Black Suit has the mic already.
Yeah. Hi, Baishang. My name is Karthik. Big fan of you and Sunil Chetty. So I just want to ask, what is it with that Northeastern players? They're so fine. I've even seen the stadium at Namchi recently. But I really am curious to understand, what is it that happens differently in Northeastern part of India, that football is so fine and players like you and Sunil Chetty are produced?
No, as I said, I think if you're born in Northeast, only two things you do is either play football or do music. Because the culture for sports, and especially for football, is so big. And it used to be really big as for me when I was growing up. So I think that culture is one of the major factors. And if you look at today's entire big football players, they all come from South America or African players. I think the biggest example is South America. I think you look at the infrastructure facilities is very similar to India. But the environment and culture for football is so big. That's why they produce some of the biggest players every year from those continents. So I think Northeast is something similar in India, because our culture for sports, culture for football is so big in Northeast, and every village, every community is only discussing and playing football. And that's where I think the kids get influenced to take up the sport. So that is one of the major reasons I feel.
Thank you. Karthik, so sorry I had to address you as Black Suit. We have a lovely lady here, again, Black Suit.
It's actually blue.
Blue, sorry, I'm out.
It's okay. Hi, Baishang. I'm a huge fan. I just wanted to ask you, what's your most memorable goal, of your lifetime? Yours.
Wow.
I think every goal is very, very special because...
No, that's you have to give me an answer.
I would say, I would not only say the goals, but I would also say the moment. I think one of the biggest moment and the goals I scored is, again, it's a derby, East Bengal, Mohun Bagan, where that hat-trick I scored. Why was it special? Because we had 142,000 people inside the stadium, which was the biggest spectator in any football match. Having that many people watching, and to score the first ever derby hat-trick in Calcutta was very, very special. So those three goals, I think, still remains my favorite, because it's been almost more than 10 years I've retired, but people still speak of that derby, and that particular match itself shows that how good it was.
Thank you.
Absolutely. I'll ask my brother here as to how many more questions can we still take. all the...
We could do about 2-3 more.
We can take about 2-3 more, all right? We have our brother here all the way from the United States. Yes, bro, I'm looking at you.
Yeah. Baichung, who is the most promising Indian football player according to you today? After Sunil Chhetri, of course.
I think recently the ad also on ISL was made is Agla Hero Con. So we are all trying to find out Agla Hero Con banega. But there are a couple of, I think, good players. We've got Changte, we've got Leston Kolaso, we've got Sahil, couple of them. I think it's just that one or two players have to start delivering consistently. I think you can't have one goal for the national team and score after 10 goals. I think that's where Sunil is left a huge gap to fill in, because Sunil gave that consistency to the team by scoring goals, and that is where I think another player who's going to take his place will have to have a consistency in terms of delivering the results.
And what do you think of Changte's comparison with Aryan Robin? What's that? Changte's comparison with Aryan Robin.
I think it's very unfair for any player to be compared that way, but I'm sure he's got his own skill, he'll make his own brand. But I think he's a great player with time, with more experience. I think he's going to get there. But as I said again, Changte is a wonderful, great player, but he'll have to start scoring goals, because goals are the most important thing in football.
Absolutely. I know, unfortunately, we have 50 more questions, but I know we can take only 2 more. White sweater, bro, has been waiting for a long time, all right?
Hi, Baichung. This is Mrityunjay from Volkswagen. So I want to take you back to your farewell match on 10th January 2012 against Bayern Munchen. So how was that experience, and how was it playing against Ian Robin, as you said, and Bastian Schweinsteiger and all? And another question in terms of technology, we talked about adoption of technology inside football. Do you think referees will be replaced in the next futuristic world because of those controversies that we know and face off? Thank you.
First of all, I think it was a big honor for me to play my farewell match against Bayern Munich. I think that was big honor with some of the biggest footballers around the world of that time. It was a great honor. It was just that the timing of the match, I felt personally could have been better, because I was getting my treatment. I had my major knee injury. I was just getting back to fitness. I was retiring as well. So I would have loved to play Bayern Munich when I was on my top, not top, but little much fitter and better. But anyway, I think it was a great honor to play. Second thing, I don't think it'll be great idea to have referees replaced by AI or a robot, because at the end of the day, I think human touch and human feeling is very important. And football is great because of a lot of controversies as well. You have to have those, saying that, no, that was goal, that was offside. That makes the debate, discussion more lively, and that keeps everybody on toe, and it makes it interesting. And sometimes technology, I think one bad thing with VAR I find is sometimes it takes a lot of time to get that decision and you stop that game. And for football, the best part was the flow, not stopping and then, waiting for that. So I think we should bring in technology, but not so much that it really kills the excitement of the sport. And sometimes in one or two occasions, we've seen that it takes a lot of time. So I think so far right now it's enough. We should not add so much and bring in robots and AI to referee, or even replace the players by robot, as the gentleman just asked. So let's keep more as human as possible, and more natural, more realistic.
Absolutely. The imperfection makes it more beautiful. At AIM, we believe in equality. We have got a lot of questions from here. We'll now go back. Last 2 questions we'll take from the back. I think the volunteers have reached already. I'm just waiting to see somebody stand up from the back with a mic in their hands. Last 2 questions. Yes, run, bro, run. White shirt, bro. Quickly. Let's have 2 questions from the back.
Hi, Baichung. This is Mithil. So I started playing football when I was 5 by seeing your games and Chetri's games. So my question is, so back in 90s, and how now the Indian football culture has changed, and how do you see how much you have influenced and the people who are playing now are influenced it? Thank you.
No, I think it's changed in a better and in a bigger way, because now I think, players playing football can look into having a career. And during our days, and I feel very sorry for players senior than me as well, because they didn't really have that option to make a career and play completely professional. So now a lot of players, as I said, are leaving jobs from armies to banks to PSUs to come and play professional football, which is a great sign. So I think it's changed a lot in terms of quality as well, with ISL coming in, I-League coming in, with a lot of good coaches, good foreign players coming in. The quality of the players have definitely improved so much. I think now tactically we get to see a lot of good tactical strategies with all the clubs playing, which during our time we did not. So I think there is a massive change in a good way for Indian football. But yes, I think we need to do much, much more because if we want to compete with the rest of the world, we'll have to work even more harder.
Absolutely. 2 more questions, both from the back we'll take. 2 more questions.
Excuse me. Yeah, I'm here. Hope you're able to see me. Hey, hi. So my name is Mrinal. I'm from Shell. My question is for my son, actually. He's 9 years old. And like you already mentioned, Bhaichung, that your son also, you allowed your son to play all sort of games. Even my son at 9 years old, today he plays cricket, tomorrow football, then basketball, and then play with some kids around the locality and do nothing. So what do you suggest? What is the right age to tell him that you have to focus in one sport and so that you can take your career ahead in that?
I don't think you need to tell him to take any sport. I think he's going to choose the sport. I think you only need to give him the platform to play all the sport. That is very, very important. And I completely suggest that he has to play all the sports. Football, he can go twice, thrice a week, go to other, maybe cricket twice a week or other sport. I think if you expose the kids to play all the sports, then that's where a kid is going to fall in love with a particular sport and start playing. And you need kids to really enjoy playing football. You can't force a kid to play football, then it's not helping him or you or anybody else. So in Bhaichung Bhutia Football School as well, we keep telling the coaches, I think the most important thing is the kids should enjoy, especially in that age group. Yes, after 14, 15, you need to go into proper academies, play into system, know your positions, shape, tactical things are there. But till the age of 12, 14, I think the kids have to really enjoy, obviously learn as well, but also enjoy, compete. So you need to give him that opportunity to play all the sport, let him choose. And then once he makes up his mind to play that sport, I think that's where you need to come and help. Because every Indian, we all complain about why are we not winning gold medal, why are we not good in football, until and unless you start supporting or you start watching, even if you don't play or even if you're not interested, at least encourage kids to play sports and also start watching sports rather than those Sasbau serials in the evening. Start watching sports. That is going to create a sporting environment in your house as well that will help the child to start playing sports. So at least basic thing to help sports grow in India is every individual should start watching sports in your house during when you are with your family and when you're with the kids. That is the basic thing you can support Indian sports. Smallest thing to support Indian sports.
Absolutely. Ladies and gentlemen, that was the session. True blue bona fide legend, Bhaichung Bhutia. Ladies and gentlemen, can we have a huge round of applause? Bhaichung sir, I want to ask you, how was the experience for you here at Cypher? Because for all of us, it was just incredible that you were here.
I think it was quite difficult, the amount of questions I got. But overall, I had fun. Thank you very much. Hope to see you again. Thank you.
Absolutely. Now we have one request once again. You guys will tell us how did you like the session, and you guys will tell us on, sir, if you can just come here with all the viewers here at the back. And guys, this is now the moment that you tell us how did you find the session? Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, the absolute legend, Indian superstar, Baichung Bhutia.
Thank you very much. Baichung, we're gonna ask you to take a quick 360 picture right there. If you could step right here and right in the middle. And if you all could keep standing, we'd like to get... yeah, this gentleman's gonna walk you through it. Avinash, if you could just show him how to click that.
Help sir as to how to use this.
Baichung saying, I am not good with technology. Can someone please show me how to click this? Which is, he doesn't know, he's asking. Yeah? No, just like, no, right there. You hold it right here. It'll get your face and it'll get everyone there as well. So just hold it up like that. Perfect. And just click that. Everyone hands up in the air. This is Cypher 2024. And this is Baichung Bhutia himself on stage. What a way to slowly creep towards the end of Cypher Day 2 2024. Thank you very much. Avinash, if you could get that from him. Can we ask all of you all to take a few steps back, if you don't mind, please? Baichung, you have the honor of giving out the awards to the people who are going to be coming up on stage. Last year, we had Kiran Bedi. How many of you remember that from last year? Kiran Bedi giving out the awards. It was absolutely fantastic. This year, we have the man himself. Once again, show him some love. Make some noise for him. Cypher 2024, it's time to get down to the Minsky Awards for Excellence in AI 2024.
Vineet,
yes.
I'm going to take one small moment to take a picture with sir here.
Of course.
Thank you so much, sir. Can I take a photo with you? Ladies and gentlemen, I've been working for a decade now, but this has to be one of the highest points of my career here, being at Cypher with Baichung sir here. It's time for the awards here at day 2 of Cypher. Vineet here, our bro, has been doing a wonderful job. This is me, Korak Roy, signing off. Don't go anywhere. It's time for the awards. Thank you so much. Baichung Bhutia.
Thank you. If you all could kindly take your seats, please do take your seats. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, people of the audience, esteemed guests and distinguished members of the AI community, it's now time for the 6th edition of the Minsky Awards for Excellence in AI, presented at Cypher 2024. This evening, we celebrate the pioneers, the visionaries, and the disruptors who are reshaping the world through artificial intelligence, machine learning, and robotics. The Minsky Awards are dedicated to recognizing the outstanding advancements and contributions that organizations are making in the field of AI. A cornerstone of the Minsky Awards is its commitment to transparency and fairness. There are no hidden fees or costs, reinforcing the integrity and significance of these esteemed honors. Each entry has been evaluated based on 3 criteria: innovation, impact, and quality of contribution. Tonight, we have 25 distinguished award winners from 20 different categories, each celebrating the diverse and pioneering achievements in AI across various sectors. And now it's time for the Minsky Awards. And before we get into the first set, I am going to request the winners to one by one take stage. We will have the gentleman on stage give out the award to you. If you would like to say a few words, we shall give you a microphone. Feel free to say a few words, but do keep it for less than a minute if you do not mind. Baichung Bhutia, you have the honor of giving out these awards. Thank you so much for being with us here on day 2. This is the first category. This evening is the Best Firms certification, which recognizes organizations with exceptional company culture as voted by their data scientists and analytics employees. The winner in this category of Best Firm certification is IDFC First Bank. Requesting you to come up to the stage. This year's winner is a new age universal bank in India, rooted in ethical banking, digital innovation, and social good, with a customer-centric approach and transparency, user-friendly products that are setting new industry standards. Gentlemen, the stage is yours. Right in the center there. Congratulations, gentlemen. Thank you very much. Next, we move on to AI for social impact category. This category recognizes innovative AI initiatives that drive positive change and addresses social challenges, enhancing the well-being of communities and society at large. The winner in this category is Wells Fargo. This is AI for social impact. This year's winner is a leading financial services company with approximately 1.9 trillion in assets. It offers a wide range of banking, investment and mortgage products that has earned a spot at number 47 on Fortune's 2023 list of America's largest corporations. Congratulations, Wells Fargo. Would you like to say a few words?
We're deeply honored for this recognition. We have been continuously working with the Indian farmers, putting in our lot of AI data scientists, and also want to thank my team who has been working on it. Thank you.
Thank you once again and congratulations once again. We're going to move on to the next prestigious category. This is AI Leadership Award. This year's winner comes from a global, science-driven and patient-focused pharmaceutical company that's transforming healthcare by harnessing the power of science to benefit people, society, and the planet. The winner in this category goes to AstraZeneca. Big congratulations to Dr. Santosh and his entire team at AstraZeneca. Just letting the winners know you can say a few words. I have a microphone for you just in case you want to. We're going to move on to the next. This is AI-driven retail and supply chain excellence by a GCC category. This award recognizes outstanding innovation and leadership in leveraging AI to revolutionize retail and supply chain operations. The winner in this category goes to AB InBev. Could we please put our hands together for AB InBev? This year's winner is a global leader in the beverage industry, known for its forward-thinking approach and commitment to excellence in operations. Congratulations once again. Next up is Best AI Implementation by a Service Provider Award. This category celebrates exceptional AI solutions that deliver transformative results for clients through innovative and expertise. The winner in this category for Best AI Implementation by a Service Provider goes to Tridence. Please put your hands together while they make their way to the stage. Congratulations once again. Just let you know if you would like to say a few words, the microphone is right here. Moving on to the next. This is for Best AI Implementation in a GCC captive environment. This award recognizes the outstanding use of AI within a global capability center to drive innovation and operational excellence. The winner in this category of Best AI Implementation in a GCC captive environment goes to American Express. Congratulations. Yes, of course, sir.
As Bai Chung was promoting his restaurant, I also want to promote American Express. This is one of the pioneers of AI, as well as the best place to work. And that is because of a lot of bright minds in this room. So if you want to join MX, feel free to reach out to us. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We're going to go to the next category for Best AI Implementation in a GCC Captive Environment. It is the same as the previous, and the winner is a global leader in retail, recognized for its cutting-edge AI solutions that transform supply chains and enhances customer experiences. Please put your hands together and welcome your winner, Walmart Global Tech India. Congratulations, Walmart Global Tech India. Much deserved. This next category is Best AI-Enabled Business Strategy for an Indian firm. This award recognizes innovative companies that have successfully integrated AI into their core business strategies to drive growth and improve customer experiences. The winner in this category is Cash E. Cash E, come up to the stage. Pioneering financial technology firm known for its customer-centric approach and transformative use of AI in the lending space. Congratulations once again, Kashi. Our next category is the award for Breakthrough AI Technology. This award recognizes innovative advancements in AI that significantly impact industries and improve operational efficiencies. The winner in this category goes to Synchron. Big round of applause for Synchron while they make their way to the stage. This company is celebrated for its revolutionary AI solutions that drive transformation and enhance business capabilities. Big congratulations to the team on stage.
I just want to say very thank you for Cypher for recognizing this award. So we are from Synchron's Innovation Lab. We call it as Fun Labs. And we have implemented a lot of AI solutions for investment banking and capital markets. I do really want to urge everyone to join us. We are hiring a big time. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next award is for Data Engineering Excellence in a GCC Captive Environment once again. This category recognizes outstanding achievements in data engineering that drive innovation and operational effectiveness within a global capability center. The winner goes to EY GDS. Please make your way to the stage. This is in the category of Data Engineering Excellence in a GCC Captive Environment. A renowned global leader in professional services recognized for its exceptional data engineering practices that empower clients with valuable insights and improved decision-making. Congratulations to the team once again. Next, we have another winner for the same category. The winner is DBS Tech India. This year's winner is a prominent player in the banking sector, recognized for its innovative data engineering practices that deliver actionable insights and transform customer experiences. Big round of applause to the people on stage. This is DBS Tech India.
Hello. Hi, this is Vijay Kadiyala. I head the data platform for the DBS Bank. The platform name that we call as ADA, which means Advancing DBS with AI. Recently, Harvard published a case study on how DBS Tech actually advanced the AI industrialization. Wish you I want you to go and log into DBS Tech to look at what was the case study. Now that there are a lot of folks actually asking for join those companies, we both
are open to work.
Open to work. So please hire us.
Congratulations once again. That was DBS Tech India. Up next, we have the award for excellence in AI strategy consulting. This category recognizes firms that provide exceptional guidance and innovative strategies in leveraging AI to drive businesses forward. The winner in this category is Tiger Analytics. Please come up to the stage.
I just want to thank, this award represents all the hard work of 4,500 plus Tiger Tribe members. I just want to thank all of them, and few of them are here. I just want to call them on stage. A lot of people didn't use their 1 minute time, so I'm going to just leverage it a bit. Team, please.
How come you're not going to hire anyone from here, sir?
Oh, they already know.
They already, okay.
We're getting a lot of applications, so thanks for that.
Can we hear a big round of applause to the team on stage? And obviously the team leader for thinking of his team. Now all of y'all don't do the same thing, okay? It's done. Stop it. Congratulations once again, team. Congratulations, Tiger Analytics. Thank you very much. Our next category is excellence in AI talent development within GCC captives. This award recognizes organizations that are dedicated to nurturing and developing AI talent within their global capability centers, fostering innovation and expertise. The winner in this category is John Dairy India Private Limited. John Dairy, please come up to the stage. Give them a huge round of applause. This year's winner is a leading name in the agricultural machinery sector, known for its commitment to building a skilled workforce that embraces AI technologies to drive growth and efficiency. Congratulations once again. Moving on to our next category. This is GCC AI Visionary Award. This award recognizes individuals who have demonstrated exceptional foresight and leadership in advancing AI initiatives within their global capability centers, driving innovation and strategic growth. Congratulations to the winner who's going to come up on stage. Please make some noise and welcome Ravi Iyer, Senior Director of Software Engineering at New Relic. Can we hear a big round of applause to them on stage?
Thank you. Want to really thank the hundreds of engineering, product, operations, and multiple other folks across New Relic's, Portland, Barcelona, Bangalore, Hyderabad offices. It's really a lot of effort that's come together to make this happen, and like a lot of others, we are hiring as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and congratulations once again. Another winner in the same category of GCC AI Visionary Award, and this award goes to Debashish Bal, Senior Vice President of Data Science and AI at Fidelity Investments. Please come up to the stage. Give him a huge round of applause, Debashish Bal.
Thank you, Team Cypher, for this honor. Really honored to receive this from Baichung. Though this is an individual award, I would like to thank my team, great people who really translate the vision into reality. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, sir. I'm sure your team is proud of you, and congratulations to you once again. We're going to move on to another category. This is Leading AI Service Provider. This award recognizes organizations that have excelled in delivering innovative AI solutions and services, driving significant value for their clients and advancing the industry. This is the award for Leading AI Service Provider, and this award goes to Axtria Inc. Can we hear a big round of applause while they make their way to the stage? So a big round of applause, no, it means you have to clap. Okay, that's the translation.
Thank you, AIM and Baichung. It's an honor to accept this award on behalf of Axtria for the Leading AI Services Provider. So this award is a big testament to all our associates who've been working really hard to push the boundaries of AI and data analytics in the life sciences space. And we are proud to partner with companies who share our vision for leveraging technology to improve patients' lives. So thank you to all our clients, partners, and above all, Axtrians. And lastly, we are hiring as well. So thank you.
Congratulations once again to Team Axtria Inc. Please, once again, put your hands together for them. Thank you very much. Our next winner in the same category for Leading AI Service Provider is Genpact. A global leader in business process management and services, renowned for its transformative AI-driven solutions that enhance operational efficiency and drives business growth. This is Genpact on stage.
Thank you for the award, and it's an honor to receive this on the behalf of entire team. And it's a good motivation to continue delivering state-of-the-art solutions across verticals. Thank you.
Thank you, and congratulations once again to you and the team. We're going to go on to the next category. This is Leading Domestic Indian Firm in an AI Innovation. This award recognizes Indian firms specifically that have made significant strides in leveraging AI to drive innovation and create impactful solutions within their industry. This year's winner is a prominent player in the financial services. Please welcome to the stage, while you clap, for HDFC Limited. Known for its commitment to integrating cutting-edge AI technologies to enhance customer experiences and streamline operations. Can we hear a big round of applause for this team on stage? This is HDFC Limited.
First of all, thanks Cypher team. A small correction, it's HDFC Bank Limited. So that would be if you can do it. Yeah, otherwise, thank you so much. It's pleasure and it's a great honor to have the moment captured with Baichung himself, a legend. Thanks.
We're going to get a quick picture. If you can focus forward, look forward. Can you come out of the frame? He's asking you to come out of the frame. HDFC Bank Limited, make some noise for them, please. Our next category is the Leading GCC Captive for AI Innovation. This award honors global capability centers that have demonstrated exceptional innovation in AI, driving transformation results and setting new standards in their field. The winner in this category is NVIDIA.
Thank you, M, for this great recognition, and it is an honor to receive this award from Baichun, and very motivated, looking forward to great contribution to the field of AI. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir, and we're super stoked to have you here. Could you put your hands together for him once again? Moving on to the next category. This is Most Innovative Use of AI in Service Delivery. This award recognizes organizations that have successfully integrated AI into their service delivery models, enhancing efficiency and improving customer services. The winner in this category is EXL Service. Please come up to the stage. This year's winner is a global leader in analytics and operations management, known for its creative and impactful use of AI to transform how services are delivered across various sectors. Congratulations, EXL Service.
Deeply honored to be receiving this on behalf of EXL. I think we've got this award for the second year in a row in this category. I am really thankful to all our partners who make this innovative work possible, all our clients who trust us with driving meaningful outcomes, and then definitely my team who made this possible. And lastly, if you're looking for doing cutting-edge work across banking, healthcare, insurance, sports analytics, you're please welcome to share your resumes. Yeah.
Put your hands together for him, please. He has lost his way. It's what happens if you offer too many jobs, sir. Our next category is the Most Promising AI Startup. This award recognizes emerging startups that are making significant strides in the AI space, demonstrating innovative ideas and strong potential in growth. The winner in this category goes to Script Factory. This year's winner is a dynamic startup that has developed groundbreaking AI solutions, showcasing creativity and a commitment to transforming industries. On stage for you, the winner of the Most Promising AI Startup is Script Factory.
So, hello everyone. Last year, I came here as a participant, and this year, I have been awarded this Most Innovative AI Startup of the Year. So thanks AIM, thanks Vinith, and thanks everyone who's part of the AIM.
He did not pay me off, just saying.
Yeah.
I have nothing to do this. I met him yesterday. Just saying.
Yeah, and to finish the speech, I would say, we are good storytellers, and all of you have good storytellers in you, and we can enable that storyteller in you. And that's what got us this award. Thank you.
Congratulations once again, Script Factory. Give them a huge round of applause. That's like a dream story right there. They were here last year as attendees. Now they're walking away as winners. Clap for them, please. Make some noise for them, please. Our next category is the Outstanding AI Product by a Domestic Indian Firm. This award honors Indian firms that have developed exceptional AI products that demonstrate innovation and create significant value for their users. The winner in this category of Outstanding AI Product by a Domestic Indian Firm goes to Ramoji Group, IT. This year's winner is a well-respected organization known for its innovative use of AI to enhance operations and deliver unique solutions across various sectors. Congratulations, Ramoji Group, IT. Our next category is the outstanding contribution to AI skill development. This award recognizes organizations that have made significant efforts in fostering AI skills and education, empowering individuals and teams to excel in the AI landscape. The winner of the outstanding contribution to AI skill development goes to EPAM Systems.
Thank you, Cypher. Thank you for this award, and great thanks to our leadership for the great vision. And EPAM is moving towards taking great steps and investing lots of time on this skill development. Thank you.
We are here to collect this award on behalf of EPAM, and this award is effort of lot of people, lot of managers, and all the leadership fostering the culture of learning and development. So this award goes to all the one who participated, and thank you all for your hard work.
Thank you and congratulations to the team as well. Please give them our regards and our congratulations. Up next, we have another winner in the same category. The winner for outstanding contribution to AI skill development goes to Intel Corporation. Congratulations to you and the team, Intel. Up next, we have the next category, which is the Rising Star GCC in AI. This award recognizes global capability centers that have shown remarkable growth and innovation in the field of AI, demonstrating a strong commitment to leveraging AI technologies to drive businesses and help them succeed. The winner in this category of Rising Star GCC in AI goes to Renault Nissan. Renault Nissan Technology and Business Center India, congratulations to you and the entire team. An automotive powerhouse known for its innovative approach and strategic use of AI to enhance operations and customer experiences. This is the last winner in these categories. This was the Minster Awards. On stage, the man himself, Baichung Bhutia. Make some noise for him, please, once again.
Thank you very much for this recognition, Cypher 24. So we at Renault Nissan Technology and Business Center India, so we are 11,000 strong workforce based out of Chennai, Bangalore, and Hyderabad, and we are supporting our parent organizations, Renault, Nissan, and Mitsubishi, to build intelligent mobility for humanity. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
This is the last award. I call upon my team for a photo with the Baichung. Please, my team.
Can I request the team to make their way a little faster, if you don't mind, in the interest of time? The gentleman has stopped to give his phone to someone to click a picture. Click a good picture, okay? Has to be a good picture. No AI enhancements. Everyone stand together, big smiles, look forward. Thank you very much, and congratulations once again, Renault Nissan Technology and Business Center India. Now I'm going to request the winners, and only the winners, without your team, because we may not be able to hold the entire team on stage, to please come up with your trophies onto the stage. We'd like to get a picture with you and the striker himself. Requesting the winners to come up on stage with your trophies. I'm going to request you not to bring your teams on because we may not have the space for such a massive number of people on stage. Once again, all the winners to the stage without your teams, please. Thank you very much. Where is the photographer? Okay, he's right there. Just follow his instructions, please. Big smiles, everyone. These are your Minst Award winners. A huge round of applause for them, please. You're watching this live on day 2 of Cypher 2024. Come on, Cypher, clap for them, make some noise for them from the front to the back. Your Minx Award winners. Thank you all very much. Bai Chung, if you could please stay back on stage. Just a few handshakes from the winners right there. Now it's time for us to call upon the team that put this event together. These are the people from AIM, requesting all of y'all to please come up on stage. People of Cypher 24, make some noise for them. These are the faces of the people that stitched this entire 3 days together. Every single talk, every single conversation curated in the finest of ways by Team AIM. Make some noise for them, please. Come on. While they're clicking a picture, just a quick reminder that tomorrow we start off early in the morning, on dot, on time. Ronnie Screwwala will be in the house. So make sure you come in a little earlier, get the best seats in the house, because we will be starting on time. Okay, on stage is Team AIM. AIM, you all have to make some noise for yourselves. Come on. This is the team that made things happen, people of the audience. Please put your hands together for them. Come on. This is just day 2 of Cypher 24. One more day to go. And we also have Thermal in a Quarter in the house. The OGs of Bangalore Rock will be taking stage momentarily. So make sure you don't go anywhere. This is one of those nights you do not want to miss. And once again, Team AI, make some noise for yourselves. Come on, make some noise. And Team AI, make some noise for Bai Chung Budia in the house.
Hi everyone, and from the AIM team, I also want to say that we are also hiring. So if you have resumes, please do share with us.
Well done, well done. I didn't see that coming at all. Ah, nice, nice. So all in for a good joke. The Minsky Awards for Excellence in AI are not just any awards, they are the Oscars of the AI industries. So a big congratulations to all the people who walked on stage as a winner. A big congratulations to each and every one of you who hold that little thing in your hand. Congratulations once again. Before we conclude, we're just going to remind all of y'all that it's time for us to get ready for a night of music. That's going to happen momentarily. Thermal in a Quarter are in the house. Like I said before, these chaps are the original gangsters of rock right here in Bangalore. I can't say I grew up on them, but they were my first taste of what rock and roll was. And they're going to be playing to wrap things up in a classy way on day 2 of Cypher 2024. Can we give Bai Chung some space, please? Can we do our pictures a little later? Thank you very much. We're going to give him a little bit of space. So this is the time we take the lights down once again. We play some music for y'all. We give y'all a little bit of time while we set the stage up for a night ahead. This is the All Hands Gala Dinner that's going to kick off featuring Thermal and a Quarter. So VJ, can we have some light music in the background to kill the silence?